Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable members, when the business of this House suspended for the luncheon break, the honorable member for North Andros and the Berry Islands had reserved the floor. The chair recognizes the honorable member for North Andros and the Berry Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Almighty God for allowing me to be here this morning, this afternoon, and also the people of the great constituency of North Andros and the Berry Islands for allowing me to be their voice in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by giving condolences to some of my families and friends in the North Andros constituency. Condolences to Deacon Peter Russell and his family on the passing of his wife. Also Haley, Luke, Nikos on the passing of their mother. The Store family, Lonnie, Sherry, James, Elvis, and Frederick on the passing of their father. Also, the Cartwright and Wallace family on the passing of their loved one, Jeff Cartwright. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to give my condolences to the Heal family in Abaco on the passing of our mother. May their soul rest in peace. Speaker, this is no doubt a very special occasion for me because I dedicate this contribution to a midwife, Mr. Speaker. A midwife who has fought. A midwife who has delivered many babies in the settlement of Maxted Point and over North Andros. The reason why, Mr. Speaker, is because that midwife stood for something. That midwife, Mr. Speaker, because of her political affiliation back in the 70s, was threatened that if she delivered one more child, they would lock her up. I stand today in order of that midwife. And that midwife, Mr. Speaker, was doing a fantastic job until she decided to go for what she believed in. She was obedient. She stopped delivering babies. Back in those days, there were no doctors around, Mr. Speaker. So you only had midwives. Now imagine this. I said this was in the 70s. So this midwife was obedient. She stopped because she realized she was threatened because of her political affiliation. One day, she was challenged. She caught a call that there was a young lady having problems or complications with delivering her child. She decided that no matter if they lock her up, she was going to deliver that baby. She went to the home. She saw what the problem was. Back in those days, I was told she tied her on the stomach. So the baby couldn't go nowhere else but where it was supposed to come. She delivered that child, Mr. Speaker. Lo and behold, it was a bouncing baby boy, 6 pounds, 11 ounces. Mr. Speaker, that midwife was my grandmother Waina Woodside. The woman with the complication was my mother, Mary Boleg. The child that was being with problems and delivered is the member of parliament that is standing before you today. So today, Mr. Speaker, you would think it would have stopped there. She was threatened again and said that you had to leave your family. Come to Nassau. Do training if you want to be doing this or whatever it is. Again, she was obedient. She came to Nassau, and it so happened that that wonderful woman, instead of being trained, was training those who were supposed to be training her. So when you look at trying to hurt people, you have to remember that as long as you see those people standing and they're praying all the time, that there's someone standing with them. And she knew exactly who her God was. So I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in honor, because I knew that without her, through God, I would not have been here today. See, Mr. Speaker, I hear about victimization, and you hear me always making noise about it. The reason why I stand here today even more is because the then most strongest hurricane ever to hit our shores was in 2016, Hurricane Matthew. We seem to forget that. We had a life that was lost. My cousin Hewlin knows. But the thing what got me the most, Mr. Speaker, since I hear about a committee that wanted to be formed, a committee for food, Mr. Speaker, food distribution. People like give statement. But when you don't born or you don't know nothing about your people and you just coming in flying and you don't live there, make sure that the information that you're getting is correct. Because at the end of the day, the people know better. In 2016, I was on the road campaigning to be the member of parliament for North Andros in the Berry Islands constituency. I want people to understand where we were to where we are now. I've watched people, because of their political affiliation with NEMA, building materials coming in that could have helped many people. Notice I said people, I didn't say PLPs. Many people. But because people were side opposite then, they had a choice. During their time of suffering, they had a choice whether you want material and vote for the PLP or punish. That's facts. So when you have side opposite making noise about victimization, it's clear that only one thing they see. They only see the good in what they do when they're in opposition. That's why they should remain there, because they don't know the truth. You see, those people didn't suffer for long because Androsians and Berry Islanders are resilient people. We don't worry about food, even though they make it look like a food committee has to come Andros to do investigation on distribution to make sure that PLPs get food. We don't look at those kind of things in North Andros anymore. That's their old standard of doing things. What we look at is not F&M, not PLP, but North Androsians and the Berry Islanders. That's what we look at. So when you have some kind of structure in place as to how food is going to be distributed, the orders are carried out exactly how it is. Yes, we are going through a pandemic. Yes, right now, the island is on lockdown. There's not one household that needs food, does not get food. And I can give account for that because every evening I'm given a report. And at this time, I want to thank the administrators in that island. Administrator Deems, Administrator Thompson, Administrator Marshall, Administrator Pinner, and Administrator Brian Williams for an excellent job in which they're doing as far as distribution is concerned. See, the fact is this, Mr. Speaker. Food distribution didn't just stop. From since this pandemic started in March, every month, twice a month, food was distributed on those islands and in North Andros and the Berry Islands. There was a held up. After November, there was no food going there because there was a shift from Red Cross into the food bank, the food task force. I got a call from the director and they told me, we have food going into your island in February. The makeup for those people not having food was so overwhelming, and there people were saying, I got a case of cornflakes and a case of this and a case of that. It was an overflow, over 17 or 18 pallets of food. So we're not lacking food. And furthermore, we know how we could eat off the land. We're not going to starve. You hear those people saying they want to go for crab and now they're going for crab? They said more crab came on the boat than ever before last night. But you want to talk about food. But that's good. Because I said that I was going to address that situation right here in this parliament. So said, so done. I can tell you why I say that. I can tell you why I say that. Now let's form this committee. I want the member who said that a committee must be formed for investigation. I welcome him into San Andres Airport. You would land. Make sure the head of your committee is the leader of the opposition. Make sure that he heads your committee when you put your committee together. Make sure when you get off the plane, you don't have to ask directions because I'm going to give you it right now. You come to the end where the airport is. You turn to your right. It is Queens Highway. Instead of turning left, and I know you guys are smart, turn right. You go for 7 miles. When you get there, you turn right again. Right. And then when you get to that right, there's a security gate there. And I want you to do this for me. Stop the security gate. Tell the security officer that you have been given permission to enter the property by the Member of Parliament for North Andros and the Berry Islands, or a man in which the esteemed Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas gave me as a mandate, Bamsi. Now, when you get in that gate, I want him to turn to the left. And on the left, 500 yards away from the security booth, you would see this. Let me make sure. I want everyone to see this. Here is $3 million of your taxpayers' money that was given as a foundation. I want them to see this.
3 million?
$3 million. I would like for them to do the investigation on it. And when you get back with your findings, if you don't have the facts, I will give the facts. Since you want to talk about the food that was given out and distributed, make sure you look again and look closely. $3 million of the taxpayers' money. When you're done with this, at that building, make sure I put it there for me so that they can see it. When you're done there, and again, I tell you, make sure that you have the leader of the opposition with you. Okay? That is supposed to be a $3 million contract for a foundation. Only God knows what else it is. I don't give you the direction. All right? Now, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker. See, I want people to understand one thing. When you want to talk about what has been done from what wasn't done from none of these things, I got the facts. I don't just fly there.
You live there.
I live there. So when you want to talk your nonsense, come with this.
Okay. All right.
You look at this.
Okay.
This here is also an empty lot now. Make sure you put your statement right. I want to hold it up so you can see it. Because look like sometimes you guys get lack of memory when you come into opposition. But I'll have these here available for you at all times, just so you know. This lies, Mr. Speaker, the last of what is left of the male dorm. This is the male dorm. This is what is left. I definitely have proof of the contract. The insurance is a quote, not an insurance, but this is what you want to trust in your country. Nothing. So when you want to talk about food, we just eat. Even if we have to eat wild hogs, we can eat. And we eat fish. We eat conch and lobster and throw away what we don't want. We so spoiled, we like filet sometimes. Just so you know. Okay? That's the male dorm. Mr. Speaker, I just want people to understand. I want people to understand one thing. Whenever there's a statement out there that is given, I don't have to come out there and say anything. This is where the people right in here, this is where they want their voice to be heard. And this is where their voice can be heard. See, it doesn't matter whether the PLP talk this or talk that about me. Because I grew up with that. That's something I grew up with. I grew up inside of a town with victimization. I grew up with that. I grew up in a time when if they didn't like an administrator, they tell you don't take your bag off the plane. I grew up with that. But then we had an issue again. Let's show you how quick times change. In 2012. 2012. Bus contracts. Soon as the election was won. Bus contracts. Soon as the election was won, was taken away. Not 2 days later. As soon as they won. Forget about the children in the homes that were looking for that little something on the table. Forget about it. It was what they wanted then, and they got it. Let me state on the record again. I want this on the record. Those bus contracts was up from last year, June. But let me show you how dirty the PLP is. Those same bus contracts were up in June, were signed right before election. In case if they had lost, they had their people taken care of. They knew how it was running all the while. But this Karen Minnis-led administration, throughout the pandemic, realized that instead of just taking the bus contract, to leave them as they were, gone through it for another year with compassion, not worrying about what was going to happen to their supporters because my phone was ringing off the hook. But when you come in here, I want you PLPs to understand this. You have to have this. And if you ain't see this yet, this is Andres man. Shoulders broad. And we in the regular size like how South Beach is. You could look and see that. He could have taken that. Not here. You understand me? So when you think you're going to hurt me, that battle ain't for me to fight. That's the Lord one. I leave that up to him. He can deal with that. As long as I keep my heart pure and clean, and whatever I do it with pure sincereness. I don't have anything to worry about. Because even though I may sit down at that table with my enemies, it doesn't matter because he's prepared that table before them. For me. You understand what I'm saying? So I laugh at my enemies. Laugh at them because it's no use to fight something that you have no need to fight for. He's already prepared that for you. In which he did. No, that's a prophecy, sir. Full-blown prophecy. I'm a jumper. Saying that there's one thing you ain't gonna do is fool with my church and my politics. Because everybody know where I stand when it comes to that. But Mr. Speaker, it was so amazing that I heard all of this talks about what the Member of Parliament is doing in North Andros, what the Member of Parliament was doing. Oh, he ain't doing nothing in North Andros. Know why this Member of Parliament ain't doing nothing in North Andros? Because those who have eyes to see, they can see. Those who have ears to hear, they can hear. So for those who want to act like they can't see and can't hear and consider hesitation what I'm about to say, it means that you're getting something. I can tell you that. See, but no, you're saying I can just talk about the ambulance and the fire truck and the roads being done. Let me just say this to you. And I wish you had your opposition leader here with you today. Ask him. Ask him if he had any of those things done. Ask the opposition leader.
There you go. There you go.
Ask him if he had something like this done.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I was in here for a year and a half talking about the Stanyard Creek Bridge. I was saying how much this is badly needed because of the engineering that was going on with it. And it was weakened because of the storm. And after years of being there, they wanted something to happen. You know what the PLP said? Oh, that wasn't needed right now. Until somebody got killed and they'd be like, they should have built that bridge and they ain't built it. So you don't care what you do. Don't care if you do it or you don't do it. You can have people complaining. But you know what the good thing is? The same bridge here. Remember me telling you I don't fly here, I live here? I can be riding on the same bridge. Just so you know. Completed. Brand new. Bridge right now. Completed. Okay? Mr. Speaker, I go on and I show another bridge. I want, at the end of this, I can let you all see what doing nothing is like because people don't know when they ain't had it for so long when something is being done. Let me show you this. This is the London Creek Bridge, Mr. Speaker. Wow. I want you to look at that. I said that when you see me get in office, the one thing I want to be doing when it comes around this kind of time is cutting ribbons. I make sure I get the picture there with the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister. That's my auntie there, and that's me. I can see me there too holding on that. A joyous day. Because you know what this did now, Mr. Speaker? This didn't only bring about a new bridge in this area. This bring about now the marine life. This bring now the higher cost of property around this area. Now you have people that can come in here and be their own entrepreneurs that can go and do canoe and ecotourism inside of this same area here, not PLP, not F&Ms, but not Androsians. New opportunities on the rise. Job creation. Yes, sir. Speak on. We have a lot more to do in North Andros. When I came into office in 2017, we were still dealing with Hurricane Matthew, trying to change lives back, make life some kind of way for those people. We wanted to make sure that those people had a hope that whatever they wanted to accomplish, that they could accomplish it. But the reason why they would have had that hope is because, Mr. Speaker, we came together not as F&M, not as PLP, but as North Androsians. And we started to build and unite. And through all of that, with the roads being scraped 2 weeks before election to be a political ploy by the PLP, it did not work. They realized that that was an island on life support. They were put in a box like a rectangle. But now you had someone who felt your pain, who knew exactly what it was to wait until 4 years into election to have something done or a contract signed, like, Mr. Speaker, like the contract that was signed 4 or 3 days before election. How did that happen? 4 or 3 days. Guess why? Because of votes. But you couldn't fool them then. You couldn't fool those people. Because when you want to have questions about the clinic in Nicholstown, don't stop. Because mobilization was given before election. And when I say 3 days, I mean in 3 days. I dare you to challenge me also with your investigation when you go and do that. But Mr. Speaker, the reason why they would say that I did not do, when it even comes to the roads or the water lines that are laid now, or the pipe, that are now putting pressure into those homes, is because they don't like the facts. But I already know that. I already know it. No, but let me tell you what I know, my brother. I know within myself that a prophet will never, ever, ever be recognized in his own home. I dare not worry. My job is to work. And until that bell ring, I will continue to work. See, you want to talk about me, but you're losing focus. I want you to stay focused and see the progress. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to talk to a young lady. The young lady who had called me in tears last year. She told me, she said, Mr. Bowleg, so I have to call you and thank you. I said, for what? Said, because I made bad decisions in life. None of my siblings graduated out of college or had a degree. Mr. Bowleg, you made it possible for me, sir, to have a certificate while my son is in school graduating. He and I are graduating the same time. He's getting his certificate and I'm getting my certificate. Mr. Speaker, I speak none other than Miss Jessica Stork, a lady who fought and believed first in herself and was given an opportunity through this administration with free education in BTVI, Mr. Speaker. Now she is going on from her certificate to an associate's degree because she feels as though now the sky is the limit. And I said, thank you, Lord. At least one came back and said, thank you. That means my work is not in vain. So now, presently today, Mr. Speaker, there are 50 persons enrolled inside of BTVI in Andros with free education. Mr. Speaker, as of July 2020, 3 of those individuals have received a graduate with certificate or graduated with a certificate in office assistance, and another 12 of them, Mr. Speaker, another 12 of them also will be graduating with other certificates. But most of all, Mr. Speaker, we have 5 of those individuals who will be completing their associate's degree in office administration come December of this year. That is what you call accomplishment, Mr. Speaker. See, Mr. Speaker, they expect for me always to talk about my roads, but I don't know that's a recitation. They want me to talk about the Regatta Village now that recreation is there. Every community now comes together by the Regatta site. That's how powerful of a vision it was to make sure that we stay connected with one another. Not only build roads and make it easier for them to do it, but for every community connect. Every one of them. So now instead of us only connecting with roads, we're connecting now with lives. With people now living as one. That's what this minister administration is all about, Mr. Speaker. Another thing I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is the SDDC and the impact it has made under this minister-led administration. See, I can't talk about Eleuthera, can't talk about Tall Pines, can't talk about Pinewood, can't talk about any one of those. I can speak about North Andros and the Berry Islands. Because alone in this stand-alone grant, in round 1, we had 13 businesses that profited out of that. In round 2, we had 7 businesses in my constituency, North Andros and the Berry Islands, that profited out of it. In round 3, we had 6 businesses that made ends out of it. Mr. Speaker, when you hear about these things, it may sound little, but it is so good when I drive around and I can see now we have young entrepreneurs in their businesses making their dream a reality. That is what this minister-led administration is all about. Creating new entrepreneurs. And we have them right there in North Andros and the Berry Islands. I would tell you all, come on down now, but we on lockdown, so y'all please leave us alone. Okay? I wouldn't talk about the fish and farm grant. Let me just let you know. These things were not only given the F&Ms and PLPs, they're given the North Androsians. You hear me keep bringing on that? Because when people want to talk about the PLP not eating, that's an insult to Androsians. We eat. We always eat. When you coming on like that, don't do that, man. See, what I want people to understand is the fish and farm grant also. Here's what I didn't give you no figures then. This is the one I want to give you figures for. If you don't know, I am the Member of Parliament for North Andros and the Berry Islands constituency. Also, I'm the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources. Fish and farm grant. Fish and farm grant. 58 individuals. See, when you fight, you don't fight just for you or fight for PLP or F&M. You fight for North Androsia. Right? 58 individuals. A total of $1.2 million invested in my constituency. That's when you're fighting. I ain't see no F&M or PLP on this list. I see Androsians. I see Alphonsus Smith Farm. I see Andres Chick Chinese Farms. I don't care if there's F&M or PLP. I care of the fact that they're Androsians and they could bring something to this economy that we have going on here. Huh? That don't matter to me. So when you make noise, I don't mind the noise in the market. As long as these people can bring their ideas forth, we didn't separate it. But I could guarantee you underneath the PLP, you would have never gotten this apple. Never. If F&M get that, you could tell that one switch. Or I pretend to switch. That's how serious they are. I don't fly there. I tell you I live there. So when they want to talk, tell them talk. Talk this. But 1.2 million is coming into that economy again. See, when I campaign by doing one thing, going to the people and asking them what they want, because I realized that they were the boss and I was there to work for them. So that's why I go on and I did that. You understand? So when you see me go to the roads and all of those other rest of things that was built, that's because that's what they say they want. Huh? I remember going into the Berry Islands first time. First time going into the Berry Islands. When I got over there, I had a meeting. I was scared because I didn't know no one. But I know my goal was to go and do something that I wanted to do to help my people. The first question that was asked by an individual over there is what you can do that is so different that the other rest can do, what you can do for us. My reply was that the pain you felt for all those years, I felt your pain. I live in Andres. Everything you felt with the broken promises, I felt it. When you heard someone said to you, if you make your bed hard, you lay in it hard, and if you want a job, come Nassau, I lived that. Or when you have a do-nothing government that just didn't do nothing. That's why I am here. And they're there. And by the good work and the goodwill of God, I will remain here. When I asked the question over there, they said to me, they want a community center that was finished, and that needs to be finished to be completed. I said, okay. They told me they wanted a community center to be finished. During that time, it was 17 years in existence. I never make no promises because promises is a comfort to, oh, man, come on. And we lived that for too much years with promises. So ain't nobody could tell you I promised nothing. Well, the community center today.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
This is the community center. After 17 years. Mr. Speaker, this isn't only would be a community center. The funny thing is that even though with the corporate sponsors that I got with Royal Caribbean, who partnered with me in making this a community thing, one of the events that was held inside of here was actually to elect the candidate for the PLP. But they don't, you know what I said? I laugh. I laugh because now they can see the work is being done and it ain't being done in me. So this is what it is for. Use it. If that was them, this would have been locked up. You wouldn't have found the person who was supposed to do it. They ain't giving you the keyboard and they can tell you that, you know. But look, 17 years, thanks to good people like Terry Winder, who made his sacrifice also to make sure that it got where it needed to get. And other members of the community who put their effort forward also. Now this would be acting as a community center, also a hurricane shelter. in case if we have a storm. This is what progress is all about. This is what I was elected to do, and this is what I was asked to do, and it was done. This was done. Mr. Speaker, but then again, the lady said, if you all don't want to speak, I can speak. I can say what I have to say. I remember this so clear because I was scared. I didn't know no one over there. So whatever the people had to say, I had my friend who was on the side of me there, my brother, and he was like, boy, Garcia, you in trouble. Say, we come in the ants nest. I said, no, man, don't never be intimidated. Always stare people in their eye. And I listened. And she said, well, you see that airport we have there? We want a new terminal. I ventured out. I said, okay. Again, Mr. Speaker, let me show you a man at work. Sit down. Let me show you a man at work. When I talk about facelift, I don't just talk facelift. Yeah. I don't just fly there. I live there. I don't have to worry about people worrying if I did nothing. See, here the proof is here. This is the proof. Huh? This is in the Berry Islands. So tall pines, when they talk about you with your garbage and whatever it is, man, do not smell that stuff and thing around there now with your landfill. Brag about it. Huh? This is work. This is what needed to be done. And now, as far as I know, this is a pattern that is going to be used. That is going to be a pattern that is going to be used for Cat Island to have. Huh? You see the difference in this? But you know what? You know what gets me? You know what gets me most of all, Mr. Speaker? See Byron Rich going because he know the truth. See the truth? This is the truth. This is the work. This is the work. This is what you're talking about. Okay? This is work that is being done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want people to take a good look at this who haven't seen this yet. Look at what's happening here. Not only that I'm fighting, you know the PLP like throw in my face. They like tell me, they like campaign on this. They like campaign on the fact that this member of parliament is not a minister. I don't care to be a minister, I don't tell you all that. So if you're going around and campaigning that I ain't no minister, let me tell you this much. Your leader, this is what your leader bring to you. This is your leader. This is your deputy prime minister work here. This is what he did. Your former deputy prime minister. I want you to look at it. Huh? And this is what he brought. But I want you to look at what this member of parliament bring here. This is what I want you to see. Huh?
Shame on it.
See, but listen to things that I can give account for, right? Yeah. In 3 years, 3.5 years, these are the things that I could give a report on. Of the work. You had Cat Island inside the house right now for 5 terms. If people want me to break it down in Lehman years, in Lehman terms, it's 25 years. 25 years. And criticize him because he was in there. And it is alleged, and I would say it is alleged as he walked through. He walked through here. He walked through here. Huh? He walked through the terminal and he told them it is alleged that he was supposed to build this.
I know, but that.
No, that's what he said. He said, I'm telling you what was said. See, these are all things to campaign on.
I know, but that.
You understand me?
Yeah.
But see, after waiting for 35 years that would have, should have been built, I don't have to talk it. See it here? Under this minister-led administration, this is the only one that has been built in this term. And by the grace of God, I will be cutting the ribbon on this very soon. So, Mr. Speaker, whenever the naysayers want to talk about me not doing anything, let the work that I've done, Mr. Speaker, let that speak for me. See, Mr. Speaker, you have Bamsey, on the other hand, after all of that chaos, we had to find a way to turn that around. We have a new tractor right now that's coming in to help with the other three that is there. We have a potato plant or digger right now that is coming in to dig the potatoes. We have all kind of crops right now growing in Bamsey, over 60 different crops. You could name purple, white, whatever kind of potato, we growing it there. If you want to talk about jalapeno peppers, if you want to talk about goat pepper or sweet pepper, whatever pepper, we got it there. Whatever lettuce you could name, we got it growing there. We don't have time for $3 million to be wasted. We don't have time, Mr. Speaker, for a male dorm to not have insurance that is going to cause the taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, over $13 million. I heard someone talk about would their children have to pay, mine enough to pay this too. I live in debt for them. But yes, they master the words to say. You can't blame it on the pandemic. You can't blame it on Dorian. You are the second and the third economy in this country that was stopped. And you can't blame it on that. We ain't blaming it. We're taking our blows. That's what it is. Those who have eyes to see it will see it. A global pandemic still being blamed for. I'm talking about an island right now that is locked down that I was born in. Thank God the Berry Islands right now is out of that. And as of this weekend coming, those people are going to enjoy some normalcy because that island used to have 100% employment. When the pandemic came, everybody on that island was flat. No more jobs. So you could tell you have two different islands with two different economies. One that has farming and another one that depends fully on tourism. So now those people after this weekend coming will have the opportunity to go back on their job and start making their monies themselves in the Berry Islands. Cocoa Key is about to be open. People will now have the opportunity to go over there and do work. They don't want handout, you know.
No.
They don't want handout.
No.
They want to work for whatever it is that they get. That's how we are in Andros and the Berry Islands.
Right.
But yet you still have to bring politics into a lockdown. Politics into a lockdown when we have people losing their lives in that constituency because of this same virus, Mr. Speaker. You want to turn it into something that is political. We had a teacher who loved doing what she did. It's going to be laid to rest on the 26th or so on the month. Doing what she did best. But because of her underlying condition, she fought a good fight. Finished her course in what she believed. Kept the faith and move on to glory. The proof is here, Mr. Speaker. Anytime you want to talk, I can talk. I don't have to go and write a statement. I don't need a statement to say $167,000 out of Bamsey's money was spent days before election. A check that was cashed to go into the Michael constituency to buy votes. I ain't talk that. Point of order. I'm telling you, I get the proof.
Just a moment.
I'm telling you, I get the proof.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angliston on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, this member is alleging that monies were used to buy votes. And unless this member is able to connect monies with voters in whatever location he says this took place, he should withdraw that. It is a scandalous, scurrilous allegation, and he should withdraw it.
Mr. Speaker, Always tell them though. But you know I know how much today. I want you to know, mommy, I love you. I love you. I telling my mommy I love her.
Member,
I telling my mommy I love her. I can't tell my mommy I love her.
honorable member, I would like
But
to
I,
hear what his explanation is.
yeah, I only telling my mommy I love her. That's all I'm doing, mom. Okay, I'm telling my mom I love her. I love you so much, mommy. I call you mom. Tell I want you to see your son today as a man that was groomed by your husband and yourself to stand for what he believed in. And I can do that today. Now, I want you to understand one thing, mommy. Now, I talking to my mommy, Mr. Speaker. I want my mom to understand one thing. These things you see on this paper is accomplishment by your son and this F&M Minister administration.
Honorable,
Speaker, I want-
honorable member,
Sir,
are you giving the member for Angleston Raise a point of
Mr. Speaker, let me
order? Are you
let me
explaining?
do this to satisfy her with that. I withdraw that until I bring the proof in, and I can bring the proof.
And in the meantime, I would ask that you struck from the record. It's a very serious allegation. The criminal offense that is being alleged. Give me a minute, Mr. Speaker, please, if you mind. Give me a minute, please.
Honorable member, honorable member for North Andrews. Are you on a point of order?
Yes, and I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, if you would strike it from the record because of the scurrilous nature of the allegation and the serious nature of it, which has not been supported by anything.
Honorable member for North Andrews
1 minute.
and the Berry Islands.
You gotta get up.
Are
Yes,
you providing proof?
Mr. Speaker,
If you're not, I'm
I'm going to withdraw that with your permission, Mr. Speaker. That I bring the
honorable
proof.
member. Until the proof is brought,
Yes, sir.
the statement that monies were taken from Andres to purchase boats and Michael is hereby
Not an answer, it's
expunged,
Ramsey.
expunged from the record.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I was stating, I want my mommy to look at this paper. And I want her to see all of the accomplishments her son has done over 3 years. More than every other opposition has done in 4 terms and 5 terms. Look at what your son has done. Any one of them. I dare them stand up and say they have had more than $60 million spent in their constituency over the past 3 years with proof to show it. $60 million. If I did it, I don't just fly there.
I live there.
I live there, and with a good work, of a man from the garden, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. See what teamwork does? This is what teamwork does. The proof is here, and I would bring the proof again for something else. I would hold it off. But now, let me show you empowerment, Mr. Speaker. Let me show you empowerment. See, the honorable member for Garden Hills talk about the 52-week workers. And I sat down. I got riled because, oh, you always come in here, you want more people, you want this, you want that, you want this, you want that. North Andrews in the Berry Islands constituency had the highest unemployment rate you could ever imagine in this country. Today, Mr. Speaker, 93 of those 52-week workers would be made permanent under this administration. We had wildfires like crazy in Andres. Now the growth of the economy is so edible. You can look at it. You can look at it right now, Mr. Speaker. Every time I go home, which is every weekend, there's a new property that is cleaned down. There are new houses that are being built. Now the dreams of those people in North Andros and the Berry Islands is a reality. Now those kids can put a smile on their face because their parents are bringing on something into those houses. Not F&M, not PLP, Mr. Speaker. But they're Androsians that are doing that. And until we can move away from this politics in North Andros and the Berry Islands, instead of us finding fault all the time with what a member is doing, instead of encouraging your own, when you hurt, I can hurt. When you go home in your house, I go home in my own too. Right there in Andros. So why hurt your own? Why? Huh? Politics. That was a division all the time. But people, I tell you now, and I want all of you over to hear my voice from Bimini to Inagua. If you don't feel as though this F&M government has done anything, come into North Andros. Come into North Andros. You could ride on the road and fall asleep. That's how smooth your ride is now. When I came in, we had white roads. We had potholes. Some were like pond. Now it is something that you can really enjoy. Some don't want to see the progress.
No, they don't.
They don't want to admit it. They want to campaign and say, I did nothing. Let the work I do, man. Huh? I didn't want to say it, but since you want me to say it, I can say something right now. See, the people in Red Bays, I was going to get to that. See, but I just got to talk. This man here I learned from. See, I got to respect him because he's showing me the way. Not the wrong way about things. The way that I could show and brag about whatever it is because my pain was his pain also. It's a Standing Creek man in the garden. Huh? So now Red Bays. After me riding down there to go get my good fresh wild hog and to eat my good crab and rice with his be on the fire outside, along with my good fish and stuff. No, I can't let you all come down there and say, I want to eat some more because I got to put on more weight. But when you look at that and you get down in the back there, the road now is going to be paved. It's going to be beautiful just like how the other rest is. Those roads are going to be fixed so nice until when you pull up and you get to the park, when you get by the park, you're going to now see a parking lot there. You're going to see your tennis court now in place, your volleyball court, your basketball court. It's going to be there. But I want you to envision this also. You're going to now have the first time ever in a family island Red Base. That's why they saved the best for last. You're now going to have a nice 4-lane rubber track.
Oh, man.
And you want campaign on that? Find something else. I ain't gonna worry. Rubber track in Red Base. We understand the pain of losing a loved one. It is bad enough when you have to go through the road to the graveyard. You have to lift because the road is so bumpy. To carry your loved one, you have to make that sacrifice. The road through the graveyard now in Red Base is not only going to be paved, but also have a parking lot in it. Just for when we go there. It sounds small. They say, oh, that's the thing government is supposed to do. Well, government didn't do it in the past. I don't care which one you bring, F&M, PLP, DNA, G&G, whatever. They didn't do it. This minister-led administration did it. Then you drive further and you get out to the dock. A dock that was damaged by Hurricane Matthew. A ramp that needed to be repaired. A parking area that needed to be in existence. All of these things will be added onto you under this minister-led administration, not next year before election, because that's what they used to do it. We ain't doing it like that. But it is more than a year's worth of work that needs to be done. Minister of Works, sir. Doesn't this provide more job for my people in Andres? I am a good MP, sir. More jobs. More jobs. So now I'm putting a dent into our unemployment. Listen to this now. You have BTVI that gave free tuition, where we have people graduating this year. You have BAMSI. Let me get this now. In 2017, BAMSI had 46 students with associate degrees. From 2017 to now, they had 30 students that graduated inside a certificate course. You had 992 participants inside a short course and workshop. All of this was happening even through a pandemic. So I want you to see something. Even a pandemic couldn't hold Andres down, couldn't hold the Berry Islands down. We still were making progress. We still were cutting ribbons. As I said before, that's what I wanted to do, and that's what I did. So, Mr. Speaker, I know you don't ring the bell. I can be back again. I got to bring those notes in. I only want to mention one more thing about that BAMSI thing. I only want him to know that $90,000 was spent on some cherry tree. We ain't got one tree yet. Sorry, I don't know where the $90,000 gone for those trees or where the tree is, but he ain't none come there. Okay? I only want people to know that. But I'm coming back with more. But I can just wait. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by telling my people of the great constituency of North Andres and the Berry Islands. We are not out of the woods. We still have a long way to go as far as this virus is concerned. I can speak to you because I was doing what you were doing, some of you. We were not wearing our masks. We got relaxed. We were not wearing our masks. We felt as though we were home because we were low with whatever it was. We didn't get it. We dropped our ball. But listen to me. If you want to go through whatever we have to go through, let's do it together. I must lead by example. I've already gotten my first dose of the vaccine.
Very good.
I encourage you to go out there and get your... Mr. Speaker, could I have some more minutes, please?
3 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. See, I want you to give me the amount. I want to ask for the amount. But I would like for you to go out there, get your vaccine. The life you save is not only your own. It could be your children, your parents' own. Let us work together to do what is needed for North Andres and the Berry Islands constituency. I've done my part. Everything you've asked, I've given. The roads in the Berry Islands will be completed. I have one more thing I need to ask you all to do for me, for my people in the Berry Islands. See, I see a little duty-free thing you all give out there. I need you all to extend that, man. That's a part of my constituency. I need you all to relook. I need you all to look at that. Give my people over there the same pain I feel and they're feeling too. So I need you all to add that on to that. We need to get these islands up and going. And that is a touristic spot. We need those homes to be upgraded. What is good for North Andres is good for the Berry Islands. So again, I want to thank my mother. I wanted to know I love her. I want my kids to know I love you all. Yes, God, he loves you all. Love all of you. And also, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of the great constituency of North Andros and the Berry Islands for electing this member of parliament to be your voice and to speak about your concerns. And if anything is going wrong inside your constituency, to be your voice in this house, not on a statement. I don't need to go on a talk show to listen to no foolishness. I could do that right in here. So whenever the people want to know, the people can come right here to tune in. This is where this honorable member would be. I just want you to know, North Andros, we are making progress. Berry Islands, we are making progress. We can do this together as we move. May God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and may God bless North Andros and the Berry Islands constituency. North Andros and the Berry Islands, Mr. Speaker, support this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after listening to North Andros and the Berry Islands, I don't know what to say. Interesting. You know, that's the funny thing about it, right? That's the funny thing about it. But, you know. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the wonderful people of East Grand Bahama to make what is probably my final contribution to the annual national budget debate, during this dispensation anyway, and to share some views of the challenges and opportunities on the way forward. Before I get into my substantive contribution, however, Mr. Speaker, I feel compelled to address a matter that was raised by yourself on Tuesday afternoon here in this honorable house in respect to the acting financial secretary, and a decision made by this government that was incorrectly ascribed to him. Mr. Speaker, I hope you will take my comments in the manner in which they're given and they're intended, as I have total respect for your views in general regarding the need for the House to operate as an independent cost center and semi-independent of the executive. But I have grave difficulty when any elected official taking unfair aim at any civil servant in the execution of their duties. In your commentary, Mr. Speaker, you unfortunately inadvertently misled the House when you chastised the acting financial secretary for discontinuing
Honorable member, before you go any further, first of all, I did not, from the chair, take aim at any civil servant. And secondly, I don't think that anything that I said was unwarranted, because I simply reported the facts. Those facts haven't changed.
Right.
They remain the same. So I don't want you, as you proceed, to attribute anything to me in your efforts to protect, and I guess and I can assess it that way, any member who might be a civil servant. The remarks I made with respect to the person that I addressed, I thought about those remarks before I made them, and I stand by them. I don't see them as an attack on a civil servant. He expressed his beliefs publicly. I have issues with those beliefs because they are inconsistent with mine, and I express my view with respect to those beliefs. And I'm satisfied that when I sat and met with the individual, he presented information to me as the presiding officer and head of the legislative branch. He was disrespectful because he did not, first of all, even had the courtesy to consult with the Speaker or anyone else in this parliament before decisions were taken that would affect the Parliament. And in the second instance, he made allegations that the documents that were presented to him were inflated. And I asked him to produce the evidence. He was unable to produce one scintilla of an evidence to justify that claim. That claim was offensive to me because from that, I received that he was suggesting that information which was sent to DIT, we had 4 quotes. It was approved by the tenders board and it was sent on to the cabinet and approved by the cabinet. But he had the audacity, in my estimation, to come and sit before the Speaker and suggest that it was inflated. And I asked him to produce some evidence. He indicated to me that he was not at liberty to produce the evidence. And I happen to be a trained attorney. You can't come and convince me and build a case and refuse to produce the evidence. And so I am of that particular view with respect to what happened and what my experience was. And I'm not going to permit anyone to suggest that I was being unfair to him, because I think what he did was insulting and disrespectful to this Parliament and to the Speaker. Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, it would have been helpful if you had let me finish my
Honorable Member, you started off wrong.
No, Mr. Speaker.
You started off accusing the chair of attacking a civil servant.
With due respect, Mr. Speaker, you have a right to state your opinion. I have a right to state my opinion.
And your opinion cannot infringe on my rights.
I have not 1 minute. Infringe on your right.
That is exactly what I just expressed to you.
No, Mr.
You
Speaker.
are infringing on my rights
Mr.
to
Speaker,
express my views
Mr. Speaker,
as I saw it.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to argue with you. All right? I am going to say this, because I don't know about any invoices and all of that you speak of. What I do know is that last Tuesday, or Monday, Tuesday, a statement was made in this House that the acting financial secretary.
I didn't make a statement that the acting financial secretary did anything. Let's get that straight.
If you allow me.
Well, I cannot allow you to put on the record
No, Mr. Speaker, you can
something that is not true.
Expunge it after I say it.
No, I'm not going to let you permit you to do that.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I laid out last year a revenue and expenditure plan that resulted in a net deficit in excess of $1.3 billion. Lest we miss the point, this $1.3 billion had to be borrowed and resulted in an additional burden to the public treasury and eventually the Bahamian taxpayer, as reflected in this year's budget. It was also at this time, Mr. Speaker, that the people of East Grand Bahama and Abaco were still reeling from Hurricane Dorian and the aftermath of a devastating economy brought on by the storm and the pandemic, which eventually affected the entire country. In my humble view, it would have been incomprehensible for this House, knowing the suffering and food assistance needs in our country, to be paid a guaranteed salary, as small as it is, by the Bahamian taxpayer, and ask them to turn around and feed us too, when many of them were losing their jobs and in desperate shape. It would have been unfair, insensitive, and in my opinion, so I insisted on canceling that perk for both the cabinet and the legislative branches. The point, Mr. Speaker, is that the acting financial secretary made no such decision. This minister made the recommendation to the cabinet that, to be honest, was reluctantly accepted, and we made the decision. That's the point I was trying to make. This measure was intended in some small way to demonstrate empathy for the sacrifices the Bahamian people are forced to make every day, to encourage members to spend their lunch period in the several restaurants and vendors around the city of Nassau, to interact with everyday Bahamians and get a real sense of their challenges, and to support the local downtown small businesses in a tangible way. I'm proud to say it's actually working, because you can find members and cabinet ministers today having lunch in restaurants right here in downtown, helping to these small restaurants to survive. That's what it was about. So, Mr. Speaker, no offense, but I hope that the rationale, the policy rationale behind the decision, and who actually was the genesis of the decision, is now clear. So if you're going to hate on somebody, it's me. That's the point. But make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, I will defend the integrity of the professional staff at the Ministry of Finance, even if no one else does. For I had the utmost respect and admiration for these fine professionals, regardless of their religious beliefs or the lack thereof. It makes them no less patriotic, no less citizens of this country, entitled to all the respect that their position demands. Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend condolences to the family of Mr. Vanya Roberts, who tragically lost her life in a traffic accident on Monday past. Sonia and I and the entire constituency extend our support and prayers to her husband Myron, their children, and the Roberts family, as well as her extended paternal and maternal family of Sweetings Key, Grand Bahama. I also extend condolences to the family of Mr. Bradley Tate, a kidney patient who succumbed due to COVID complications. Bradley was a community supporter, having inherited his father's community spirit, and for many years operated the ferry service for school children between Sweetings Key and the mainland. Our thoughts and prayers go out to his widow, Portia, and their children, his mother, Alma, and his siblings. Through the mercies of God, may their souls rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, Bradley's experience reminds us yet again why it is so important that residents in these islands urgently volunteer to take the COVID vaccine, especially those with comorbidity factors. You trust your doctors to treat you for any variety of illness, even your children. Trust them now with respect to this potentially life-saving vaccine. Mr. Speaker, I'll let the House in on a secret. In early April, both my wife and I contracted COVID. Approximately 2 weeks before, we were vaccinated with our first dose of the vaccine. And I know there will be those who would say that it was the vaccine that made us sick. But that is not supported by science, and I'm fairly confident where I was exposed. We are thankful, however, that we had our first dose, because without it, who knows how significant the symptoms would have been. As it were, we were able to successfully quarantine with minimum over-the-counter therapeutics and required no doctor's visits or hospitalization. Since then, we've both taken the second shot, as has my son and my daughter, with none of us experiencing any side effects at all, save for the sore arm. So yes, I say to BJ and all those who have asked about whether they should take this vaccine or not, please go get your shots and take as many of your young and your not so young friends with you so that you give ourselves a chance to return to some form of normalcy and economic opportunity while protecting ourselves from potentially serious illnesses. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about this budget and the significant planned deficit it outlines. But this budget is in line with the fiscal strategy report I presented in this House in November of 2020, and which was debated and passed earlier this year. If one was to review that document, you would see that a plan was presented outlining the challenges and opportunities facing the Bahamas in general, and the fiscal plan to achieve the goal of fiscal consolidation, though delayed by the realities of recent extraordinary circumstances, as outlined in previous debate contributions this week. The fiscal strategy report, which is available on the government's budget website, bahamasbudget.gov.bs, acknowledges the historic budget deficit for 2020-2021 and projected as of November 2020, when the fiscal strategy report was laid, the following for the upcoming 4 years. For 2020-2021, the deficit was projected to be $1.3 billion. For 2021-2022, $955 million. For 22-23, $331 million. You see, we're coming towards fiscal consolidation. For 2023-2024, $210 million. And 2024-2025, $73 million. So what is happening today, in other words, is not a surprise. It is a part of the plan that we submitted here in November. On the debt side, we projected for this fiscal year, ending June 30th, $9.5 billion in debt. For 2021-22, $10.4 billion. In 22-23, $10.6 billion. In 2023 and 2024, $10.8 billion. And the same in 2024-2025 as a result of the lowering of the deficit. Again, we are pretty much on target in respect to the debt. In terms of GDP, we projected $11.4 billion this year, and I believe we may fall short. I haven't seen the latest numbers. We might fall a little bit short. In 2021-2022, $12.2 billion. In 2022-2023, $13.2 billion. In 2023-2024, $14 billion. And in 24-25, $14.7 billion. This results in a debt to GDP ratio projected or forecasted in the strategy report of 83% this year, 85% next year, 80% in the year after, 77% in 23-24, and 74% in 24-25. Working our way down to the 50% target that we set for ourselves as a fiscal consolidation goal. Mr. Speaker, a friend of mine recently used a quote on me that I told him I would copy for today. And that is, a goal without a plan is just a wish. And indeed it is. So what is the plan? Let me note that a plan is exactly that. A plan based upon a set of assumptions, some of which we have in our control, and others we have absolutely no control over. It always tickles me to hear the opposition speak about missed revenue targets, as if any government, here or abroad, has control over whether people will spend money or not, whether events will happen or not. The assumptions upon which the revenue plan is built is based upon historical trends, current developments, and planned initiatives, all of which are variable and could be negatively or positively impacted by unexpected events, as we've seen over the last 2 years. It's why up until recently, during the examination of the heads, revenue was rarely questioned in detail because governments cannot significantly control it, other than from a policy level. And so when it comes to the revenue side, the questions that ought to be asked is really about the policy. What are you planning to do? And do they make sense? Mr. Speaker, the forecasted revenue numbers in the strategy report were determined after thorough analysis of the domestic and international economic landscape by our economists and finance professionals at the Ministry of Finance, after consultation with the central bank, the private sector, and international agencies. The key assumptions used were that the disruptive effects of COVID on economic activity would be mitigated by the rollout of the vaccine to support a rebound in nominal GDP growth in 2021 and 2022, and that less effects would occur in the outlying years as we recover. I believe we are starting to see the beginning of this rebound, although risks remain moderately high. The forecast was also supported by a combination of revenue positive developments, including the phase out of hurricane and pandemic economic support measures over time, increases from the real property tax roll project, accumulated deficits of the customs click-to-clear clearing arrangements, and positive spin-offs from the restart or commencement of significant foreign and domestic investment projects, such as the Home Porting Initiative, the Royal Caribbean and Crystal Cruises, the Prince George Project, the Harbor and Aulacaya projects in Grand Bahama, infrastructure upgrades, such as the airports in Exuma, North Eleuthera, and my beloved Long Island and Grand Bahama. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, I forgot about the Berry Islands and the work we see there. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, that the fiscal strategy report in its entirety was debated and accepted by all sides and is currently before the Fiscal Strategy Committee for analysis, which I anticipate will report in July, as required by the Act, after some justifiable delay. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the 2021-2022 budget, we can immediately detect that this budget was proposed in line with the fiscal strategy presented and approved by the House this year. Many of the considerations and justifications are outlined in the debate, as I said earlier, and I need not restate them now. Obviously, as expected, adjustments would have been necessary to reflect current circumstances and allocations amended to reflect today's reality. Importantly, however, the bottom line planned overall deficit is in line with the strategy report, coming in at a budgeted $951 million versus the forecast in the strategy report of $955 million. So where's the mischief, Mr. Speaker? Well, the truth be told, there is no mischief. The Ministry of Finance has presented a budget based upon the realities of today's circumstances. No one can deny these realities unless they are prepared to be disingenuous and rev up the swing train in preparations for elections. Anyone that projects a quick turnaround of our economic fortunes this year is selling dreams, just as those who propose diversification will happen overnight. If only they were elected. Mr. Speaker, many of our financial pundits had projected significant tax increases in this budget. And if I may say so, I think some of them were disappointed that this was not a feature. While the reality is that such may still be necessary if the recovery does not pan out as forecasted, I commend the team for holding the line at this uncertain time. As I give that commendation, however, I'm compelled to also acknowledge the inherent risk in the revenue numbers projected, which honestly appear a bit aggressive without the benefit of the detailed updated assumptions behind those numbers. I have no doubt that we will experience a significant rebound this fiscal year. The question is simply one of timing. And will it balance out over the course of the fiscal year such that the borrowing plan is sustainable and government will be able to meet its recurring obligations as they become due? Mr. Speaker, I have zero doubt that the government will make its debt payment obligations on time, as it has always done, for which the financing market will give us favorable consideration as we execute this year's financing plan. Mr. Speaker, for those persons interested in the government's debt management plan, and I've heard some comments in the debate thus far that the government does not have a debt management plan. I refer them to the Fiscal Strategy Report, pages 42 through 53, which covers the issue extensively. So anybody that says that there's not a debt management plan, again, just need to inform themselves of the facts. And again, that Fiscal Strategy Report is on the government's Bahamas budget.gov.ds website. And of course, we also know that the government is also setting up a debt management office that is going to be staffed with professionals with the assistance of international consultants as necessary to even make this whole area of debt management more sophisticated. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, also that the majority of our debt is still in Bahamian dollars. I hear all the time about the growing foreign currency exposure. The overwhelming majority of our debt is still in Bahamian dollars. And it's primarily in short-term kind of maturities. One of the strategies that is outlined in that Fiscal Strategy Report on the debt management is a plan to convert, as these maturities come due, to convert them into longer-term instruments to help us to be able to manage those maturities a little bit better. But again, that is all outlined in the report. Briefly, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on the current G7 Global Minimum Tax Initiative. Firstly, let me say that I believe that there's no reason for us to be alarmed at the statement issued by the G7, as it is one of general agreement on an intention that still requires tremendous work and sign off by the entire G20, after which technicalities and timelines will have to be worked out. Make no mistake, however, that no matter how the final agreement ends up, it is likely to have some impact on the Bahamas and our international taxing obligations, if not domestic. For those who continue to hold their heads in the sand, believing that we will be able to continue as a non-taxing jurisdiction, I would only remind them that bank secrecy was also at one time an untouchable subject. that has gone the way of the dodo bird. We need to adapt and to develop strategies to get ahead of these developments and exploit the opportunities that can be derived as a cooperating and globally compliant jurisdiction. For instance, Pillar 1 of the tax initiative looks at taxing rights for digital services. At present, all international digital services provided to consumers in the Bahamas are untaxed. If we were to assert our taxing right over these transactions, it would represent new revenue. So as not to be too controversial on this matter today, I will not give specific examples of areas that may be subject to such a tax, but consider all of the service providers that provide services to the Bahamas or to Bahamian entities or consumers generating from elsewhere but delivered in the Bahamas. He's a smart man. The second pillar, which envisions a minimum global corporate income tax of 15%, is also an opportunity to modernize our existing corporate tax structure, which has been criticized for many years as unfair locally and internationally, and as an impediment to the ease of doing business. With such a globally accepted minimum, the Bahamas could put itself in the game to attract large multinational corporations that are currently domiciled afar due to tax treaties. We are close, enjoy dollar parity, stability, and a common business language. Why not the Bahamas? Mr. Speaker, I know this is a touchy subject, so I want to leave it there, but I encourage everyone to see the glass half full and reimagine the opportunities these developments can potentially bring instead of the potential losses, which invariably will come anyway through blacklistings if we do nothing. Mr. Speaker, they say the devil is in the detail. And given considerations to this year's expenditure plan, this is particularly the case. The truth is that the cost of goods and services are increasing globally due to the extenuating circumstances of the global pandemic and the threat this imposes to production and availability of goods. Recently, we have seen this locally in the price and availability of plywood, a basic necessity in construction, which has risen from approximately $20 a sheet to what I'm told is as high as $70 a sheet. That is, when you can find it. With these realities, we can accept that the cost of running a government administration over the next year will increase alongside the cost of social contributions necessary during this difficult economic time. I'm therefore pleased to see the increase proposed for the Ministry and Department of Social Services of approximately $23 million. This increase is indeed appropriate and reflective of the realities of today. Mindful of the work yet to be done in restoration efforts in Grand Bahama and Abaco, approximately 18% of our normal GDP level, I was disappointed to note the decrease in the allocation to the Ministry of Disaster Preparation, Management, and Reconstruction. Climate change remains one of the most significant threats to our survival, and the budget should reflect this level of seriousness and concern. As more and more government services are placed online, the risk to cybersecurity attacks are also a growing inherent risk. This warrants additional investment and engagement of critical talent to ensure the front, side, and rear doors and windows are all closed to potential hacks. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Elizabeth mentioned the sustained plight of our fight to rein in the state-owned enterprises, which has been a significant drain on the central government resources for many years. His admonition that now is the time to take some hard decisions in respect to their viability as going concerns is a legitimate one, and one that I've recommended for more than 8 years. We just cannot continue to support these entities with taxpayer dollars and make believe that they will not cause a ballooning in the national debt that will eventually come crashing down around our feet if we do nothing. The current models are not sustainable and must be fixed sooner rather than later. Overall, the planned increase in expenditure of $252 million must be managed extremely carefully and a tight rein kept to ensure these expenditures do not get too far ahead of planned revenue. Otherwise, a serious cash flow crisis can develop, requiring emergency borrowing, which is not optimal. My admonishment to the Minister of Finance and the Minister of State for Finance is to remain vigilant and not to be afraid to say no or not now if they want to be diplomatic. Ministers, this job and the tightrope these ministers of finance must walk is not easy. And since the shoe is on their feet now, I think they have a better appreciation for the stresses of the task and risks before them. They need not just your verbal support, but your tangible support in ensuring that you do your part to exercise prudent restraint. I hold no illusion that this will be easy for you as you enter the heat of the election season. But you must take a nationalistic view, a long-term view, as the debts we accumulate today will be yours, hopefully, to clear tomorrow. And if the polls happen to be unfavorable, heaven forbid, it'll be the opposition's to work down. Either way, a massive task for any government and the Bahamian people in general. Mr. Speaker, I will have a few additional points to make later in this presentation and in the heads, but let me move on to the capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, I note the government is estimating a 28% or $143 million decrease in the capital works budget this year versus 2020-2021, approximately equal to the 2019-2020 budget. And I must admit that I got a little chuckle when I saw that. The decrease in the public works budget, $42 million decrease. Firstly, because I recall the ferocious and animated debates the DPM and I would have had about his capital budget. And I wondered if he argued with the same intensity now that the Prime Minister is the Minister of Finance. Secondly, the Minister of Finance outlined an ambitious capital program when he spoke. I don't think it really.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Speaker, I want the member for East Grand Bahama to know that after he left, that I really, really love him. Would love to have him back after looking at my budget.
As I say, ministers of finance, trust me, and I don't care what stripe they are, they understand the pressures of this job. You ain't a friend to nobody. You can't make nobody happy. But secondly, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance outlined an ambitious capital program when he spoke. I do have some concerns that the budget does not reflect the realities of those announcements. But I'm sure this will be drawn out in the questions during the detailed examinations of the heads. Having said that, though, I'm pleased that the Ministry of Education has included funding for the desperately needed planned comprehensive school in East End, Grand Bahama. Thank you, Minister. As a part of that plan, can I also ask that the old school building in High Rock be considered for demolition, as it is a safety hazard? Alternatively, the unsafe buildings can be removed and the remaining structures redeveloped for community use. I'm also pleased at the inclusion of the $19 million for the commencement of the new tower at the Rand Memorial Hospital, a desperately needed addition, as bed shortages are a constant refrain by residents. I must agree, funny you should say that. I must agree with my colleague, the member for Pine Ridge, however, that an oncology suite should be included in the initial plans for the upgrade. The cost of this life-saving treatment is just too expensive for residents and their families when it is available to them in Nassau. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn to the needs for my constituency. Before I do that, I wish to again thank the most generous team, my most generous team, for all of the hard work and patience they have extended to me and extended on my behalf. Beginning in 2012, we've been a complete force, a family, and friends for life. As I depart public service at this level, I wish each of them continued success and health. I want to name them all, but I fear doing so will expose some of them, because unlike the claims about no victimization from the other side, I think we all know better. So I don't want to expose them, nor do I want to omit others equally worthy of thanks. So I say to all of you, and you know who you are, and I know who you are, Sonia and I love you and appreciate each and every one of you. My wonderful constituents of East Grand Bahama have been my inspiration and rocked these past 8 years, but particularly the last few months. What a roller coaster. But you have been there with me and supported me through it all. And I have no doubt that you would have carried me through again if given the chance. But it's not to be this time. Indeed, I am grateful for those who stood by me in the candidate selection process and who still call to offer their support. I am humbled and appreciative and assure you of my continued presence and advocacy for you, particularly those areas of the constituency that do not receive the kind of development and support they deserve and need in order to prosper. Mr. Speaker, Grand Bahama is a complex and oftentimes difficult place to do business and live due to costs and obstacles. Nonetheless, we are a proud city and a proud island, and we believe in its potential. If given the chance to be free, given autonomy to make its own decision, and the support, including the budget, to make it happen, I have no doubt we will rebound again and regain our prominence as the second city. I note that the Grand Bahama Port Authority has recently released its reef report. My brief perusal of the report seems to indicate some challenges that may not be consistent with government policy. But I hope that this report will be giving a fair and objective hearing with an open mind. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate those businesses reopening since Dorian in East Grand Bahama, including those in Smiths Point, Maidatown, Lucaya, and those in East End, like Cassie's Takeaway, Bishop's Beach Bar, High Rock Beach Bar and Takeout, EJ's in McLeanstown, and others. The rebound is in progress, with homes being rebuilt, which will demand government services. Mr. Speaker, I've lamented the fact that the government's restoration efforts in Grand Bahama, East Grand Bahama in particular, have not kept pace with these developments. I'm grateful for the DRA, who've done a great job removing debris from the area, though cars remain in McLeanstown on a private property that really need to be removed. We cannot afford, local government cannot afford to move those cars. And so I'm asking for some assistance for those cars to be removed from personal property. And if you know where they are, Mr. Speaker, it is an insult to the property, because quite frankly, it's a bit insensitive. People lost their lives there. And it is unfortunate that that particular piece of property where a house once stood been used to park these derelict vehicles. We need to remove them. It's the least we can do. And so, for whomever controls the budget, whoever is responsible, I again ask on behalf of the people of McLeanstown that those vehicles be removed from that community. Persons have received assistance from the DRA for rebuilding, up to $10,000 for complete destruction, and varying lesser amounts depending on the significance of the damage. But I remain disappointed that the DRA has not followed through on its commitment to provide temporary dome homes to residents in the affected areas in need of accommodation. I understand the challenges, but when one considers the cost allocated to continued debris management, to administration of the program, the cost to erect and provide 40 residents and their families with some accommodation is insignificant. We can do this. I do not accept the present situation and regret that I am forced to mention it again. I note that no mention has been made in this budget thus far of the rebuilding of the police station, the government complex, and the administrators' residence in High Rock. This is regrettable, and I ask for some reconsideration of this necessary infrastructure. I'm certainly quite tickled. Pardon me? You have nothing there? That is unfortunate. Again, Mr. Speaker, the people of East Grand Bahama have, for many years, gotten the short end of the stick when it comes to government allocation, particularly as it relates to infrastructure. And I don't begrudge anybody, because all of these islands throughout this country demand resources, have infrastructure needs, and deserve modern infrastructure. There's some things that are government's obligation. And a proper government complex, just one of those basic services. This is not just about the building. It's about all of the services that these people need to be able to do the basic thing. And so again, chief among them is security. I mean, as it stands, the police patrol the area, and some of them stay in their car so that they can stay in the area longer. They park the car and sit in the car. I think we could do better than that. And so again, I ask, as you look at the budget, and I don't know to what extent there's the ability to reallocate, but we look at that. Let's try to help those people, provide them with the basics. No attention has been paid to the docks at Sweeney's Key and Waterkey, These are wooden docks, Mr. Speaker. Both are fishing communities and have necessary passenger ferry traffic. I cannot understand the inaction in restoring these vital pieces of infrastructure. The cost pales in comparison to a bridge or a concrete dock. Yet, the elderly, the sick, and the young must negotiate their way onto boats every day and risk slip and fall. We can do better for those people. I've also been begging for a replacement seawall in High Rock, Grand Bahama, prior to Dorian, which washed away the inadequate structure that was there. Mr. Speaker, I know the Minister of Works, the member for Carmichael, has visited the area and has seen for himself the risks to homes and lives that currently exist as people build back. And they're trying to build back resilient. We need to help them protect their assets. Mr. Speaker, it's gotten worse. And in some areas, the road is being affected, or the temporary road is being affected. It's being eroded, which is going to cost the government more money to put back. And in some areas, I'm really afraid for those persons who are built on the road, because you can see the level of erosion that is happening, and it's happening fast, because there's no protection. Whereas before Hurricane Dorian, there was at least a piece of seawall there, or pretended to be a seawall, a little barrier. But now there's nothing. And so the compacted fill that has been put in place temporarily to give access to some of these homes is eroding from the water. So every time you get a swell from the south, you're getting significant erosion. And as I say, I fear that road is going to fall into the ocean. We can do something before then. I know that there is talk about the technical details that need to be done and all of that. I appreciate that. I don't know how long that takes. I have a solution for you. We shouldn't build the seawall back in the ocean like it was. It was built in the ocean. I don't know why they decided to do that. Build it on the rock. It means jogging the road a little bit to the north, but that's okay. I think residents will be okay with that. You have the added benefit that the beach will actually come back in those areas to support the seawall. We could do this. Again, this is an area where people lost their lives. We should not stand here and we should not feel good about leaving them exposed for round two. And round two don't have to be category 5. Round 2 could be category 2 or 3. It comes from the south. Mr. Speaker, I raised again also the issue of the caverns under the Queens Highway in the area of Gold Rock Creek. These caverns are a clear and present danger to the road traffic and to those necessarily using this thoroughfare. To get an idea, these are huge holes along the side of the highway, and they're going under because the water comes from the ocean under the ground to the highway, and it's digging out, it's eroding underneath the highway. I beg some urgency in dealing with this matter, because again, the last thing we want is for an accident to happen. And again, Mr. Speaker, during storms, in fact, during heavy rainfall, this particular area becomes impassable and people are actually cut off from their homes. I think we need to, and I beg for some urgency in dealing with that matter. Likewise, the causeway in McLeanstown. Many people don't know that McLeanstown is a separate island from the mainland of Grand Bahama. It's connected by a causeway. And we've done some work to connect Little Abaco. We've done some work in Andros. Done a lot of work in Andros. I don't know how much it costs to build this less than 50 yards of causeway and to put some culverts in. But let's get these things fixed. We can do that before the end of this term. depending on when the Prime Minister calls. But we can do this. McLeanstown. I wish him more luck than me. He might be in favor. I hope he'd be in favor. Right? Because I always say, if it's me, let me get out of the way. Let somebody else come along. Maybe they'll have better results. People deserve it. But that creek is effectively cut off. And so, like the creek that the member for North Andrews spoke about, the wildlife in the creek is dying because water just stopped flowing. Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up my general comment, I wish to advise the residents of East Grand Bahama that we're in the process of finalizing our projects for this fiscal year. And barring technical delays, which I'm sure the Minister of Works will help us with, you will hopefully be pleased with what we have planned, working together with your local government. We will host town meetings to update you soon. Mr. Speaker, I want to briefly turn to the bills accompanying the appropriation bill. The Access to Affordable Homes Amendment Bill 2021. Mr. Speaker, this bill is extremely worrisome to me, as it is inherently discriminatory on many fronts, though well-intentioned. Every citizen of the Bahamas is an equal taxpayer and has an inalienable right to enjoy equal benefits provided by the state. This bill, however, seeks to carve out benefits for a specific group to the ultimate exclusion of other groups equally as disenfranchised when it comes to the affordability of land and construction. Leaving the fact that the bill is Nassau-centric in its design, the bill proposes to use taxpayer money to grant concessions to one group over another. I'm not sure how we make up the revenue foregone, but what if a young professional is unlucky in receiving one of these lots? Why should they be penalized in the compounding of insult to injury? They're having to pay full price for their own lot, as well as full customs duties for the construction of a home and property taxes, while across the fence, their friend and neighbor is fully exempted and subsidized. Why should I or you be held to a different standard in equal circumstances? Again, I get the laudable intent, but in my mind, this bill goes against the principle of fairness and equal treatment under the law and invites a court challenge. I recommend finding another way. The Business License Amendment Bill 2021. Mr. Speaker, this bill likewise seems to cut against the fairness principle, and like mortgage or rental relief, seeks to interfere in the tenant-landlord relationship. The bill seems to pass the responsibility of property tax delinquency to the tenant versus the actual owner of the rental property under penalty of law. The bill goes so far in clause 2B6A to state that a tenant can be denied a license if his landlord does not maintain current real property tax. And in clause 6H speaks about cancellation of a license if agreed payment arrangements are not maintained. This cannot be right and what is intended. Mr. Speaker, the existing real property tax law gives the Chief Valuation Officer wide powers to collect real property tax or to obtain liens and to satisfy the same in a court of law. I contend that the legal ability to collect real property tax has never been in doubt. What is in doubt and has been the issue is the certainty of action and the commitment of governments to collect real property tax. I've experienced it myself and had to fight through some interference to do what is right for the wider majority of taxpayers who fulfill their obligations to the state without incentive, I may add. Mr. Speaker, the Tyler project to modernize the real property tax roll is making progress and a positive impact in getting the register of taxpayers updated and current. This project will solve some basic issues, as simple as recording the correct owner of a property and a current address for the same. You'd be surprised how many properties are on that roll where they have not updated the current owner. The property's been sold multiple times and they still have the original owner, and sending the bill to the original owner or sending the bill to some address that don't exist. So that project itself will help in the collection. Mr. Speaker, I recommend a much more palatable collection effort for real property tax. An illegal one. And one that does not cause a licensee, a tenant, to be on the hook, as it were, for the default of somebody else. One, enforce the existing collection laws with certainty and timeline and commitment. You know, the reason the IRS is so, the United States Internal Revenue Service is so successful and feared is because they act with definitive timeline and with certainty, without fear and without favor. We've got to build that into our culture. It goes against political expediency and wanting to help people and all the rest of that. But revenue management and revenue collection has to be unemotional. It has to be what it be. The only way we're going to get fairness and equity, and we're going to collect what it is that the state is owed. Two, amend the Real Property Act to require any mortgagor, after consultation, to collect an escrow and pay over to the Treasury the real property tax for any mortgage on its books. Banks do it now, and I believe they'll be amenable to this. They had some little bit of concern about arrears. They didn't want to be responsible for arrears. But I believe they would be amenable to collecting an escrow like they do for insurance. The real property tax for the year, spreading it across the full year so it's not too difficult for the mortgage holder or the borrower. Well, they should be obliged to do it. Unfortunately, many banks are not doing it. And I don't understand that because it represents a real liability to them because real property tax is a first lien. Correct. It's a first lien. And so it's in their interest to do this. And so I think that is, again, a more palatable way to manage this. And we can talk about the arrears. That's another project. But we can cap it by maybe going this way. Mr. Speaker, the City of Nassau Revitalization Amendment Bill 2021. Mr. Speaker, this Revitalization Act has yet to produce a positive, tangible result on Bay Street, particularly east of East Street. A reminder of the definition of insanity. Truthfully, without an incentive and a concession tied to an action, nothing will happen seemingly, and these properties will be passed from generation to generation in their current condition. Unhelpful to the development of the city of Nassau. I propose for consideration a carrot and stick approach. Grant the exemption or the extension of the concessions for 1 year, 2 years max, if you feel pressed, instead of the 5 years that is being proposed. And if development happens, extend it for the full 5 years on application. If it does not happen in a year or two, the concession should fall away and the full tax become due retroactive to 1st July 2021. With New Providence responsible for approximately 85% of GDP today, how do we continue to afford to give this concession or these concessions without economic activity to compensate for that? On the Custom Management Bill, Amendment 2021, Mr. Speaker, many of the residents in Grand Bahama in particular were caught with this problem during the lockdown, where goods were stuck at customs at the harbor, and they were unable to clear them and incurred storage charges. I thank the government that those persons may be able to seek reimbursement as a result of this amendment. The Spirits Beer Manufacturing Amendment Bill 2021, Mr. Speaker, under the existing law, microbreweries can only sell their products on premises. This was a very difficult situation during the lockdowns and curfews, as these entities were effectively taken out of business. I agree with the recommendation to allow these micro businesses, if only while an emergency order exists, to be able to deliver their product to their customers who sell to specialty bars, fairs, and expo. Give them a chance to survive. Value-added tax amendment bill 2021. Clause 2A, while seeking to bring vacation home rentals within the ambit of the law, seeks to possibly create some mischief with export services such as those performed at Borco and Start Oil. Mr. Speaker, I need a couple more minutes. It may also bring the cruise lines within its ambit in respect to onboard sales within port. I would be grateful for the legal interpretation of this concern so that I may be disabused of my view. For clarity, the law speaks to any service being provided onshore, even for export, being subject to value-added tax. And of course, we know in the case of Start Oil, as the member for Cat Island continues to try and make a case for, does onshore blending of oil, all considered export, all considered offshore, and so they're not subject to value-added tax. But this seems to want to bring them in to the value-added tax. I'm elated that clause 9.1a removes VAT from feminine sanitary products. This has been an annual plea of women while we inadvertently omitted it last year. I'm elated to see it put in the amendment for this year. Likewise, I'm happy to see the exemption for VAT on items returned for warranty repairs. Clause 10, 17, and 12 of the amendment rightly seeks to exclude government revenue from business turnover, but I'm unclear if the amendment also excludes any commissions that may be charged on the collection of such revenue. Clause 12 in particular seems problematic, as it seeks to make this provision retroactive to 1 June 2020. I thought that was odd, and I think it deserves an explanation. The Excise Amendment Bill 2021. Mr. Speaker, I would like to direct the government's attention to Clause 3B, particularly Tariff Codes 9890.0020 and 9890.0030. In my reading of these two headings, existing small and medium-sized enterprises, as defined as having sales less than $5 million, are eligible to import inventory stock tariff-free. I do not think that was the intention of the government, which, as I understand it, was to be a one-time concession for new startups. If I'm accurate, and I believe I am, an amendment will be necessary. And I think that it also applies to vehicles, because I saw something in the vehicle section too that looked to be a bit of a duplication and may not be exactly what was intended. But I encourage the minister to look at that, because that could be a real problem. Mr. Speaker, as I close on these points, I want to once again thank my constituents for their continued support and commit my continuing efforts to work on their behalf in and out of government. I thank my colleagues in this chamber and in the Senate, FNMs and PLPs in the wider public for their kind words. I'm humbled, but acknowledge that I could not have done it alone. I had an excellent, excellent team, and that's why I'm so adamant about defending them. Mr. Speaker, I expect that I will speak again at an appropriate time to give a final farewell. Who knows? So I leave it there at the moment. Exactly. The bell may ring. But I want to take this opportunity in case the bell does ring, before I have an opportunity, to say a special thanks to the Honorable Hubert A. Ingram, who gave me the initial opportunity to serve East Grand Bahama and our party as its standard bearer. Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded, and I know I'm out of time, I'm reminded of the first time I met him to talk about this. And I remember he grilled me. He made me so angry. The only thing I didn't do was cuss. And I left there and I went to see my aunt. And I said, this man crazy. I don't know who he think he's talking to. But that is nonsense because I don't need this job. And she said, he did that to you? I said, yeah. She said, guess what? That means he respects you. He was asking you the questions he was asking you to see what you would do, to see if you had integrity, see if you had confidence, see if you believed in what it is that you were saying. And so I appreciate it now in retrospect, but at the time, boy, he made me mad. Pardon me? No, it wasn't just only you. But I am forever grateful for this opportunity because it's a rare opportunity that many Bahamians do not get. Having been elevated from minister to deputy prime minister, as I'm sure the current minister, the deputy prime minister, and the former deputy prime minister would say, is an awesome privilege that very few will have. And I am so grateful for the opportunity that was given to me. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. May God bless the residents of East Grand Bahama and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael.
The honorable member went out in this budget with class. He did raise the issue of the causeway to McLeanstown. I want to assure him that that work will be done.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama. Just want to make sure I put on the record that there was nothing personal in that exchange that we had earlier. I hold you at the highest regard. We've had discussions in the past. You don't agree with everything that I do or say, but you agree with some. And I think some of what you agree with are fundamental to the advancement of democracy, and I appreciate your words of advice when I first came to this place.
I hold you in similar regard, and I know that sometimes in the exchanges we can get a little bit animated, but again, all in respect, all with the intention of being helpful, and I thank you for this.
Thank you. As many? The chair
Thank you.
recognizes the honorable member for Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a good place to be. Mr. Speaker, this has been a wonderful and most enjoyable journey.
Honorable member for testimony.
No.
Oh,
Thank you very much. Wait for 40 minutes.
Talk about why y'all can't rise when the deputy speaker taking the chair. As many. Chair again recognizes the member for Michael.
thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, this has been a wonderful and most enjoyable journey from 2017 to present. Whatever happened, I have learned to give God thanks because he knows his plan, purpose, and the process to my destiny. Mr. Deputy, the joy is mine serving in this honorable place. Not everyone is given this great honor and privilege. So I'm grateful. It's not about how educated or intellectual you think you are, or which school or university you have graduated from. No, not even the color or party you represent. It's the people. Yes. The people make that decision, and it's still their time. Mr. Deputy, I want to thank God for my being here and the wonderful and resilient people of the Michael constituency for giving me this opportunity to serve them in this honorable place. I have made many friends. They are like family now. For them, I will always speak and do whatever I can to make their lives better than I met them in 2017. I also want to thank the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Alexander Minnis, Prime Minister, for appointing me as chairperson of the Education Loan Authority. My minister, the Honorable Jeffrey Lloyd, with whom I share a good working relationship. Permanent Secretary is Lorraine Simonitz Ambrister, who I can always call on for good advice and counsel. The Board of Directors and staff of the Education Loan Authority, the leaders of the FNM, who had again ratified me for the Michael constituency. And yes, my husband, Bishop Leroy Emmanuel, our daughter, Letitia Emmanuel, and all my family members. I am from a huge family, 10 girls and 5 boys. My in-laws, the Good Samaritan Church, friends and well-wishers, blessings. Mr. Deputy, there are those who seek to be of the view that once you do not agree with them or have a different view, and what is most disappointing, if you speak from your conscience and support the government's view, they see you as one, leading the chorus for supper. No. I say that all of us are voices of reason. I am sure that I am. Many of us have learned to choose our battles carefully and know where we are and when to speak. Never mind what some who are not in this place think about you, honorable men and women. Many of us came here being who we are when no one is looking, and that's integrity. Mr. Deputy, there are some people who want us to stop talking and forget about Hurricane Dorian and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. But how can we? These twin Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19 pandemic had caused grave social and economic hardship on our nation. This has been the worst we have seen in the last 100 years. Members, true or false? True. How can we forget when people are still hurting and in need? Many of them are still traumatized from the fury of Hurricane Dorian. True or false? True. Never have our number 2 and 3 economy pillars been so devastated. Post-Dorian assessment estimated cost of damage to be approximately $2.5 billion. An additional $1 billion was lost in government revenue. Not everyone who made pledges fulfilled those promises, and not all pledges are cash donations. There are some who are of the opinion. It has been my experience that there are many people who make pledges and have not fulfilled them. Mr. Deputy, this is a great budget, accelerating recovery from restoration to growth. The Bahamian people has given this government and each of us a 5-year contract, which ends in 2022. They will judge us at the end of the contract. Those who want us to do everything within 1 year, 2, 3, or 4. Okay. It was a 5-year deal. We still have more than 10 months if the Prime Minister so chooses. Mr. Deputy, COVID-19 has taken much from many of us. More than 154, more than 1,054,000 cases and 3 million deaths globally. No matter of one's opinion, the impact of COVID-19, it is nevertheless thrilling to see the devastation for such a small country we call home. COVID-19 has taken much from many of us, but creating an awareness of how this experience may offer some silver lining, a failure to see the possibilities and explore how these could be incorporated would be a missed opportunity. Mr. Deputy, no one gets everything right. Stand up and be counted. If you have done everything right, fling the first rock. Mr. Deputy, COVID-19 created new ways of working together overnight. It is also said a sense of fundamental anchor was created where safety and bonding keep the miracle of life alive. My family and I enjoyed some great times together, cooking, eating, and laughter. Our daughter loves laughing. Someone from India wrote, for people who feel safe at home, the isolation period is the best time to plan for the future. Mr. Deputy, there are persons who always feel within themselves that they are right. But COVID-19 pandemic had taught us differently. Try to be creative. We have the strength, and soon new morning will come. The flowers will bloom, and the streets will become active. The sun will shine more brightly. Mr. Deputy, the government is continuous. I'll say that again. Mr. Deputy, government is continuous. No government is perfect. No government can give contracts to all of its people. No government can provide housing for all of its people. And no government can employ all of its people. But you do as much as you can for as many of the people as you can. The basic functions are providing leadership, maintaining order, providing public services, providing national security, providing economic security, providing economic assistance. This government, being led by the most honorable Dr. Hubert A. Minnis, has been good for the Bahamas. This government has been good for the Bahamas. Despite all that has impacted our nation, we are the government who knows God's word. Blessed are those who have regards for the poor. The Lord delivers them in their time of trouble. Yes, and this is not a chorus for supper, but my honest opinion and that of many others. Mr. Deputy, as was said in this place, during these challenging times, this government response to the pandemic exceeded $290 million. This does not include tax revenue and economic activity for the Bahamas. This government protected the well-being of our citizens and residents, maintained economic stability, stabilizing the domestic economy, and sustaining employment during COVID-19, and planted the seed for an accelerated recovery. Mr. Deputy, not only that, this government protected the health and safety of all Bahamians and provided adequate social support, stabilizing the domestic economy, sustaining employment. Mr. Deputy, two of the functions of government are maintaining economic conditions and redistribution of income and resources. This government has done well. Yes, more can be done. Some people expect more. We have been told that as of the end of March 2021, $25.9 million on COVID-19 public health and safety measures. Mr. Deputy, this government is on the right track. $1.18 million in government-funded unemployment assistance. $32.8 million in social assistance. This cash injection largely funded the extensive food assistance, which was supported jointly by the government and NGOs. The people of Michael benefited well. $44.4 million in the government's payroll support program, saving 15,000 private sector jobs. $53.3 million in business continuity support to Bahamian entrepreneurs and small businesses. Yes, Mr. Speaker, over $260 million in tax concessions to residents of Abaco and Grand Bahama. This special economic recovery zone order was extended to June 30th, 2021. Mr. Deputy, this government has done much and more is coming. The truth is, no country has escaped the wrath of COVID-19, but we will overcome one day. I know this for sure. God is on our side, and the Bahamian people. Mr. Deputy, there's much more I can say about this people's budget, but I am sure other members would. The Government Employment Incentive Program. Businesses will be able to apply for VAT tax credit to cover salary for up to 10 new employees brought onto their payroll as of July 1st. It is anticipated that up to 250 businesses will take advantage and get up to 2,000 persons back to work. There are also the small business development, increasing opportunities for entrepreneurship and ownership. This is great news. A caring government doing what we were elected to do. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have great joy hearing of the special economic zone for the Southern Islands. This is welcome news for the people of Michael. They deserve what every Bahamian have access to if 12 persons are on each island. After all, they are Bahamians. These 2 years, concessions will do much for my people. Concessions and discounts for VAT on conveyance with zero VAT payable by Bahamians on transaction under $500,000 and with discounted VAT for non-Bahamians under the same threshold. This is welcome and good news. Mr. Deputy, the people of Migwana, Inagua, Cricket Island, Acklands, and Long Key look forward to taking advantage of the investment opportunities. The people of Inagua are excited about the $3.3 million allocated for the comprehensive school. Mr. Deputy, the role of the government in a citizen's life is ensuring security, providing facilities for education and health to all. During COVID-19, ministers and their ministries have done just that. The government has a responsibility also to collect taxes and spend them mainly on administration and development programs. Mr. Deputy, I believe in economic forecasting and global predictions. I embrace science predictions, but they all have been wrong. The ultimate controller and ruler of this universe is God. I'll say that again. The ultimate controller and ruler of this universe is God. So I have questions when some speak authoritatively as if they are in control of my daddy's world and control of everything. The earth and all of us belongs to the Lord. Greater is he that is in us than he that is in the world. Those who claim this government cannot get it right, what make them feel they can? The government gets advice and counsel from senior public servants and many other professionals within the community. There is nothing wrong with having different views, Mr. Deputy. We are all human beings, imperfect. The marketplace is pregnant with noise. But what is the fish price, Mr. Deputy? Israel's national prosperity was directly linked to its moral and spiritual health and measured by their obedience to God's law. God pays attention to what government and their citizens do. Honoring God and prosperity are connected. It has little to do with those who have the spirit of entitlement. Some decisions made by the government leaders, Mr. Speaker, sometimes look most unwise. Yes, because we do not have the information they have at the time. I challenge all of us to fulfill our roles with godly wisdom. The right place to start is fearing the Lord. Mr. Deputy, we usually sing a song, I'm under the rock, Jehovah hide me. COVID-19 created new ways of working together overnight and many voices of reason amidst the coronavirus chaos. Yes, this is a silver lining, and failure to see those possibilities and exploit will be missed opportunity. There are those who would try to convince the Bahamian people that there is a quick fix to this economy. No, it would not be found under some rock. It's about being willing to make sacrifice, having a strategy, and steadfast. That is what this minister-led government did. Made sacrifice for the people of this country, remaining focused on the well-being This is not a chorus for supper, but my conscious, honest opinion that many others have. Mr. Deputy, I was convinced from 2017 that the Most Honorable Hubert A. Minnis and the F&M was the best for this country. Yes, I have a greater conviction after seeing what he has done from 2017 and how COVID-19 was handled by this leader. He is the best. No matter what others are saying, he is the best and the right man for the job. Mr. Deputy, I now turn my attention to Education Loan Authority. Some of the basic functions of government are to provide public service, economic assistance, economic security, facilities for education, and collection of taxes, and spend them on administration and department and community programs. Mr. Deputy, I have said this many times in this place. The Education Loan Authority is a statutory body created by the Education Loan Authority Act 2002. The Authority and Educational Guarantee Fund Act 2001 were the components of the Government Guarantee Advanced Education Loan Scheme, created by the Government of the Bahamas to fund the government program loans to students pursuing higher education. Mr. Deputy, the Bank of Bahamas, by an agreement, served as the agent for the authority up to November 2019. The responsibility for the administrative and disbursement function of the loan scheme were mandated to the Bank of the Bahamas up to the said date. In December 2019, the Bank of the Bahamas began the process of turning over all of the administrative function of loan schemes to the authority. This turnover included 2 portfolios, which up to that time remained on the book of the bank. Mr. Deputy, it is still the vision of this government to reestablish the student loan program. Mr. Deputy, at the beginning of my tenure in January 2018, the entire loan scheme stood at 4,426 loans, which include 2 portfolios managed by the Bank of the Bahamas. The combined value at the time being $152,092,274. During the June 2020 budget communication, the authority outstanding balance stood at $129,933,372, which accounted only for the 2 portfolios under the authority's management at that time. The complete turnover by the Bank of the Bahamas was finalized in December 2020 with the closing of all individual savings accounts. As of January 2021, the authority now manages 4 loans. The authority now manages 4 loan portfolios with 3,496 loans valuing $142,330,422. Mr. Deputy, for the period of January 2021 to March 2021, the authority has 132 persons that have upgraded to current status. This leaves our delinquent files at 3,364. Mr. Deputy, the authority continues in its debt recovery initiative with the recent hurricane and the COVID-19 pandemic in mind. The incentive program implemented in 2016 remains active and has proven beneficial to loan holders. Today, 657 persons have taken advantage of this program. The incentive program has a total collection of $3,684,990 since its launch in 2016. Mr. Deputy, this value program gives loan holders reasonable option for repayment, including receiving a 60% discount on the total balance, all interest fees, waived, etc. Receiving a 60% discount on the principal balance once a one-time payoff is feasible. Mr. Deputy, during my midterm budget communication, I mentioned that we were working towards obtaining the service of 2 collection agencies to assist in our debt recovery efforts. Mr. Deputy, today I am elated to report that although the work was tedious, the contracts were signed in April of this year, and the agency presently have the charge of the combined collection on 2,677 loans. This accomplishment, Mr. Deputy, is attributed to the hard-working board of directors, the staff of Education Loan Authority. We are now working with the Bahamian agency in our collection initiative. Mr. Deputy, the government of the Bahamas guarantees the payment of the authority's bond interest payment. I am proud to report, Mr. Deputy, that we were able to once again meet these payments in August 2020 and February 2021, which total $2,618,934. Mr. Deputy, I now turn my attention to the Maikau constituency. The great people whom had elected me to be their voice in this honorable place I will continue to speak for them without fear or opposition. There are still some needs in the Maikau constituency, Mr. Deputy, like other communities in the Bahamas. But this government and I have tried, and we will continue to do our best to make the lives of these people much better than we made it in 2017. Mr. Deputy, the other day, one of my leading persons called and said they heard about the boundary changes in Maikau. The person said that will be 2 seats for us. There are no new traveling challenges in Maikau. The people of Maikau know we are able and willing and will get the job done with this minister-led government. I have made mention of special economic zone for the Southern Islands, which includes the Michael constituency. As I stated, there are still needs in the community, but as always, I continue to communicate with ministers and the relevant authorities, and I was assured that attention is being given to our people concerns. Mrs. Deputy, Michael had many accomplishments under this government. Since 2017, many community capital projects initiatives were completed. Also government projects in various islands. Financial assistance was given to tertiary education. Students, in addition to the Ministry of Education scholarships, given to serve deserving high school graduates presently studying with expectation of becoming doctors, lawyers, etc. I want to mention two persons from the Michael constituency, in particular, Acklands. Mr. Deputy Clinton Roll Jr. graduated with a Bachelor of Psychology and Business from the University of Arkansas. Stephen Nick Rose, who is the newest junior senator, experienced mentor and leader, an honor student, was inducted into the University of Osaka as a junior senator. I am pleased to see that this government had also made education free at BTVI, the University of Bahamas, and also through the scholarship grant and loan. The development of the Casarilla Bar, which many residents made their living. There was one family that had the monopoly, but the government has now focused on marketing this industry. The people, like I often say, they're not asking for much. They don't want handouts. They want an opportunity like everybody else. Mr. Deputy, the Bahamas Agriculture and Industrial Corporation has played a major role in this process and was instrumental in securing the necessary equipment for the harvesting of this Casarilla bag that hundreds of family islands made their living from. Bahamas Development Bank. Both these entities visit the islands of Acklands and ensure efficiency. The Urban Renewal Project is one of those most initiatives which provides assistance for residents of Cricket Island, Acklands, and Long Key. Mr. Deputy, this government, like I said, have done well. From 2017 to present, that National Empowerment Program, nobody has been laid off, and that program has never, from 2017 to present, has never been stopped. Mr. Deputy, as I hurry on, I go to Meguana. Seawalls were constructed. Upgrades were completed to the Betsy Bay Cemetery. Refurbishment of the home site where they have their regatta, their homecoming, etc. Repairs to the government clinic, minor road works too. Repairs of the public bathroom, repairs to the government building, clinics in Betsy Bay and Parrotsville, in addition to accommodate students at the comprehensive school, the new administrative complex, 2 new classrooms, 3 additional bathrooms were added. Inagua. This island has experienced many challenges with illegal immigrants. Therefore, the government equipped the Royal Bahamas Defense Force with the installation of a radar equipment to assist with the interception of illegal immigrants and poachers, those who would seek to fish in Bahamian waters. The Defense Force living accommodation have been expanded with the constructions of 3 additional buildings. With increased manpower, a warehouse also, Mr. Deputy, was constructed with the assistance of the US government for hurricane supplies and storage. The residents of Inagua and other islands are being empowered by the government by granting them crown land, which would encourage them to use the land for financial upgrade to their life in terms of they'll be now able to go to any financial institution and be able to borrow like everybody else. This government has done so much for the Bahamian people. The passport office, the passport satellite office in Inagua was officially opened on March 12, 2021. The people no longer have to travel to Nassau. They are excited about what this caring government has done for them. Cricket Island, for the first time, thanks to the Ministry of Works and to Chairman Adrian Gibson, for the first time, the resident settlements of Cabbage Hill, Colonel Hill are receiving potable water, thanks to this caring government. Three seawalls were constructed due to the damage from hurricanes. Repairs at the dock, the paving of the parking lot at the cove was completed. The cove is where the ferry boat come, where people come to get the ferry to go from Acklands to Cricket Island. The historical sites were cleared and properly managed. It's a site where they can take persons who come to visit the islands to just sightsee, go sightseeing. Renovations to the airport were carried out and other community projects. But Mr. Deputy, in 2017, Cricket Islanders said to me, the airlift is limited for them because the runway needs to be expanded. And I promised them and I said to them, this caring government will get it done. Once that is done, this open up the economic doors for them, that they will have a boost to their economy. And like I said, and I will say it again, they're not asking for much. They just want an opportunity to serve and to be in charge of their lives. Mr. Deputy, the continuation of the food distribution during COVID-19 pandemic, this caring government made sure that no Bahamians, including the islands of Michael, would not have food during that time. I, as their member of parliament, took the initiative and made sure that they were having the basic necessities met, the food vouchers that was redeemable to the mom and pop stores in those islands. So all of our monies stayed in those islands to make sure at the end of the day that their economy will continue to thrive. Acklands, Mr. Deputy, has seen the completion of various projects, including repairs were made to the roads and docks, seawalls constructed in Spring Point where residents collect their freight. This caring government has done that for its citizens. The bridge at Lovely Bay, which was destroyed by Hurricane Joaquin, is now completed. Major road work was completed from Salina Point, from Spring Point to Salina Point. I remember in 2017, Salina Point road work was under construction. And this government, this caring government, in spite of what was said, made them a promise. We will complete this project. And so said, so done. Mr. Deputy, clinics has been renovated and we have new ones that are coming on stream. The people are very grateful to this caring government. Mr. Deputy, the police have now brand new vehicles to do their job. They have nurses and doctors present on their islands, thanks to this caring government. Mr. Speaker, during the last hurricane, this loving, caring government saw to it for the safety of its citizens. They were all evacuated, brought to New Providence under this caring government, and they were cared for. I visit my people who was perhaps scattered all over in those centers, and I was pleased, especially when I came to the sport, the center. Thank you. When I came to Kendall Gymnasium and I saw the setup, it was not something that, because they were from the island, that you just perhaps would say, just let them, whatever. It was clean, food, beds, everything, and even private citizens. I was so impressed. They came and they did not brought any old or used things, Mr. Deputy. Some of them bought brand new name brand stuff for those peoples that this caring government had evacuated from the Southeastern Islands to spare them from the fury wrath of Hurricane Joaquin. Social services, they did an excellent job. They made sure that families were able to stay together, thanks to this caring government. Mr. Deputy, I recall traveling right after that hurricane with the most Honorable Hubert Alexander, Prime Minister, along with NAMA and other officials. We traveled, and when we got down in Salina Point, the graveyard was compromised, and the human remains was there. Lord, when I got down in Salina Point, there was a tree that was still standing, a small little tree. I put my hand on my head and I said, Lord Jesus, 2017, we came in, it's the people's time. And we now baptized by fire with this hurricane. Persons' houses were total. And I said, wow, how are we gonna rebuild and get started? But this caring government found a way to give those persons a new lease. on life by assisting them through social services and any other means that is necessary for them to have comfort and peace until such time. Then we travel on. We travel on. I thought Ackles was bad. But when we travel on to the Honorable Member for Exuma and Ragged Island, he was there also. When we got there and saw the devastation, I said to myself, I could pick in my own from my island. Everything there was basically, only thing was that I remember, I think it's the classroom, whatever. But this Karen government made a commitment that they will make Ragged Island, put Ragged Island together, green space. And this Karen government had already begun the process. Never mind. And one thing I like with the honorable member from Berry Island, and Andrew said, the honorable Carlton, one of the things that I love is that what is so unique for us is that we are all Bahamians. And there are times as Bahamians, there's no place for party politics. And I love that spirit. Because guess what? At the end of the day, we are all Bahamians. And so, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, as I bring this to a close, this is no time for doom and gloom. This is time to continue to trust our God, to trust the God who said, you can lift your eyes to the hill. From whence come our help? All of our help cometh from the Lord, which made the heavens and the earth. This too shall pass. COVID-19 will be a thing of the past soon. But I want to encourage all that can hear under the sound of my voice. Please, let me start first. I'm fully vaccinated. I encourage you, if we want to continue and see our economy open up, we want to see the economy rebound and etc., let's all make a decision to be vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, there are those who feel that they have a monopoly on good governance. But good governance is when you understand the needs of the people and they are met. No need we try to say to persons that we are not in a real pandemic. They all know. They know COVID-19 had impacted the whole world. Our economy has been hit. That's a fact. Many of us know that when a crisis arises within a nation, you go forward for your best leader. And I thank God that we help the best leader at the helm, the Honorable Dr. Hubert A. Minnis. Mr. Speaker, I celebrate myself as a resilient Christian woman and will do all that I can to encourage and help my people to overcome this pandemic. There are many women and men like who, in their own experience, in their own way, have experienced some form of crisis, and they overcame. Mr. Deputy, I want to tell you about January 26, 1994. Shortly after 10 p.m., my husband and I pulled up on our driveway We arrived home only to find out a gunman came running towards us in the car. We stood there not knowing what was happening. A young man who had a Uzi machine gun. He started to hit on the glass. He walked round and around, and I'm sitting there thinking it's a movie, only to hear when he discharged that weapon, my husband was shot. And when he did that, 1994, he took the gun and turned it and break up the glass, pushed his hand in open, pushed both myself and my husband out of the vehicle and took off. I began to pray and I began to cry. And I said to God, please help. While they're holding my husband, he said to me, he said, sweetheart, I am going to die. Because I know that God is. I held him and I said, you will not die. I said, because God made me a promise and that promise has not been fulfilled. We got help, and when we reached the doctor's hospital, Dr. Charles Biggers, he was the one that took that bullet. He was the one that extracted that bullet from my husband's body. The rest is history. And this is what he said. He said, thank God, you're a man of God. Mr. Speaker, there are many people in this country with that same spirit that I had and displayed. Yes, many of you honorable men and women in this house, together we can, and we will overcome COVID-19 pandemic. Together we can. We must inspire, motivate our people to achieve better, stronger Bahamas. We are one people, no matter which island you are from. There is some connection. Yes, I am fully, like I said, vaccinated, and ask that you do likewise. Mr. Deputy, God bless you and all the honorable members in this house. May God bless the wonderful and resilient people of the Michael constituency and the people of the Bahamas at large. Long live the Bahamas after many of us are no longer here. Mr. Deputy, I love Ephesians 3:20. Now unto him who is able to do exceedingly, abundantly, above all, that includes COVID-19 pandemic. He's able to do exceedingly abundantly above all we could ever ask or think, according to the power that lies in us. The Lord continue to guide us through this COVID-19 pandemic. Michael supports this accelerating recovery from restoration to growth budget 2021-2022. I rest.
Well, thank you, member for Michael. As many. Chair recognizes the member for Golden Isles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening on behalf of the people of the great constituency of Golden Isle. It is on their shoulders that I stand today to be their voice maximized. I come in the name of Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, and His Son, Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus, the exalted Christ. Mr. Speaker, I should like to begin by extending my sincere condolences to the family of the late Mervyn Speeding, proprietor of Bertha's Go-Go Ribs, who hailed from Deep Creek, Eleuthera. They've had several memorial services for him this week. His body will be transported to Deep Creek, Eleuthera, where the funeral service will be held in Wims's Bight on Saturday morning. They would drive to Deep Creek, where he would be laid to his final resting place on this earth. To his wife, Betty, children, grandchildren, and siblings, the entire historic Eleuthera community, particularly the settlement of Deep Creek, extend sincere and heartfelt condolences, and may his soul rest in peace. One day, rise in glory. Mr. Speaker, this is obviously the final budget before the next general elections, whenever they will be called. I would like to therefore again thank the people of Golden Isle for electing me to serve them over the past 4 years. And Mr. Speaker, with God's favor and grace, they should re-elect me. I will be honored to serve and continue standing for them. I am here because of them. They will always be my priority. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, some of us get beside ourselves and we think it's all about us, how we got here and when we will leave here. But I'm reminded, Mr. Speaker, lest we forget, the 75th Psalm, the 6th and the 7th verses, says that promotion comes neither from the east, nor the west, nor the south. Said, but God is the judge. And he puts down one and he sets up another. Daniel 2:20 and 21 states, blessed be the name of God forever and ever, for wisdom and might are his. He changes times and seasons. He removed kings and he set up kings. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe we do all that we can. We work as hard as we can. Do the best we can. In the final analysis, one plant, another water, it's God who gives the increase. Mr. Speaker, I entered this place, as I always say, as a free black man, with my integrity fully intact. And one day, Mr. Speaker, I will leave this place as a free black man, with my integrity still intact. Psalm 26:1 says, vindicate me, O Lord. I have walked in my integrity and I have trusted in the Lord without wavering. Mr. Speaker, these are challenging times. The misery index throughout the country is at an all-time high. Golden Isle is no exception. Things are tough. Times are hard, indeed very hard. As the revolutionary Thomas Paine once stated, says, these are the times that try the soul of men. People are losing their homes. People are being evicted. Not because they do not want to pay, but they cannot pay. The lights are being turned off. Food for many is hard to find. It's rough, Mr. Speaker. We have helped. We have assisted. We have supported. We have done the best we could with that which we had. We only wish that we could do more. Mr. Speaker, unemployment and poverty are real and they do not have any boundaries. They have spread themselves far and wide. Mr. Speaker, we only wish we could do more. Mr. Speaker, I've asked and said it before, and it's because of the effect it's having on the constituency I represent. I've asked about the land policy of the government. And I again ask about the land policy because persons are placing their stakes, clearing down land. And they are saying if others can do it, they can do it too. And so again, I put to this administration, what is the land policy of this administration? Also, Mr. Speaker, I wish to refer to the pettiness that sometimes when you take stand that you have to endure. After voting against that and being fired, after voting against the moving of the post office, Mr. Speaker, as a member of parliament, the duly elected member of parliament for Golden Island, the Vergis contract, Mr. Speaker, more than 80% of the contracts that I was responsible for was removed, taken away from me, placed into the hands of the chairman of the association. Say what? That's how petty, Mr. Speaker. That's how low. That's how mean-spirited. And Mr. Speaker, I was still in the body. I was not an independent. That's how they treat me. They did it to me and they did it to the member for Centerville. Simply, Mr. Speaker. Simply, Mr. Speaker. Because we stood with the people who elected us and who we represented. Mr. Speaker, I should also like to say to the good minister of work, just a reminder that the naming of the streets in Dignity Garden, none of the streets have any name. Boatswain East, Boatswain West, none of the side streets have any name. Just a reminder. Also, Mr. Speaker, the EMT, emergency medical technician, says there are some talks about the nurses. I'm going to talk about the nurses in a little bit. And it says, what about them? They're on the front line also. They have no insurance. They're not being paid overtime. They're exposed. Will they be remembered? The EMTs, they're part of the healthcare system also. Mr. Speaker, my focus will not be on the pages and the pages of figures and figures presented in this draft estimate of revenue and expenditure, primarily because, Mr. Speaker, as the member for Exuma and Ragged Island, who is far more well-versed than I am in this contribution, has said, it's an Alice in Wonderland budget. It is a fantasy exercise, no more, no less. Much of what is in it, we believe, will never be materialized. It's an election gimmick, we believe. Notwithstanding the weak assurance by the honorable member for Kalani that the national budget is not just a list of numbers, his government itself has treated it as being just that. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, his government over the past 4 years has used these lists of numbers to back up the idle promises spewed out in a vain and fruitless attempt to fool the wise and the mentally alert Bahamian electorate. In his budget communication, Mr. Speaker, distorted the impact of Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas. The disaster was blown out of proportion, no pun intended. The honorable minister spoke as if Dorian passed right through the middle of the country from Managua in the south, right up to Abaco in the north, impacting all of the islands on its way. We do not make light of the devastation to those islands. This is in no way to make light the devastation of those islands. I repeat again, this was in no way to make light of the devastation of those islands.
On point of order, Chair recognizes the member for Southern Shores.
It is misleading and disingenuous to suggest that this government and this administration spoke as if Dorian had run through the middle of the Bahamas, affecting all of the Bahamas. This government was quick. This government.
Can I hear the point of order?
Okay, and I'm thinking this government was quick through the Ministry of Tourism to make it clear to the world and the international community that while the Grand Bahama and Abaco were affected, the rest of the Bahamas was still open for business. So I don't see how it could be suggested that that was even a forethought. Misleading, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The message to the world and the international community is one message. The message locally, the perception is something different.
Amen.
Mr. Speaker, Abaco and Grand Bahama,
Let's go there now.
as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, when I speak of it nationally, it would mean the entire country. When we speak of the national issue, it affects the entire country. So it's in that context that it was not national in that context, and that affected that area of the Bahamas. So it's not to lessen the impact and the effect on those persons and that area. It's just to make certain, just to state the difference with it being localized as opposed to nationalized. Mr. Speaker, In my opinion, the hurricane devastation, the devastation has, should not cause us to neglect the needs of other constituencies. Not sufficient for the constituency that I represent. And Carmichael Road, the main thoroughfare in Golden Isle, and one of the busiest on the island. The shoppers, school children, bus commuters, pedestrians, they are all at grave risk in attempting to cross Carmichael Road. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I believe, at this point in time, and with the technology, that we need more pedestrian crossings and pedestrian lights to provide a greater level of protection for pedestrians on that fast and busy thoroughfare, a highway, a road, we call it. Mr. Speaker, Golden Isle, as I stated earlier, a lot of times as a member of parliament, they would think you're responsible for all the contracts, whatever. Not the case. Golden Isle, the verges, the level, the amount of litter, and how it's being unkept. And Mr. Speaker, that why illegal dumping throughout the constituency, and I'm sure it's not limited to Golden Isles, seem to continue unabated. Mr. Speaker, Golden Isles is a mixed constituency, residential and also agricultural. Mr. Speaker, farmers specifically, and I attended a joint meeting with the member for Southern Shores, if specifically asked me to speak to the issue today of the serious problem of what is predial larceny. Said, help me? Okay, predial larceny, where lawless persons invade farm properties and carry off their livestock, their fruits, their vegetables, sometimes even their machinery. Mr. Speaker, simply called, we call it thieving. Modern technology, we believe, should be deployed for electronic monitoring and the dumping on the farm roads. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister admitted that the government must tackle the non-financial barriers that frustrate and inhibit Bahamian business growth and development on a daily basis. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I wish to stress that the farmers in the Golden Isles are frustrated and inhibited by these acts of the stealing of their livestock, their fruits, their vegetables, and stated in some instances, even their machinery. Mr. Speaker, all of the initiatives by the Ministry of Agriculture and all the investments by the Golden Isles farmers are at risk of coming to naught because of this serious and in many instances unchecked problem. Mr. Speaker, in his budget communication, Member for Kalani stated that last year's budget was designed to stabilize the economy, provide much needed social support, invest in the rebuilding of Abaco and Grand Bahama, and plant the seeds for an accelerated national recovery. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, was not accomplished. The economy was not stabilized over the last 12 months. As a matter of fact, an economy that relies so heavily on tourism, how could it have been? How could it have been with the tourism sector virtually on shutdown? As regards the social support, it seems not to have included the healthcare professionals who all during the last fiscal year, right up to a few weeks ago, time to time had to engage in public protests and sick-outs, demanding remuneration and proper working conditions. The nurses' rational position is that by not promoting industrial goodwill in the sector, the government was contributing to an increase in the incidence of burnout among healthcare workers and a decrease in their quality of service. The nurses' debacle has shown more than anything else over the past fiscal year, as I stated earlier, just how petty, just how mean-spirited, just how sluggish the government can be as it spouts out meaningless slogans like it's the people's time. From time to time, members decide opposite of accuse this side of peddling fear. But it's a lame claim without any conviction, because they know it is them, they are the peddlers of misery among the ranks of the healthcare providers. Mr. Speaker, I'm of the view that hundreds of families across the Commonwealth have suffered extreme financial stress over the past year because of a deliberate and cold refusal of the government to get up of the nurses' money. The misery index among healthcare workers during this crisis is the highest it has been in the history of our country. It has all been caused not by the virus, but directly by the government. On the ground, Mr. Speaker, this misery index is manifested in many ways. Some of the ways include frustration and deprivation among the ranks of the very people that the country needs on the front line to be battling COVID. Mr. Speaker, it is my understanding that the practice of the Treasury is simple. When there are no funds for overtime is not allowed. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I charge that when the nurses were working overtime, the money was there. I believe it was the interference, it was the interception, and the reassigning of those funds to elsewhere. There can be no good, there can be no pure, there can be no wholesome reason for the government to withhold from the nurses for 3 years monies that they had earned by working diligently in good faith. Therefore, the reason can only be a bad one, a contaminated one, an unwholesome one. So I challenge the minister to give an account of the nurses' money that has been misappropriated with consent. And Mr. Speaker, all I ask, since the money was allocated, who took the nurse their money? That's all I ask, Mr. Speaker. Who took the nurse their money?
Chair recognizes a member for Southern Shores.
I appreciate the member's concern for the nurses and their overtime and his exuberance. But I'm concerned when he suggests that the money was misappropriated. I would like him to substantiate that or withdraw that. I don't want him to say it was misappropriated. Hey, I'm not you, Cat Island. Not you, Cat Island. Not you, Cat Island. Just the word misappropriated that I would.
The Golden Hours, I know you're referring back to your notes. Did you imply?
I said the bad one, the contaminated one, an unwholesome one. What are you referring to?
Never said that. I know.
Speaker, Speaker, Speaker,
Yes, go now.
I have no problem. You wish me to withdraw it? I have no problem withdrawing it.
If the word was used, withdraw.
Not a problem.
I'm obliged. The chair is obliged.
Not a problem, Mr. Speaker. Not a problem. Mr. Speaker, again, I asked the question, though. Who took the nurse their money, Mr. Speaker? That's all I asked. Why, during the fiscal year, did the Honorable Minister of Finance not authorize the payment of monies duly owed to the nurses? But yet, he was reportedly running up and down, blaming the PLP for leaving unpaid bills. But who took the nurses their money? Disappointed fact to where the nurses' money?
Pay the nurses. Pay the nurses.
For what reason?
Nurses have died.
Talk is cheap, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, talk is cheap.
Nurses have died on contract.
Members, can we?
Talk is cheap, Mr. Speaker.
Members, Golden House.
Talk is cheap, Mr. Speaker. For what reason did the minister approve
Southern Shores.
the reallocation of nurses' monies, giving them nothing?
Southern Shores. Carry on, Golden House.
May I please, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, did it ever occur, Mr. Speaker, to the minister that prompt payment of these monies could have boosted morale to unprecedented levels? Mr. Speaker, is the Honorable Minister aware, Mr. Speaker, that his failure to release the funds to the nurses exacerbated the already stressed national economy by retarding increase in the money supply and dampening demand and sales? Mr. Speaker, nothing has been so destabilizing during these past 12 months of the pandemic as the unending industrial unrest in the ranks of the frontline soldiers in this war against a disease that can swiftly overwhelm our healthcare facilities and indeed our populace. The refusal of the government to promptly and satisfactorily address the long-standing and pressing concerns in the healthcare sector has been the grave undermining of many of their half-baked plans. Accelerating recovery from restoration to growth is sloganeering at its worst. In his communication, the Honorable Minister praised himself for achieving the past year's priorities, among them being protecting the health and safety of the Bahamians. But the record shows that this priority capsized when it was torpedoed by industrial unrest in the healthcare industry, erupting like a volcano over and repeatedly in the midst of the pandemic. All the people wanted was what they were promised. How effective could the effort to protect the health and safety of Bahamians be if the healthcare professionals are disgruntled, underpaid, and in many instances unpaid? Another priority, Mr. Speaker, that was fumbled in the last fiscal year was the so-called stabilizing the domestic economy. But because the government did not pay the nurses that to which they were rightfully entitled, the resulting cash flow shortage was felt. It was felt all the way to cash registers, all over the country, in the retail sector of this economy. The destabilizing economic effect of nurses being short of cash during the fiscal year, some feel was caused by a deliberate withholding of it. It was perpetrated by the very planners of the economic stabilization strategy, which was sloganeeringly called resilient Bahamas. Does this not sound like madness, Mr. Speaker? Is there an appropriate parliamentary term to describe this? So that I would not breach the ancient and the revered traditions as I've done sometimes in the past of the parliamentary discourse. Mr. Speaker, could you help me craft the word that would be parliamentary acceptable
No, I can't.
for
Sorry.
this behavior? Mr. Speaker, so you see, Mr. Speaker, why, Mr. Speaker, that we insist that the FNM has no plan? Mr. Speaker, the honorable member boasted about $25.9 million investment to ensure that our healthcare system and healthcare workers had the support needed to sustain them in this crisis. But how much of this went to satisfy the nurses' just demands and eliminate the need for them to take to the public spaces in protest instead of doing what they love, what they are dedicated to doing? I doubt a penny went there, Mr. Speaker. The only appropriate slogan for this year's Just a List of Numbers is, it's the people's time for more overtime. Pay them their overtime. No government should act in such a bold, mean, stingy contradiction, negatively affecting the welfare of hundreds of Bahamians and their families in the midst of this pandemic. Again, this is the reason. There's obviously no plan. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, Resilient Bahamas was no rationalized plan. Rather, it was an unfortunate mixture of contradictions and disconnects, undermining and nullifying the stated objectives of seen in the case of the nurses. Clearly, the contradictions in not dealing with the nurses expose a lack of real planning, a failure to move away from the superficial slogans and drill down to the details, where it says the devil is always in the details. This is evidence, therefore, that this year's recovery plan will be as ineffective as the resilient one last year. The initiatives to improve healthcare in the upcoming fiscal year, I believe, will crumble if there continues to be labor unrest in the healthcare industry. Mr. Speaker, I refute the minister's statement that over the past 18 months, the country has had a robust healthcare system. And I forecast that if there's not a calm industrial climate over the next 12 months, instead of the constant unrest that characterized this past one, this plan will be nothing more than idle ramblings and rumblings. The honorable member boasts in his communication about the large sums of money to be allocated for proposed towers at both the Princess Margaret and Rand Hospital. But he didn't mention a penny earmarked to deal with the ongoing and pressing concerns of the people, of the nurses, the support staff, the attendants, the auxiliary nurses, the EMTs, the administrators, the doctors, all who would be required to administer care in these facilities. So who will operate all of these so-called cutting-edge facilities? Certainly, it's irrational to expect a disgruntled, underpaid, sometimes unpaid healthcare workforce to do so at an acceptable level of service. Without particular and proper attention to the human element in the healthcare industry, without recognizing that it has indeed been the people's time all along, those towers could very well be empty, unmanned, unstaffed, and embarrassing monuments mocking the Bahamian people. Pay the people what they are owed. Pay the people. Pay the people. The people have yet to be paid. Pay the people. For over 3 years. For over 3 years, pay the people. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. July 10th, 1973. Speaker. Seems like a long time ago, even though it's only about 48 years. Mr. Speaker, we are living in the Bahamas that will be 50 years old, an independent nation in 2023. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am concerned as to whether we will be celebrating an adult, mature country or a failed nation state.
Members, Golden House has the upper floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, as I said, I'm concerned as we approach the 50th celebration as to whether we will be celebrating as an adult, mature country or as a failed nation state. I'm concerned. As Bahamians, Mr. Speaker, we have built a strong nation since 1973. In a post-independent Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, we have created a number of national institutions. University of the Bahamas, Royal Bahamas Defense Force, NIB, just to name a few. Many others. Mr. Speaker, we've been the best in the region in tourism, receiving upwards to over 7 million visitors a year. From 2007 to 2018, the Bahamas was named either the richest or the wealthiest countries in the Caribbean per capita income by the CIA Fact Book or regional journals. In the region, Mr. Speaker, we were number 1 in FDI, foreign direct investment. $2.5 billion, Atlantis. $3.5 billion, Bahamas. $140 million, Albany. $400 million, Sandals, Exuma. $500 million, Bimini Resort, and others. During the last administration, more than $4.5 billion in investments were signed off in heads of agreement. Mr. Speaker,
Yeah, man. No, the building was finished.
Members, Golden House has upper floor.
Y'all got, what you think the people in San Salvador will say? What the people in San
Southern
Salvador
Shores,
will say?
Cat Island.
Yeah, no, listen to you all there. This is what
Cat
people-
Island.
Talk to them.
Members. Golden House up the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union,
Members on both sides. Oh, 1 second, Golden House. Hold on. Members on both sides. We have the member for Golden House trying to make his contribution. It's coming from both sides, okay? The heckling across the floor is very disrespectful to the chair and more importantly to the member who's trying to make his contribution. Chair recognizes Golden House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the
Southern House, Southern
ITU
Shore. Well, let him at least start the speech. Members, Golden House.
Mr. Speaker, the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, once named the Bahamas the most digitally connected country in the region and the third most connected in the Americas. But oh, how the mighty fall. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, as a country, we have excelled in track and field on the world's stage. The golden girls, the bronze boys, the golden boys, Shawnee Miller-Uber, Stephen Gardner, dominating presently the world stage. We have an Olympic medal in sailing. Bahamians have starred in collegiate sports, NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball. As a country, we have hosted Carifta, FIFA World Cup Beach Soccer, NCAA Battle for Atlantis, Marathon Bahamas, the PGA Tiger Woods World Heroes, LPGA Pure Silk International, 60th Caribbean Amateur Golf Tournament, ESPN Popeye Bowl, Rugby 7, Bahamas versus US Regionals, Commonwealth Games, Junior Commonwealth, the Caribbean Island, Swim Championship, Chris Brown Track and Field Invitation, World Champions American Flag, National High School Track and Field, the Bahamas Games, IAAF World Relays. That's the name of it. Just recently, Mr. Speaker, we knocked Trinidad out of the FIFA Soccer World Cup, causing their former Minister of Sports probably still on the run. Couldn't believe it. Mr. Speaker, we created Junkanoo Carnival that produced the largest crowds, some say ever seen, in a single space on the Providence and Grand Bahama. I was in there. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. We have.
All right.
We have educated our sons and daughters, and they represent us in executive suites and multinational corporations the world over. Mr. Speaker, we have truly built a strong Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, my question earlier as to our celebration of our 50th anniversary. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the progress we have made over these 48 years, we must admit some brutal facts. Mr. Speaker, we have no national discourse of the Caribbean Court of Justice. Mr. Speaker, they said, we have no national discourse of the Caribbean Court of Justice, and we're clinging to the Privy Council. Mr. Speaker, we have no national discourse of a republic, so we hold on to the vesture of colonialism and the Westminster system. Mr. Speaker, we hold tenaciously to the same modus operandi of the cabinet protocols. We are afraid to discuss local government for New Providence, to talk about term limits for the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, we must admit, Mr. Speaker, we have not been the best of managers or caretakers. Mr. Speaker, we visit Europe. We see buildings that are hundreds of years old.
If the member for Golden Isles will yield on that point, the chair recognizes the member for Southern Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I move that the business of this House extends beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that the business of this House continue beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The business of this House shall proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. The chair now recognizes again the member for Golden Isles.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said before in this House, as I say again, we have not been the best managers or caretakers. In Europe, there are buildings hundreds of years old. But, Mr. Speaker, we couldn't keep our General Post Office, our Clarence A. Bain building, our Rodney Bain building, all of this, Mr. Speaker, are less than 50 years old. Mr. Speaker, the brutal facts are that notwithstanding our prosperity and our progress, Mr. Speaker, that we must all admit in an independent Bahamas, we are not independent. Mr. Speaker, we are consumers, not owners, primarily. Mr. Speaker, we are spenders, not savers, primarily. Our education has plummeted while unemployment and crime have increased. The misery index, Mr. Speaker, is at an all-time high. Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Southern Shores.
Yes. The good member means well. The good member means well, but he must qualify the period of which he speaks when he says education has plummeted and crime has gone up. He's got to qualify the time period because the latest statistics by my Minister of National Security suggest otherwise. So he may be speaking to a specific period. Mr. Speaker, I ask the member to clarify or withdraw. I ask what I want to ask. When you speak,
member for Golden Isles.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I ended on the point, the misery index is at an all-time high. Mr. Speaker, in a Tribune article dated May 18, 2018, stated nearly 50% of Bahamians are struggling to make ends meet.
without, I still don't know.
I'm wondering if he's trying to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, the member asked if you could, from my tracking your speech and listening, I want you to make the point, but I think you were saying that was it your opinion that you think that crime, or you were saying as a fact, as the member saying that the education levels have plummeted and crime has increased? He's asking if you could either substantiate that or try and explain your.
Mr. Speaker, I am of the opinion. Speaker.
That's it. Yeah, can you explain yourself for that? I mean, can I hear the member for Golden Isles first, please?
Speaker.
Yes.
That I know.
Can the chair not Abaco? Can the chair hear not Abaco? Can the chair hear the response from Golden Isles on the point of order? He's trying to explain himself, and we're not giving him the opportunity to.
I said, I am of the opinion.
Yes.
My opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, that education, I used the word plummeted. And I said, while unemployment and crime have increased. Okay? Are you telling me unemployment has not increased? Mr. Speaker, has unemployment not increased?
It has. It has.
You just only public service are hired?
Golden House, assist the chair here for a second. Are you making a factual statement, and again, I can understand the point raised by Southern Shores that it's a
My opinion.
your opinion is that crime is increasing,
Yes.
but you have nothing to stand. Well, that's your opinion. The member for Southern Shores is saying that based on what the minister, the government.
I mean,
Fact.
if Southern Shores has facts to dispute with himself. No, he is refuting it.
He who asserts must prove. I can't allow the member to mislead this whole Bahamas into believing that crime is up because he has an unfounded opinion. I can't allow that because I know better. And I know that he knows better. I know that his speechwriters know better. But this is all a part of their attempt to preach gloom and doom, and they would intentionally mislead the Bahamian people. It's misleading and it's wrong. Fix it. Be a gentleman. Be a gentleman, Bishop.
In the newspaper
Be
today.
a gentleman, Bishop.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in the newspaper today. Okay? The minister of National Security himself stated that it's on the rise. I read it. I read it. I read it. I read it.
The member for Golden House said the crime is on the rise. Cat Island, the member for Cat Island, this is a point of order between Golden House. All right. Cat Island.
The point of order is that the side there, opposite, he's saying that the minister indicated some things. But what the minister indicated, that the murders and armed robberies have...
Where were you referencing? Where were you referencing, Cat Island?
I referenced Rachel Scott's article of the National Guardian of June 10th this morning. Let's put it. That's what they said. So stop. You don't stop lying.
All right, Cat Island. All right, Cat Island.
Oh, I withdraw. I withdraw.
Cat Island, let me. I'm going to bring closure to this, man. We're not going to be on this. Golden House. Either I'm going to bring closure to this. Can you let me bring closure to this, please? Golden House. Can you? I'm gonna graciously ask you the statement. Can you recraft the statement for the you're making a factual.
If he says crime,
I'm hearing the member for Cat Island read something from a phone.
I read the article this morning.
Yes.
I read the article.
Rachel Scott.
I read the article this morning, Mr. Speaker.
And you're adopting that article.
That's why I didn't have to look at it because I read it. I read the article this morning.
Yes. So we can move on with this. The statement that I think an article from the Tribune, I don't think could be accepted as a factual statement. Now, if you're saying that you have the belief, are you accepting? Listen, Cat Island. It is a journalistic opinion, but it doesn't substantiate a factual point that crime is up in the country because a reporter said. The chair is gonna, unless you're gonna,
Quoting the minister, man.
unless you're gonna try explain to me.
Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know how y'all is looking.
1 second. Let me
Jesus Christ. Y'all don't know. Everybody read that this morning. You don't think people read it? That menace, that what's his name again? That Dame said that murders and robberies are
Yeah.
up. You don't think they said that? People
I'm
read
saying,
that.
can I, let me finish my statement.
People read that.
You made a statement. The member for Cat Island, you're saying that you're adopting the statement from the article. Are you adopting it, Cat Island? Golden Isles. So you're presenting it and you're undertaking to provide it. Well, the member, I just asked the member for Golden Isles, I'm going to move on from this. Are you adopting the statement, Golden Isles?
Mr. Speaker.
And you're going to undertake, Southern Shores, let me do this. Other members have had a chance to undertake to produce, the document, you're accepting the document.
Yes.
And we're going to carry on. That's your opinion. You're accepting the article. We're going to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's my people believe you.
Can we move on? The chair recognizes Golden Isles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And don't forget Golden Isles to produce that document to be tabled so that members, if they want to refer to it in their response, they can.
Certainly. Mr. Speaker, in a Tribune article dated May 18, 2018, it stated that nearly 50% of Bahamians were struggling to make ends meet. This was 2 years before COVID, the year before Dorian. A Tribune article dated April 15, back 2014, said that 77% of Bahamians do not have a pension plan. Colonial Pension Services Bahamas Vice President Larry Gibson said most Bahamians are simply unprepared to retire. In a Nassau Guardian article dated September 2nd, 2017, 90% of Bahamians have poor savings. Governor of the Central Bank revealed at that time. More than 20% of our citizens, it is believed, live below the poverty line. Our misery index is high, while our happiness index is low. Still wondering why so many of our people consume alcohol at the levels that they do? I'm of the opinion, Mr. Speaker, that many of them do it to self-medicate. Michael Barber, a former advisor to the UK Prime Minister Tony Blair, speaking about COVID-19, the pandemic, stated that for the first time in history, every government on the planet has been set the same homework assignment at the same time. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. When we hear about leaders that are talking about the pandemic, its effect, and all of that, it's real. Some even worse. Guyana, Mr. Speaker, is dealing with unusual flood in a pandemic. California, fire in a pandemic. Mr. Speaker, St. Vincent dealing with the volcano in a pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I am of the opinion, Mr. Speaker, we do not plan crises. Some people predict them. Generally speaking, we do not predict crises. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe crises create opportunity. I believe crisis produces leaders. And Mr. Speaker, let me say, we need visionary, we need bold, we need courageous, okay, and we need brave leadership. Go ahead, say we got it. Say we got it. Say we got it. Say we got it.
All right, members.
Mr. Speaker, we have borrowed over $4 billion. A projected deficit excess of $1.5 billion. Our debt is projected to be in excess of $9.5 billion. Our debt to GDP ratio over 66%. They're projecting that our economy will shrink greater than projected. Moody has reduced the Bahamas' credit worthiness to junk status. Mr. Speaker, Cable Bahamas during this time has terminated over 200 employees. The telco, to date, downsized from 1,267 to 400 to date. Atlantis has terminated 700 of the staff, paying them in excess of 700, paying them in installments. During the pandemic, more than 17,000 employees without jobs. It was forecast that over 50% of the businesses would not survive the lockdown. That was the forecast. The Prime Minister noted that 27,000 households, or over 110,000 Bahamians, on the food program. Mr. Speaker, that's more than a quarter of our population. The government of Bahamas has added $1 million per week to the food program. Waters at the Princess Margaret Hospital is costing the government approximately $490 per day, or about $6 million annually. In the Tribune article, says the government must run an unheard of 500 but let me go to the next. Mr. Speaker, Moody predicts Bahamas' economy will not recover to pre-COVID status before 2024. Mr. Speaker, it is said by Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln said the best way to forecast the future is to create it. Marcus Garvey said progress is never won on the backs of cowards. It is from this backdrop, Mr. Speaker, of the challenges that we are facing as a country that again, I view this budget presentation that lacks vision, lacks creativity, and innovativeness. Mr. Speaker, I would have thought, I would have expected that knowing what we now know, we'd have had a budget that would have outlined a more comprehensive, well-articulated sovereign fund scheme to help mitigate future risks. Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that more emphasis would have been placed on energy, solar as an example, healthcare, and food security. Mr. Speaker, I would have thought this budget would have even addressed revenue growth so as to address the obligations to the IMF and the World Bank. Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that even in this budget, we would address creating a sporting industry in the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I expected this budget to have embraced more of the blue economy, the emerging concept of the blue economy that encompasses all of the economic activities that generate wealth from the world's oceans and coasts. That's the nature of our nation. That's who we are. We've been talking about it. I expected it to include more of it. I thought it would have addressed our natural resources. Mr. Speaker, the International Telecommunications Union held its 5th Green Standard Week, December 14th to 18th, here in Nassau. 2015, the theme was Powering Smart, Sustainable Cities, Nations, and Islands. In its 2016 declaration, it wanted New Providence to be the first smart island in the Caribbean. This was 5 years before COVID. Yet, Mr. Speaker, 5 years later, where are we? Mr. Speaker, we are at the place in our country, I believe, to face the future, you must make the necessary changes to advance forward. Frantz Fanon, psychiatrist, said, every generation out of relative obscurity must identify its mission and either fulfill or betray it. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, my primary reason for being in frontline politics is for the advancement, for the upliftment of our country and our people, especially the poor, the locked out, the marginalized. Mr. Speaker, especially those who sacrificed tremendously, who supported, who voted for us to represent them and to be their voices, who made it possible to be where we are. But, Mr. Speaker, we often forget them. Until now. Mr. Speaker, they put us first. But we very often, too many times, put them last. Mr. Speaker, I've been very consistent and persistent on the issue of our natural resources. From day one, Mr. Speaker, until now, and into perpetuity, my position has been and will always be that the natural resources of our country belongs to the Bahamian people, and as such, the Bahamian people must be the primary beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, as the late Dr. Miles Monroe often stated, everything rises and falls based on leadership. Proverbs 29 and 18 states, where there is no vision, the people perish, or they lack restraint. The framers of the Constitution of our modern Bahamas, in the preamble stated that a national commitment, we would have a national commitment to self-discipline, industry, loyalty, and an abiding respect for Christian values and the rule of law. Went further to state that every man, woman, or child shall never be slaves or bondsmen to anyone or their labor exploited. Mr. Speaker, they had a tremendous vision for our country. They laid the right foundation for our country. Mr. Speaker, when we look at our nation and we look at the level of self-discipline, discipline as a people, we're lacking. When we look at our country in terms of creating industries, we have failed. And we failed drastically. Mr. Speaker, as we seek to advance our country, Bahamians, firstly, are beginning to feel like second-class citizens in their own country. I've stated before, Mr. Speaker, I speak specifically of speaking to a constituent in Coral Harbor West, a contractor who years ago, when they brought in foreigners, the foreigners asked him if they have persons like him, why they needed to bring them in. And now, Mr. Speaker, the tables have turned. He is going to that same person, Mr. Speaker, to try to seek employment.
The members concluding. Let's.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I'm an advocate of protectionism for Bahamians. We did it when we passed the fishing legislation. But Mr. Speaker, I'm a firm advocate for protectionism for Bahamians in some areas of the economy. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to industries in Ghana, thank you. In Ghana, the president of Ghana made a statement and said to the Swiss government that they will no longer export cocoa in the raw form. Said they will begin the manufacturing process in Ghana. Why? Because it adds value. That's industries. Mr. Speaker, in our country, to advance our country, we must be about the business of creating industries. We must be of the business of adding value to our resources. Where there is no vision, the people perish. As we speak, 1% of the value of goods exported, up to $500. That's all we get. 1% of the value of goods exported, up to $500. Mr. Speaker, in light of that, from February of 2019 to the first week in this month, we've exported 225 shiploads, 7,419,783 tons of limestone out of Freeport, Grand Bahama. Mr. Speaker, Martin Marietta have made untold sums of money from the Bahamas, but yet, when the Select Committee on Natural Resources went to Grand Bahama, they would not meet with them. That's the level of respect they have for Bahamians in our country. That's the respect. This country has made untold millions of dollars, billions, have exploited and raped Grand Bahama. But yet still, a government-sanctioned committee by this honorable house, that company did not show the respect just to meet with them. Mr. Speaker, I know my time has dwindled.
We'll give you another 2 minutes if you wish.
Please permit me to wrap up, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
But Mr. Speaker, when I hear limestone, I think sheetrock, I think cement, I think lime. When I hear aragonite, I think glass, I think tiles. I think of products we can make, Mr. Speaker, that can help and to assist with oil spills, to mediate them. When I know of sand, I know of the global, the wars that they're having over sand. And I know that God has blessed us to have sand in abundance. Mr. Speaker, I see a great future for our country. Mr. Speaker, we export over 1 million tons of salt per year. What we get? 1%, up to $500 per shipload. No VAT. But salt, Mr. Speaker, the derivative of it, we can make soap. We can make detergent. We can make candles. We can make fertilizers. Mr. Speaker, finally we're going to get something for our airspace. A vast ocean and seabed. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. We must add.
Members. Not the members. Let the member has 1 more minute. Let him conclude his speech, please.
We must add value to our resources, Mr. Speaker, by way of creating industries. Mr. Speaker, when I walk in the food store and I see Campbell soup, Mr. Speaker, I see soups made in the Bahamas. I see conch chowder in can. I see lobster bisque in can. I see crab meat in can. Mr. Speaker, all of the vast resources we have, where there is no vision, the people perish. A fly fishing legislation was passed in 2017. Yet no conservation fund was implemented, even though it was a part of the legislation. 50% from each fishing license should have gone into the fund. But to date, Mr. Speaker, not a dime. Mr. Speaker, in the words of the late father of our nation, if Bahamians ain't prepared to stand up and fight and defend their own Bahamas, then they don't deserve to have it. Mr. Speaker, in light of our challenges, I see a great future. Ensuing generations of Bahamians. I wish this was a political rally. I'd say some things. Ensuing, but they come in. Ensuing generations of Bahamians will be our successors and inheritors of the nation we build or fail to build. The question is put to song by the Ramming Brothers. What will we leave behind? This land is my land. This land is your land. This land is our land. God gave it to you and me to be stewards. And Mr. Speaker, I declare boldly, in spite of the issues, in spite of the challenges, I stand on Isaiah 54:17. No weapons formed against us shall prosper.
You finished right now.
So may Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make the wealth common.
Thank you, member for Golden Isle. Sorry. Chair recognizes Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker,
You can delay? When he lays, then I want to speak to it.
I speak to what? He hasn't even recognized. Speak to
I
what?
recognize Southern Shores.
I was going to wait for him to lay.
Speaker to the speaker.
Mr. Speaker, while they didn't lay, I got a copy of my own. Mr. Speaker, I stood on
Order
the
the
point of
document
order.
brought up. Sorry, let me just get it before while you.
You read it.
That's why I'm asking it to be brought up.
Yeah.
There's it.
You just see that?
No, I've been putting it for a while. I don't know.
Just as a general note, and I'm trying to find it in the maze. There's certain privileges of members in this house. There's a reason why, as the pastor said, we refer to each other as honorable. And members of this house have special privileges that people outside of this house don't have. And we can make statements in this house that people outside of this house cannot make without some penalties. And I've seen or heard this used several times in this house when, and again, I'm speaking to both sides. And I'm going to try to get something to substantiate this from that one who asserts must prove. In this honorable house, when a member makes a statement and one objects to that statement, if you stand and you say that the member is misleading or providing information that you don't believe or you think is untrue, It's an obligation in my submission. It's on you, if you objected, to produce evidence to show that that information is incorrect. Your failure to do so, and that is why documents are tabled, so that, as in this case, you can refute it. The minister can refute it. But that's why there's privileges in this house. When a member objects to a statement being untrue, you must state that it's untrue. Then he must produce evidence to the contrary. And if he cannot do so, then the member carries on. I mean, so this statement, I hear people make that if you make the assertion that you must prove, you also have to be able to prove and demonstrate to the House that the member is making an untrue statement or is misleading. So let's be careful when we use these terms, because I know we used to hear that outside of this House. We used to, and we put this legal connotation to it. Inside.
Get back in it.
Yeah, but and so I just want to make that statement, and I think we'll be able to substantiate that with some. Our rules are doesn't speak that specifically, but I could refer to it in due course. Member for Southern Shores.
The document is late.
Order the document be brought up. Order the document do lie on the table. Hold on, let me just. Yes, I'm going to hear you while you speak.
Mr. Speaker, I objected that the member was being misleading because the member suggested that he was using the story to quote the minister to say that crime is on the rise. The minister did not say crime is on the rise. The minister said that there is an 8% reduction in crime. However, there's an increase in murder and armed robbery. That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, he went on to say that up to this point, there have been 47 homicides. Last year was 73. So year to year, we're ahead of where we were last year, but we've not broken any record. And last year's 73 was the lowest ever from the 147 under your administration's watch. So if you put that in context, there is still not enough for the member to come to the opinion that crime is on the increase, at least not using the words of my minister, who said that there's an 8% reduction in crime. If you're going to quote my minister, quote him right. And that is my point, Mr. Deputy.
Indicate that he was quoting your minister. He never said that, Mr. Speaker.
Members, can the chair recognizes Cat Island on the point of, yes.
It's one thing to, Mr. Speaker, in adopting the article, he's adopting what the article said, not what the minister said, right? And if by incorporation the minister said something, that is, and what we're saying is that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member said in his opinion. In fact, you specifically You specifically asked whether it was his opinion. He said it was his opinion, that he read the article this morning. The article suggests murders and armed robberies up so far this year. He could, on that basis, suggest that his opinion formed from that view that crime is up. Now, if he wishes to get into the detail, right, that's a different matter. But you cannot fault him for arriving at such a conclusion.
Okay, I mean, we're not the ones. I've already made a decision. I've allowed the member for Golden Isles to speak, and we're beyond that. I only raised this point. I just want to read something. That I allowed the member to continue his speech. I'm going to read just a paragraph from Action Mays. And this is at 669, if any member wants to read it. Freedom of speech is the heading. The first claim in the speaker's petition is for freedom of speech and debate. By the latter part of the 15th century, the Commons in England seems to have enjoyed an undefined right of freedom of speech as a matter of tradition rather than by virtue of a privilege sought and obtained. Earlier speakers made no claim for such a privilege. What they did request was permission to correct any an adverted misrepresentation of the House views to the king, a practice perhaps legal in opinion, an origin, though with obvious political advantages. We could probably speak to that at a different time. But the point I was making and that goes to the point I'm speaking about the privileges of members, and I think it's important that we remember that if you're gonna stand in this house to say that a member is misleading or a member is making a false statement, you must be able to be in a position before the chair can make a ruling to say that he's incorrect, or he should withdraw that to demonstrate that you have evidence to prove that his statement is incorrect. Now, I hear Southern Shores with respect to the article and what the minister says, and this is why it's so important when you say you're going to adopt an article, and 33(1), I think, speaks to that, and it's tabled, and that's why it's important when you adopt these articles that you table them so that members can be able to review it, analyze it, and maybe, and I'm sure I'm going to guarantee the member for Mount Moriah is going to probably speak there, and this is why it's important. Now I want to move on. Osmani, the chair recognizes, and I appreciate the debate and the discussion. The chair recognizes the member for Yamakoro. Thank you. You protected. You're good. One more point. Yeah, no, not you, Yama. Not you, but one more point. Whenever, this is again for all members, right? Whenever, and all members from both sides, okay, I don't like people saying it. Whenever there's a discourse on an order, a point of order, and the speaker is having to listen to a member and having to respond, I think it's just until that issue is completed, members shouldn't be trying to get the speaker's attention to leave the chambers. I think you should just wait for the speaker to finish his decision. Many members, even myself, probably did it. So just try to make it smoother, because when you try to leave the chambers and the speaker is trying to hear the point of order and think and try to come to a decision on it, it's kind of distracting. And this is for everybody. Thank you. The chair recognizes the member for Yamakoro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my contributions to the 2021-2022 budget debate, I would first like to thank God for the countless blessings that He has bestowed upon me and my family, and for the privilege He has given me to serve my country in such a profound and meaningful way. Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence at this point, just before I go any further, to extend profound gratitude to the ministry, and I see some persons are here to support me this evening, to my wife, my mother, my family. First, after thanking God, to thank my Member of Parliament, Mr. Desmond Bannister, for gifting our Member of Parliament, for gifting me with this beautiful stand with the inscription Yamakoro just on the front of it. Thank you very much. And I just want to say to my beloved Member of Parliament, as my mom would say in the past, you don't have to worry about me. You don't have to worry about my house. Go and remonstrate with those who you may have some difficulties with. Because on the date in question, no, only death will prevent me. Mr. Speaker, I am a Cat Island boy. Cat Island proud, Cat Island strong. I'm delighted, Mr. Speaker, and overjoyed and honored at the first ever Cat Island Business Outlook scheduled for tomorrow morning, where we will discuss sustainable, resilient, diversified, sustainable economic and social and cultural development of Cat Island. And Mr. Speaker, we are invited all and sundry, and that includes, and we don't care about your political persuasion. It has absolutely nothing to do with political persuasion. I was a boy. I grew up on Cat Island. I used to jump, ride on the actual Gilbert horse and buggy ride. And I promised myself, I pledged myself. I know I heard a commentary made about me the other day. I did not finish school. And I promised myself, my grandmother sent me to Cat Island when I was a little boy. Never could take the boat, went to an all-age school. But whenever I got the opportunity, that place that did so much for me, where I learned the 23rd Psalm, to kneel on the ground on the hard floor and pray for that masculine God who is coming back for his feminine church and sing the 21st Psalm. I'm proud to invite all Cat Islanders, and this is being sponsored by the councillors. But before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, there are some persons that I would like to thank, because I spoke with the coordinator of the first ever, and I had this made. Cat Island, that's what helped me to hold up. The first ever. Cat Island Business Outlook. Save the date. Friday, June 21st. We will be streaming online.
11th of June, you said? The 11th of June.
It's the first ever since we came in power.
First ever.
It's 11th of June, 2021.
Pardon me?
What date you gave? Is it?
June 11th,
All right.
2021. Tomorrow morning.
It's like the first time ever.
Yes, the first time. Just let me thank some persons. I see Mr. Daniels.
Since 2017. First time ever.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it apolitical because I want my cousin to also sign on. But there are some persons, Mr. Speaker, before I get into my debate, that I would like to thank that represents the courage and the foundation of Cat Island. And these are the persons who stayed there and remain that I want to recognize, Mr. Speaker. So allow me to recognize and thank local Cat Islanders who stayed at home or returned home, used personal savings, other financial resources, and started small and medium-sized businesses over the years. Some in the merchandising, some in the hotel business, some in the mailboat shipping, some in bulk gas, liquid gas, some in the wider hospitality sector, like on land and nature tours, taxi service, sport fishermen, craft persons, seafood providers, restaurant and snack shop operators. You know, we used to go and get your slam bam. I used to do that. Farmers, just to name a few. Theirs was to assist in Cat Island's orderly development. Some businesses succeeded, some fold. Yes, through lean and tough times, some survived. Past and present entrepreneurs must be hailed and emulated for their resilient and steadfast. I'm getting a little emotional. Let me stop right now. For their resilient. One second. Well, I almost going to crying and my mother's watching. For their resilient and steadfastness, you have every right to zealously guard and defend your or ours island gem. Our foreign stakeholders, including homeowners, have and are working with the Cat Island community in providing direct and indirect social financial support to the island's economy and sustainability. Friends of Cat Island, through Cat Island United, have given time, talent, and money to education pursuits and the like. Through social and community associations, schools and churches, our settlement communities are being serviced and maintained. Our youth, through the Barracuda, are coached and guided in swimming, nature tours, and beach and environmental stewardship. We say thank you to all Cat Islanders and residents who are actively involved. My beloved Cat Islanders. And I would like to invite Cat Islanders and the friends of Cat Islanders and Cat Island to be involved in the economic, and cultural realization of a giant. I would like to thank the government of the Bahamas for making those southern islands duty-free. So now I'm going to build my house. I'm free trade economic zone. I'm going to build my house. Please come online. And one of the suggestions that we're making, one of the suggestions, I want to tell you about some of the speakers, Mr. Speaker. Just allow me. I mean, all of us can be a part of this. I ain't going to say nothing about him. Right? We want to create the first ever Cat Island Chamber of Commerce. And we have a brother, Matthew Rose, who's in New York. We have Ms. Bethel, who's in Dubai. So to get persons together, see, let me tell you this. All the administration, and let me tell you, I told my prime minister and he didn't get upset. And I sent him something when I recorded one day. I said, listen, PM, I'm sending you something I'm going to put out. It's called Oh My Beloved Cat Island. And he listened, he says, make this adjustment. And in that I said, PLP, the FNM, the UBP, and all did not give Cat Island what it deserves. I think the Cat Island could be just as strong as Long Island, Exuma, or any other island. Self-sustaining. And so I thank all my friends for joining. They told me today that they were very shocked and surprised. The person from the council is saying the largest number. We have more than 170 persons who have just come online to join this discussion and to be a part of the development of Cat Island. Just let me tell you some of the topics we will do. The future of Cat Island lies in the ocean. A beautiful lady who now lives on Cat Island, Nikita Shield role. And then you have the role of creative industries in economic and social development. We'll be dealing with that. And then you have the Minister Pintard will be speaking about agriculture. And then maintaining Cat Island's authenticity through tourism and sustainability. You know, you're talking about the flour cake, the south, the potato bread, the quadrille, and the rake and scrape, all of those different things that we want to take in Cat Island to the world and invite into Cat Island. But creating a sustainable, eco-friendly environment where Cat Islanders are a part of it. And so we invite all on sundries, and this is not to blame anybody, but we invite everybody, whether you PLP, FNM from Cat Island, come on. And there's one person who I know thinks he's Mr. Cat Island. That's Mr. Ramsey, a senior police officer who's my childhood friend, and I want him to be part of Elvis Ramsey's nephew. And so thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to just announce the first ever Cat Island Business Outlook. Save the date, Friday, 11 June 2021. My beloved Cat Island. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've received my first job. And I heard my good friend from Golden Isle speak about Sir Lyndon Finland. And I said in this house, say what you like, do what you like. Sir Lyndon got all of us going our way. He talked about the fighters. And the Speaker, if ever I believe that we have fighters in this country, it was after Hurricane Dorian. Before I knew it, but it reaffirmed it. Hurricane Dorian and the COVID-19. We lived it. And when Hurricane Dorian came, all that time it sat over Abercrombie. And I heard my good friend from Golden Isle saying it affected the entire Bahamas because I had family there. It affected the entire Bahamas. Let me tell you why. Because all us like to run to go to Abercrombie or Freeport and know some family member who lives there. And then we went to Freeport, where it washed away, and in Abercrombie it washed away, and we don't know the numbers yet. We don't know the numbers yet. When I went to Abercrombie, you smelled the stench of death. It's traumatizing to see the destruction that was wrought on those islands. And I said this, and nobody has refuted it yet. When you look at per capita and size, taking into consideration what Abercrombie and Freeport represents to the socio-economic and cultural diversity of this country, it almost represents, and I dare anybody to challenge this, when you look at America with more than 200 million people, more than 5 states being devastated. Devastated. That is no light feat. And I remember a crew getting in their boat. We did the exigency orders to allow people to come in. And let me tell you something. I heard one of my colleagues says, oh no, our friends came and did it. But that was as a result of the love and fidelity that Bahamians have shown to people around the world. That they came and they assist and they sent boatloads of stuff. That's just what you do to rescue. And I remember when the boat was going in, and one of my friends I knew for years working in social services, I almost cried when I saw her saying, you got to come get me. The prime minister went down and everybody went. Exuma went, he took a picture with the prime minister. He says, I'm working. He said, the prime minister is working. I'm working. Everybody needs to get to work. That's how devastating it was. And shortly thereafter, as we were trying with our folks, passing laws, trying our best, those freedom fighters on the front line, the police officers who I pay, Bagdam, Hall, and Hannah, I just want to say hello to you all and all my squad mates, all those officers who were there, I mean, tired. Some of them just came out of Abaco. You had to send them back. Nurses working. COVID-19 came on. I was the first to lose a sister. First. So you can imagine me calling Dr. San. We haven't made the adjustment yet because she appeared to be the strongest. Calling Dr. San. When is the boat going? Then we can send this, we can send that. And realizing being in leadership, how fickle, not fickle and thin our resources were. We don't have an air force. We don't have an army. We don't have those things. Well, I was threatened one night and the old man said to me, you have a good Navy, Johnson, you're got what army, you're got. I said, well, you ain't got no army, no Navy, and all kinds of stuff. And you need help too then. Because we had to borrow boat to go, right? And then COVID-19 came along, where the hospitals were filled up to capacity. You had to have people coming. Person saying to open the floors, to open the floors. The Prime Minister said we would be led scientifically. Not everything they said to us we wanted to do, but we listened. And so those very same freedom fighters, the nurses, the doctors, the police officers, the prison officers, the immigration officers, sometimes, persons were still trying to go to the US, intercepted. The Defense Force officers had to go and get, just think about it. I'm not criticizing everybody. The boat is heading to Freeport. Don't bring them to Freeport. Those tired officers now have to sail either to Nassau or somewhere else, and their families are at home. Some of them died. I say this, Mr. Speaker, before I go into my speech, to speak to the resilience and the strength of the Bahamian people and what they demonstrated. Prison officers, they couldn't let people out of the prison. Some became positive. They still had to go to work. Police officers out there in the night, and I hear them criticize them, they go on, they lock up the boy with the water. They did this, they did that, saying we did it. Mr. Roll and his officers are some of the best that the world has ever seen. And they exercise their discretion, and when they exercise their discretion, they take people to court, and then the courts do their duty. Government had very little to do with that. But even though there was difficulties in the lockdowns or whatever have you, by and large, I think Bahamians understood. And when I walked through Yamakro, and I'm going to get to Yamakro, I was in a gentleman's house, and he said, Elsewhere, he said, I'm frustrated. And I could see the frustration on his wife and his face. Because they had children. They worked in the hotels. You didn't bring this, but I ain't working. My life is current, but this, but that. But we have to work it through. And then he asked me some hard questions. And I tried my best to answer them. So I just want to say that all is not lost. And I'm reinvigorated. I'm energized to serve when I see the young police officer, when I have an interaction with the prison officer, the nurses, the doctors. We couldn't print money. When you look at places like India, China, America, I sat down and they had ambulances going around. They say, listen, if you don't have COVID-19, don't come. I commended Dr. Sands on yesterday for his speech. And I also commended him in the past for what he did for my niece. Have diabetes, went to the hospital. outside in the tent. He says, listen, Elsewhere, the only way I could help her is if she's tested positive for COVID-19. And she's delirious. She has a sugar rush or whatever they call it. In a bad state, and she was diagnosed and taken into the hospital. Papa went to the hospital. Family couldn't go to see him. These are some of the things we've addressed. This is no playing thing. We don't print money. America, Canada, lockdowns, open up. Just look at the major countries and we were commended. But we're trying our best and we brought this budget, Mr. Speaker. But in the context of COVID-19, those freedom fighters were able to almost fully digitize. Listen, I'm not going to allow anybody to talk about objectively criticize them. I want to commend Ms. Janice Miller, who is my permanent secretary. I see the director of financial services, Ms. Deborah Watson is here. Mr. Campbell is here with me today. Director of trade, Raquel Pinder, the big show, Mr. Russell, Clarence Russell, and all of the directors of immigration who have worked extremely hard. Sometimes the building is on lockdown. And I said, Mr. Ferguson, you're on the third floor, the second floor had somebody. He says, listen, people in the country. And systematically, a department that they thought, and I will deal with this in my presentation, that they thought could not be digitized. We put together a committee. We came together, we sat after, during, and through COVID-19. And now, as you would hear, in March, we were able to upload long-term work permits. And in May, at the end of this month, you'll be able to onboard applications from your home or your work. And by the end of September of this year, every application in immigration, you stay home or you stay in your office and you onboard them. You don't have to come to us anymore. And then we went cashless because we had to put into place protocols to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And some of the young persons are saying, as devastating or as negative as COVID-19 is, it's a benefit. It forced us to do some things that we should have done a long time ago. So I want to commend the staff and members of the Ministry of Financial Services, Trade and Industry and Immigration for supporting me through these tough times. And I would also say something about my leader. I want to say something about my leader. And you know, I told Dr. Sands yesterday after his presentation, I said, listen, you ran for deputy leader in this party. You are a former minister in this party. And I told him of a story when we were young boys, you know, when you go out in the boat, the boy take the boat and try and shake it. But he demonstrated yesterday by giving an objective presentation and by his attitude and his conduct that he understands service. But I want to commend my leader who's not here today. I respect this man. I love this man. I don't know very many who could have gone through what he went through. And I heard Golden Isles. And they were right to say that they want their pay. They worked very hard. They had to tactfully deal with it. And no matter what you say, sometimes I lose my cool. He sits calmly by, looks over, smiles, gets up, shows no offense. This has been a most difficult time. And I think, like my auntie says, he didn't bring Dorian. He didn't bring the COVID-19. But I thank God that we have a doctor in place who's leading this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to the wonderful people of Yamacraw. They have supported and continue to support the work that I do in our great constituency. They continue to allow me into their homes. They continue to participate in our community events and to support our constituency initiatives. It is on behalf of the people of Yamacraw and the wider Bahamian community that I rise to contribute to this budget. And for this opportunity, I will be forever grateful. is at this point, Mr. Speaker, I would like to express profound gratitude, Mr. Speaker, to my wife, my children, Kristen, Ariana, and Megan, who's 20 years older than 5, to my mother, my Aunt Bernice, and all my aunts in Cat Island, and Aunt Nika was diagnosed with COVID-19. They've taken their shot, and they're waiting for their second shot. I would like to express profound gratitude, Mr. Speaker, to my executive team in the great constituency of Yamacraw, to Mr. Nathan Higgins, Marilyn Adley, Joy Roberts, and the crew, the whole crew. Pardon me? Yes, and the whole crew for the work that we've been doing in the community. We never stopped. Mr. Speaker, when I first became the MP, one of the first things we did strategically was to meet with the Ministry of Works, and I want to commend Carmichael and the members at the Ministry of Works, Mr. Clark and others. And I had a conversation with my good friend, Long Island, and Ramon Ferreira, the Minister of Environmental Health. And we did a strategic analysis of the Yamacraw constituency. So we know where all the lights, if there are no lights, that's why I always say about Paul Smith. Paul Smith is the man. I didn't have the money. I had the first down payment. I gave him the down payment. He said, I'm going to work. And what we did was we drove around. I want to thank Mr. Capron, George Capron, for all the kind advice that you give to me. Sometimes it gets extremely hard. It gets extremely hard. And you need that wise individual to say, you've got it. Keep going. And we strategically went to the community and identified every light that was off. And Paul Smith and his team has gone through and been 90%, almost 90% finished. We're going through every part. There's an intention by the Ministry of Works to come through and remediate all those parts. We understand the financial restraints that we may have at this time. I want to thank the Ministry of Environmental Health and Mr. Stokes, who sorted that his building was removed and carted away. I want to thank him for that. We've created a derelict vehicle removal where we pay persons in the community who have records and they go around, they move all the vehicles. So we know where the street signs, where the drainage is, we know all those different things. I want to thank the guys, the boys who clean the streets for us. And sometimes I don't have it to give to them, they just do it. So Big Mark and all the boys, thank you very much. Duff came to me one day and said, you know, I don't roll this way, but man, I have great respect for you. I have a great respect and love for you too. And we had our conversation. So I want to thank him for the respect that they extend. We meet persons who are of the other persuasion, but we don't encourage disrespect, discord, and nastiness. So if you see my opponent, yes, I intend to put a good one on him for Belinda, but treat him with respect. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're working with the elderly. We have more than $50,000 worth of band equipment for the Eastern Community Rising Star Band. So there are a number of things that I will comment on that we've been doing in the community. We've been having our town hall meetings. Because of COVID-19, we could not have the regular constituency association meetings. We've been meeting with persons. I meet with them in the morning and the evening. It's been difficult, but I want to commend the Bahamian people for their strength, their intestinal fortitude, and proving themselves to be fighters in this most difficult time. And so thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This government is tasked with presenting a national budget during one of the most uncertain and unprecedented times in our nation's history. Not even a year after the landfall of the most devastating hurricane to reach our shores, we found ourselves battling a global pandemic. In rapid succession, Hurricane Dorian and the COVID-19 pandemic wreaked havoc on the lives and livelihoods of Bahamians. None of us were left unaffected in one way or the other. Unprecedented loss of life, the destruction of homes and commercial properties, business closure, and unemployment all converge on our little island nation. And I want to commend the Bahamas, because I've been following the news. In the US, they started laying off. In Europe, they started laying off. Well, let's continue to pray for Brazil, because they can't find a place to bury people. Not one public servant went home. God has, and I ain't gonna put this one on Dr. Minutes and the F&M administration. I can say God has been good to us. That's who we have to blame for this now. God has been good. Not one. And I spoke with persons in my community who said, Minister Johnson, I'm at home, but I getting paid. We had no planes flying. You remember the times when no planes were in the air? But persons were still on at Bahamas Air. No tourists. But tourists, the persons at the Ministry of Tourism were still being paid. And we worked assiduously. And what we did that was so enlightening is the collaboration with industry and civil society by putting them on all of our boards. And they came on with criticism and they worked. And I will tell you about the ERC report, the Economic Recovery Committee report. Tanya, I love you. They came ahead even though persons were saying they weren't qualified. And they did. They did it from home. When they couldn't even meet, they were working. While saying lockdown, come out, do this, do that, they were working. I want to thank publicly the strategic leader, in the words of the former Attorney General, Mrs. Allison Gibson. And that is Miss, help me, Mike. That is Miss Del Regis. Dr. Del Regis, the strategic leader. Everybody talk about what we should do. Nobody yet has, Mercelin Del Regis, has confronted her to say, you're doing something wrong. Her integrity is impeccable. They don't always get it. I'm not saying that we always get it right. But she came to serve. And she invited, and she was prepared to come to meetings with all on sundry to explain why they did what they do, why they're doing what they're doing, and why they will do what they will do in terms of advising the government. The Prime Minister made it clear that we will be scientifically led. And I remember right here in this house one morning that I called Barbados and I called my other counterparts, and we were collaborating on this. And he said to the member for Cat Island, Rumkins and Salvador, invited him to a meeting and said, when he said no, he said, whatever I did, I apologize. Whatever I did, I apologize. I think later, the good member for Exuma and the doctor, former member of Parliament for one of the former members who's now running Paul Pine, they came to the meeting. Former Minister of Health. And who was it so interested in? She sat there. The Prime Minister said, you have any questions that you would like to ask? Ask them. If you have any, and basically, if you have any suggestions that you would like to make, you could do it. But in the context of all that we have done, I want to commend the Bahamian people for showing the strength and intestinal fortitude to safeguard this constitutional democracy. Mr. Speaker, no government has had to contend with such dire, drastic circumstances, yet here we are. We faced down the terrifying Hurricane Dorian, Mr. Speaker. We navigated a once-in-a-century pandemic, Mr. Speaker. And despite these challenges, we have returned to this honorable House to carry out our mandate and implement our plan and vision for this nation. As the member for Kalani said last week, we did not do it alone. No, we didn't. This was a team effort. This was a selfless effort. This was an effort where those ones who know the trouble, the throne of God was troubling the throne. Those who could work in the police force was working. Those in the defense force was working. Those in the immigration department was working. And some of them lost their life to COVID-19. I had to call some of them when they were in the hospital. But some of us have the luxury, while we're laying down and sleeping, of criticizing. Where sometimes you sit with them in the night to have a sit down and have a chat, and you hear all the things they talk about. Our efforts to implement a transformative agenda have always been inspired by the resilience of the Bahamian people. They are the reason we are here. Mr. Speaker, everything we have done was to set this country on firmer and more fertile ground. See, if you got another budget, man, come and lay it. Come and lay it. If you could do it better than the Economic Recovery Committee, come and tell us. If you can do it better than Paul Roll and the police officers, come, he is willing to hear you. They got police talk, call in. If you're able to do it better than the Commodore and his officers, come. If you're able to do it better than the Prime Minister, come and tell him. We work so that the inherent potential of the Bahamian people can grow without restraint. During last year's budget, this government presented the Resilient Bahamas Plan. This was our immediate response to the unprecedented crisis we face. That response was characterized by thoughtful, targeted, and people-focused support for those most impacted by Hurricane Dorian and the global crisis. It was a great plan. Through our expenditures, we fed tens of thousands of households, supported the unemployed, and shored up our healthcare infrastructure. Ain't none of us had the money to, and I can tell you, ain't none of us, I still ask people to help me to get vouchers. And you do it in a way to secure the dignity and integrity of people. There were some serious issues. The government can't do everything. And yes, I know people who are sleeping in cars. But for the grace of God, there go I. It has been challenging. And I'm not saying that we did it all right. There's always room for improvement. But it's something when someone always, like a royal gesture, running around and dancing. We also work to plant seeds for the accelerated recovery by helping businesses to sustain employment and providing small and medium-sized enterprises with continuity loans and grants. No one went home. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are transitioning to another phase in our recovery effort, pivoting from restoration to growth through the accelerated Bahamas Recovery Plan. When I presented during the last year's budget debate, I spoke to the Resilient Bahamas Plan focused on digitization as one way to plant the seeds for an accelerated recovery. I also noted that we would have a better sense of our growth agenda after deliberations of the Economic Recovery Committee. And I want to thank those individuals who served selfishly. Today, I report on how the ministry for which I have responsibility has successfully supported the implementation of the Resilient Bahamas Plan. And there are a lot of people who are saying we don't have no plan. But listen to this speech. Listen to what the frontline workers have been doing during COVID-19. You listen to them. And I'm not taking anything into this. And I want to tell you, but listen, those people who started the secret shopper program, volunteering because we couldn't pay them to improve the services. Individuals who had clients and said, you need scanners, we're going to give you some. Because too many people are here in the Bahamas and we need to help them during COVID-19. Let me just go to a commercial, Mr. Speaker. Cat Island Business Outlook, save date, Friday, June 11, 2021. Join us tomorrow. There's a commercial break.
You do 2
I will
hours.
also lay out the ministry's agenda for the year ahead, and specifically how we are contributing to the Accelerated Bahamas Recovery Plan and adopting the recommendations of the Economic Recovery Committee. Together, Mr. Speaker, my ministry is working with its counterpart agencies to realize the economic vision of the government. We are doing our part to build a dynamic, resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economy for all Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, our financial services sector, I would like to thank the Director of Financial Services, the Deputy Director, Ms. Watson, the Deputy Director, Ms. Brandis Duncanson, all of those individuals in the Ministry and Trade. When you talk about financial services is indeed trade in an industry. And you can't do it without immigration. Because separate and aside from the movement of assets, you need the movement of people. And so all must work hand in hand. Our financial services sector remains the second largest contributor to the Bahamas' GDP. And the sector has truly been resilient in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Make no mistake about it, the Bahamas financial services sector is open for business. And I want to show up what the good member for Southern Shore said. And that was the first thing we had to tell the world. One of the part of our strategic plan is to say to them, because people were thinking that because of what happened in Abaco and what happened in Freeport, that the Bahamas was closed. So I think the former president of the United States said that the Bahamas was open. And so all of our friends around the world set about, even the news stations, to say, hey, they are open for business. I recently saw something, they were amazed. After Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19, these guys are still going. I can attest that the industry responded to COVID-19 very well. It never stopped servicing clients. And thanks to strong business community plans, our jurisdiction fared well. Tanya McCartney, Bruno, Abe, Step, Bahamas, all of those groups, the persons in Life-Wiki, the persons over the hill, the persons in Andros, all was working to keep this place going. Once again, I want to commend industry stakeholders for not just holding the line, but leveraging the opportunities that the COVID-19 crisis brought with it. For example, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the number of family offices grow as people choose to live, work, and play in the Bahamas. And when we were meeting with people, we say, listen, if the good Lord ever went on holiday, he came to the Bahamas. If the angels ever went to play, they came to these islands. And you would be amazed to see, I don't see the exoma here, the amount of multi-million-dollar cruise vessels that are in the family islands. Business picked up for permanent residence application. And when what happened, Mr. Speaker, what was so dynamic is that the staff at immigration fall in place. They realized that if this was happening in the context of COVID-19, we had to move from brick and mortar to be able to get persons in. And so persons were still buying properties, building homes, we went with, I told Mr. Tommy Tanquest, they had a wonderful project down there with him and Sir Franklin Wilson, that we're going to improve the way we're improving the length of time with which we do permanent residence. Yes, West, let me get this place on, get it right. There's another, West End, Love Beach, Bahamas. These are persons who are now constructing condominiums and inviting high-end, high net worth persons to come and live in the Bahamas. We just want to ensure that regulations are right. And they're coming in. Buying money is not an object. And they want to be a part of the socio-economic environment of the country, respecting our norms and mores. We also saw an increase in demand for economic permanent residence. This was meant by the improved process of applications in the Department of Immigration. I will speak to our efforts in this area a little later. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to financial services, the government did not sit idly by during the pandemic either. My ministry, in collaboration with the private sector, are constantly reimagining our financial services to make it stronger and more resilient. We have pushed beyond the status quo to establish new and innovative products and services to make our financial services not only more inclusive, but to expand job growth, ownership, and opportunities for Bahamians, especially among our women and youth. We implement a new investment funds regime and pass the Digital Assets and Registered Exchange or DARE legislation, positioning the Bahamas at the vanguard of this emerging area that is the future of financial services. I encourage all Bahamians to learn more about the development in financial technology and the FinTech Hub at the Securities Commission of the Bahamas. And I take this opportunity to commend and recognize a beautiful, phenomenal Bahamian lady of the soil, Ms. Christine Roll, the CEO and her team at the Bahamas Securities Commission, who are doing a phenomenal job. And through COVID-19, they were talking, they were advising, they were at home, they were on their computers, and they were working. They're Bahamians. They're the fighters. The Securities Commission of the Bahamas, FinLink, is the central point of contact for the Commission's engagement with public on everything fintech, including virtual assets, businesses, crowdfunding, distributed ledger technology, artificial intelligence, and virtual internal offerings. Building off the successful rollout of the Sand Dollar and the introduction of the DARE Act, my ministry, along with our private sector and regulatory partners, are positioning the Bahamas as the predominant fintech hub in the region, attracting numerous domestic and international participants in the space and thus creating more jobs. We have a plan. And I'm just not talking about the government. I'm talking about industry. And we've created a tripartite approach to financial services: government, industry, and civil society. In support of the Resilient Bahamas Plan, I stated that the Ministry of Financial Services would also lean into the opportunities the pandemic brought, just like our partners in the industry. Over the last year, we did this by doing the following: improving engagement with stakeholders, collaborating across government and with industry, initiating strategic planning to set the stage for the industry's future, implementing an aggressive legislative and regulatory agenda, and continuing our marketing and promotion efforts. Mr. Speaker, in response to the disruption of COVID-19 pandemic, the ministry for which I have responsibility intentionally increased focus and attention on enhancing and strengthening its stakeholder engagement. We realized that we could not stop communicating with our stakeholders during a crisis. It was our job to keep them engaged and informed, even if we could not be in the same room. We have continued our one-on-one and small group stakeholder meetings with professional organizations and private entities that make up the financial services sector. We continue to listen and determine the major issues and concerns of these important collaborators. The ministry for which I have responsibility has also engaged in virtual public events to support the public education efforts around the DARE legislation. On March 4th, 2021, the ministry for which I have responsibility hosted a virtual symposium for 550 attendees under the theme FinTech and Digital Assets, Legislation, Regulation, and Practice in the Bahamas. The objective of the symposium was to inform and educate key stakeholders and the public about opportunities presented by the passing of the DARE legislation. And there's a reason why we crafted it this way. You know, people always saying, you ain't doing, I want you to see what's happening in the background. There's some people who didn't even want to have the celebration. They're true leaders. But you see that all those people who was working in the financial services sector with our counterparts around the world, when we had COVID-19, the director had to go home. You, Mr. Campbell, was at home for some time, but they were working hard. They never stopped. The digital symposium gathered legal and regulatory experts along with practitioners to review legislative and regulatory changes. Additionally, the ministry's intention was to demonstrate the employment and entrepreneurial opportunities available in the fintech and digital space. The event featured Bahamian professionals and practitioners who are leaders both locally and abroad. And we had more than 300 persons or more. More than 300 persons. Perhaps the most important stakeholder engagement event that we have partnered on in the last year was the 2021 International Financial Services Virtual Policy Action Summit. And I want to thank Shivago Lang. He's identifying. He has an interesting program on the show that he's on. He invited the former Attorney General, Ms. Alison Gibson, Mr. Garwin Bowe, and a number of other leaders in the financial services industry. And they had a talk about financial services. And then the industry, along with government, in the context of COVID-19, had a strategic planning session on how we could remain competitive and a financial service center of excellence. This past April, along with the Bahamas Financial Services Board, let me call Tanya's name again, we focused our engaged efforts for the strategic planning of the industry. This half-day virtual summit brought together public and private sector stakeholders to develop concrete, realistic implementation plans. Mr. Speaker, we are preparing to reposition the financial services sector for growth and innovation. And these are Bahamians. Huh? This is another commercial break. The Cat Island Business Outlook. Save the date, Friday, June 11th, 2021. That is tomorrow, where we'll be discussing the social, cultural, and economic development of a giant, Cat Island. I got plenty to talk about. I can't. Yes, I gotta go. Yeah, I gotta go. Perhaps the most important stakeholder, so we dealt with that. Perhaps the most important stakeholder engagement event that we have presented on in 2021, where we have that this April past, along with the Bahamas Financial Services Board, we focused on engagement efforts on planning the event. Mr. Speaker, we are preparing the Bahamas for, Mr. Speaker, we are preparing to position the financial services sector for growth and innovation. Ministries, regulators, and senior industry leaders are engaged in productive dialogue to discuss strategies for the financial services sector and to ensure its sustainability for the long term. With the ongoing economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the sector still under threat by new and ever-changing international regulations, my ministry and industry is more determined than ever to develop comprehensive policy recommendations and deliverables with set timelines and clear accountability. We are being intentional about pivoting from mere planning to execution. We are being intentional about the growth of the sector. Several issues arose during the course of the event, including the ease of doing business and digital transformation, one of the 7 pillars of the Accelerated Bahamas Plan, the complete overhaul of the Registrar General's Department, a focus on jurisdictional branding, and the execution of an international public relations campaign. And 4, the expansion of the grounds for economic permanent residency, as recommended by the ERC. The legislation is already being tabled in the House, and we're presently debating it. Mr. Speaker, a comprehensive report is being prepared and actioned and steps to achieve desired outcomes. It is the intention to present said report to the Cabinet. Along with the recommendations of the ERC, This report will form the basis for our agenda for the advancement of the financial services industry. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan. Mr. Speaker, one of my ministry's mandate is to facilitate change in regulation and legislation to improve the ease of doing business and foster the growth of the financial services sector. In this vein, a compendium of legislative amendments that the industry has been seeking to have finalized since before the administration came to office were finally passed in September 2020. These amendments contribute to improve ease of doing business and from and within the Bahamas by creating more flexible, streamlined processes that decrease needless bureaucracy and requirements and improve the overall experience. Members might recall the compendium of legislation which included amendments to the Companies Act, the International Business Companies Act, the Property Execution of Deeds and Documents Act, the Rule Against Perpetuities Abolition Act, and the Foundations Act, Securities Industries Amendment Regulations 2020, the Securities Industry Takeover Amendment Rules 2020, and the Securities Industries Governance Amendment Rules 2020. Mr. Speaker, access to financial services and institutions underpin the whole economy and will help drive the accelerated growth recovery plan. We cannot realize the full growth potential of an inclusive, sustainable, and resilient economy until we deal with the issues of financial inclusion, access, and literacy, which are also components of the UN's 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Wider domestic participation in our financial services should be just as encouraged as foreign participation. We all know access to financing or credit is being increasingly more difficult. FinTech is now allowing for unlimited possibilities in terms of financial access and inclusion. There are now sustainable, affordable, and inclusive financing and credit options like peer-to-peer, microloans, and microfinancing, and the previously mentioned crowdfunding. I am optimistic that there will very soon be a wider adoption of these financial tools and services. My ministry will partner with the already established initiatives by the private sector and our regulators in the long-term effort for the advancement and expansion of the financial literacy and financial inclusion. Mr. Speaker, despite the necessary restrictions on movement and gatherings in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the FSB has continued the work of promoting the Bahamas financial services sector around the world. I want to commend the board for its ability and strategic approach in advocating for the Bahamas as the clear choice for financial services. The FSB sponsored a series of virtual events during this financial period, including Latin America Wealth Management Summit, STEP LATAM virtual event on trust and fiduciary services, virtual World Captive Forum on captive insurance, the Bahamas Virtual Landfall, the RIMS Live 2021, the most comprehensive global risk management, family offices management, and a host of others, Mr. Speaker. My ministry is also working with the Bahamas Financial Services Board to continue global promotion of the industry through our sponsorship and representation at a number of events, including STEP LATAM and Association of Banks and Trust Companies, Nassau Conference in September, Private Wealth, Latin America and Caribbean Forum Market Group in October, and Forum for Impact America in November. Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly address the recent G7 position on corporate tax, and as the Minister of Finance has stated, we are a sovereign nation, and my ministry, along with the Ministry of Finance, will continue to consult and engage with the private sector before any decision are made with respect to a corporate tax in the Bahamas in the interest of the Bahamas trade and industry. I now turn my attention to the extraordinary work of the Trade and Industry Unit. During his budget debate contribution last week, the member for Kalani indicated that a vital component of the small business development pillar in the accelerated Bahamas will be how we leverage trade agreements. In particular, the CARIFORUM European Union and CARIFORUM United Kingdom Economic Partnership Agreements, or EPA, to support diversification. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the unit has been working diligently over the last year to increase awareness of trade and industry opportunities available to Bahamians. As the Minister for Trade and Industry, our goal is to ensure the growth of SMEs in the Bahamas. This means that we will have to look beyond our borders and increase our participation in international trade markets. Utilizing economic partnership agreements as a channel for this necessary expansion is just one way we are driving small business development and growth. We will therefore seek to develop an international trade strategy, not just talk about one. The Trade and Industry Unit executed a strategy with three priorities for the 2020-21 fiscal period. First, increasing awareness among businesses and civil society on the trade agreements that the Bahamas is party to. Second, providing market intelligence report to business support organizations on export opportunities. And finally, facilitating linkages between the Industries Encouragement Act and micro, small, and medium enterprises involved in green, blue, and orange economies. We saw these activities as necessary for preparing the Bahamian economy for accelerated growth as we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the last year, Mr. Speaker, the Trade and Industry Unit has made remarkable progress on its priorities. In August 2020, a survey of the Bahamian business showed that they did not have sufficient information on the trade agreements to which the Bahamas was a party. And Mr. Speaker, you was here of the opportunities that are available. Mr. Speaker, this lack of awareness was concerning, especially because the Bahamas has trade agreements with the major development countries that include the United States of America, Canada, the EPAs with the European Union, and since January 2021, the United Kingdom. These agreements provide significant benefits to Bahamian exporters, since 90% of goods exported to these markets enter without the payment of duties. Because of these agreements, Bahamian businesses have a competitive advantage with exporting products like seafood, chemicals, minerals, mineral products, and salt. Some Bahamian businesses are already taking advantage of these opportunities. Additionally, smaller enterprises have become involved in the export sector, selling jewelry, handbags, art, and processed foods products. In December 2020, Trade and Industry Unit began publishing a monthly newsletter that provided information on trade by highlighting Bahamian-owned businesses that were involved in the export sector. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about companies like Naturally Bahamian, a business that produced juices, teas, syrups, jams, jellies, bath products, many others that are made from locally sourced ingredients. In our trade and industry newsletter, the owner Denise Worrell detailed how COVID-19 hampered import has impacted global transport. While our international distribution has been somewhat impacted, the business is doing its best to fulfill orders for an international clientele who cannot get enough of the products. What makes these products special, she says, is that they are uniquely Bahamian. Another entrepreneur, Kentisha Ward, a manufacturer of gourmet popsicles, has received international interest in her product. Onassis Knotted of Gold Collar provides web and app development services to companies interested in the export market. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, how many other Bahamian businesses can take advantage of these beneficial trade agreements now that we are spreading the word about the opportunities they present. Imagine how many locally sourced products can reach new markets. The economic impact for this kind of business expansion is broad. The entire product value chain is poised to expand, not just to benefit the seller, but also the supplier of the source raw material and other service suppliers like logistics and transportation. This is how you encourage and support small businesses to develop. Mr. Speaker, the final edition of the Trade and Industry newsletter will be published at the end of June 2021. It has been such a success that we will be expanding it to include information on financial services and trade and arbitration. For those who are watching, listening, and may be interested in reading the past edition, you can find all the editions available on the ministry's website. We also welcome feedback, Mr. Speaker, on the newsletters. As it relates to CARICOM, EU, EPA specifically, the Bahamas is among several CARICOM countries that will benefit from a call for proposals for SME grants, funding by the European Union. And I want people to listen to this very carefully. Grants will range from 5,000 to 15,000 euros and can be used by businesses. And what we've discovered, Mr. Speaker, is these grants are there, and countries like the Bahamas don't even apply for them. And it's free money. It's designed for developing countries. So that is why we're educating the public that you can apply for these grants. And some persons have gotten these grants. And they can assist in capitalizing or helping you to develop your business. The global marketplace has become even more interconnected through technological and digital advancements, e-commerce and internet marketing, with which numerous Bahamian micro-enterprise taking full advantage. Digital transformation enables greater ease of access when it comes to facilitating local and international trade. We must seize the opportunities for expansion in these sectors, with more and more of the goods and services globally being sold online. The availability of this additional grant funding through the EPA, coupled with digital transformation incentives in accelerated Bahamas, could lead to remarkable innovation and expansion for the Bahamian SMEs. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan. The call is open to businesses in the areas of agriculture, tourism, processing, manufacturing, creative industries, health and wellness, and environmental management. In 2020, 3 Bahamian businesses, Kiros Maritime Services Limited, one a Lutra Foundation, and the Coconut Factory were beneficiaries of these grants. The call for these proposals opened in May and will close in July. Additional information can be found on the Caribbean Export website. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas is participating in the creation of the Caribbean Export 2021-2024 strategic plan funded by the European Union. that will focus on export development and promotion to increase private sector competitiveness and support the services sector, which is the next frontier for expanding trade. The CARIFORUM EU EPA also contains a cultural protocol that facilitates the export of cultural products and services to the EU. An initial meeting was held in April between the representatives of the local captive creative sector and Caribbean export, facilitated by the embassy in Brussels, to begin engagement on the promotion of Junkanoo and other cultural products and services. Again, Mr. Speaker, through the work of the Trade and Industry Unit, creative industry leaders are learning about and taking advantage of opportunities to export authentic Bahamian culture across the globe. In conjunction with this cultural focus, the CARIFORUM EU EPA, through the European Development Fund, is also implementing a regional project, CAPRI, to support the enabling framework for the innovation and competitiveness in the private sector. The specific objectives of this project are to, one, increase awareness of the value and contribution of innovation and intellectual property rights to economic and social development, develop a network of strengthening and more efficient intellectual property institutions for the benefit for SMEs in particular, enhance the legal and policy framework in the area of trade, trademark, designs, and geographical indicators, and improve the capacity of the productive sector to create, protect, utilize, commercialize, and enforce their IP rights, thus stimulating innovation and new businesses. And that's simply to say, listen, there's some things we got in the Bahamas, like the Madeira bark and all those things. We can't just, one of the hottest things is intellectual property around the world. I remember a very good group that I love. We were having a discussion, and that's something we have to discuss. And I actually wrote the song, he sang the song. I want a copy of the song. They didn't own it. Somebody else owned it, but other people were selling it. And so what we take for granted in these countries, Joseph Spence, for instance, all around the world, we have to preserve certain things that are uniquely Bahamian. And that's what they're doing around the world. So we want to train persons how to protect their intellectual property rights so that when you do something, it preserves the income for you. Mr. Speaker, in addition to providing to support the businesses, Article 5 of the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement contains a mechanism to monitor the agreement every 5 years to ensure that it is being properly implemented and that the benefits are impacting men, women, young people, and children. It's crazy indulgence. Office, okay, okay. Thank you. So we're going to provide a copy of my speech to the media, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just going to move now to arbitration, the section on arbitration. Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight a phenomenal young lady in the person of Ms. Yomini Nordic. She just came to the ministry less than 8 months ago. And within that 8 months, She's a consultant in the ministry. She was able to create a dynamic 2-year strategic plan for the implementation or establishment of the Bahamas as an international arbitration center. Mr. Speaker, as part of the recommendations for growth in the international banking sector, the ERC recommended establishing the Bahamas as an international commercial arbitration hub. In tandem, the ERC also recommended the finalization and passage of the International Commercial Arbitration Bill. Even before the release of the ERC summary report in mid-August 2020, the ADR unit in my ministry was formed. In the 6 months after its inception, the ADR unit has developed a comprehensive 2-year strategic plan that sets out the quarterly goals and objectives and hosted a virtual symposium to introduce key aspects of the strategy. This is not the first time I've addressed the Honorable House about our ADR strategic plan. During the midterm budget debate, I detailed it in full. I also recounted the success of the ADR unit's virtual symposium, alternate dispute resolution, and the Bahamas, creating a new cause. Since then, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to report that we have made significant progress toward making the Bahamas an international arbitration hub. In early 2021, a recommendation was made to the Cabinet for the appointment of members of the of the Permanent Court of Arbitration. The Cabinet of the Government of the Bahamas has confirmed that it will appoint members of the Permanent Court of Arbitration in 2021, and it is expected that the appointments will be announced shortly. Brilliant behavior, Mr. Speaker. In keeping with the ERC's recommendation, the ADR unit has also finalized its recommendation to amend the International Commercial Arbitration Bill 2018, and those recommendations have been provided to the Law Reform and Revision Commission for the relevant amendments to be made. We expect that this bill will be enacted by July 2021 after a short consultation period. The ADR unit is now focused on its proposed amendments to the Arbitration Act 2009 and has already met with some industry stakeholders with intention to continue the discussion. I expect that the ADR unit will finalize its recommendations by fall 2021 for submission to the Law Reform and Revision Commission. And at this point, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honorable Chief Justice, Justice Notted, Ms. Bertha Cooper-Russo, and a number of leaders in the ADR community, yourself, for the support that is being given to ADR, an international commercial arbitration. Mr. Speaker, regarding other legislation and policy initiatives, the ADR unit intends also to focus on a compendium of draft bills that further supports the development of ADR in the Bahamas, including the Bahamas' position in relations to the investment protection treaties and proposed reforms to investor-state dispute settlement, draft international and domestic mediation bills that would be consistent with the principles of the Singapore Convention on Mediation, the draft construction adjudication bill, and the creation of a legislative framework to support the establishment of a physical location for international arbitration in ADR that would be a public-private partnership. Besides its legislative and policy efforts, the ADR unit is in the process of reintroducing the former International Commercial Executive Council as the Alternate Dispute Resolution Council. This ADR Council will act as direct support to the ADR unit in the ministry and will have representatives from both the public and private sector who are involved in the business and local community.
Sorry. Okay. Your member from for Southern Shores is just distracting the chair.
Okay.
I think he's concerned about your time. I'm watching your time. The good clock is watching your time.
We believe that that through the ADR Council, the Bahamas can effectively promote itself as a leading jurisdiction for international arbitration. Mr. Speaker, the work of the ADR unit and its strategic plan, we believe, will increase economic growth through foreign direct and private sector investment, expanding job opportunities for Bahamians, and a more efficient judicial system. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan. Okay, thank you. The ADR unit has made significant progress in less than a year and has taken an ambitious and aggressive approach to development of an ADR in the Bahamas. Notwithstanding the onset of the global COVID-19 pandemic, the ADR unit has continued its work without interruption, and it is anticipated that this momentum will continue during 2021-2022. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the Department of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the officers, the director, and staff of the Immigration Department for the work that they have done. They have not always been treated. They've not always been. Yes, they've not always been treated with respect, Mr. Speaker. There are those who have viciously and wrongly produced fictitious pictures about them, Mr. Speaker, which have all been found to be untrue. Mr. Speaker, just recently, a UN delegation visited the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I think, and I spoke on behalf of the ministry, but I think, I know that the minister-led administration indicated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Works, all of the ministers, that we have absolutely nothing to hide. We believe in the protection of the fundamental dignity of all. We respect the institution of the courts, and unlike others who assail, demonize, and threaten judges with expulsion from the Bahamas, we respect the decisions of the court, Mr. Speaker. And we were happy to have the delegation visit the detention center. Very shortly, Mr. Speaker, we will invite the media and the Prime Minister to the detention center, as we are going to be opening a medical facility there. We have a state-of-the-art kitchen services. And when we go there, we're going to have a meal there. And guess what's going to happen? We're going to eat the food that we serve at the detention center, because lies have been told about the quality of food that's being served there. Now, this is what I say. Let's say, for instance, Ellsworth Johnson ends up in country X, let's say China. I can't tell the people, listen, man, I want some guinea corn grits with lima bean and steamed snapper. And if you're not feeding me that, you're not feeding me properly. It just doesn't make sense. And so I want to commend the Immigration Department for all they've done. I spoke about them earlier, and for what they've been doing in the context of COVID-19. So I will now turn to update on the Department of Immigration. We see immigration planning playing a vital role in the budget's accelerated Bahamas recovery plan in two ways: as a mechanism to channel private investment, and specifically quality foreign direct investment for economic stimulus, and as a key contributor to the digitization and innovation push that will make public service more efficient and accessible to all. Mr. Speaker, last year, the ERC highlighted the need for the government to accelerate residency and immigration policy and process reforms to realize the revenue-generating potential of the immigration of Immigration and to improve departmental efficiency. The committee believed we could do this by expanding the grounds for economic permanent residence, reforming the process to approve permanent residence application, and expanding high-value economic permanent residence application. At the start of the budget year, the member for Kalani, in his capacity as the Minister of Finance, tabled amendments to the Immigration Act. Mr. Speaker, these amendments seek to respond to the ERC recommendations to expand the grounds for which a person can apply for economic permanent residence. Titled A Bill for an Act to Amend the Immigration Act to provide for the grant of economic permanent residence, the amendments will change key sections of the Immigration Act to unlock the potential of economic permanent residence as a vehicle for investment. Currently, applicants who purchase a residence in the Bahamas valued at $750,000 or more are eligible to apply for a certificate of economic permanent residence. The minimum threshold for such an investment was $500,000, but was increased on to $750,000 on June 1st, 2018. The proposed provisions of the bill seek to expand the eligibility requirements for the acquisition of economic permanent residence by providing for the eligibility of investments of any kind at an amount to be determined. This can include investments in various emolument funds that would be earmarked for special interests such as education, sports, art and culture, social development projects, and other relevant areas. Eligibility can also be based on a combination of the purchase of a home and other investments. We are essentially introducing a broader, more flexible approach to economic permanent residence that takes into account all kinds of investments, not simply limiting it to the purchase of a residence. We are also making changes to the amount of time that must be spent in the Bahamas to be eligible for economic permanent residence. Currently, there is no mandatory time period. The proposed bill imposes a minimum 90-day period for which the economic permanent residence holder must be resident in the Bahamas, ensuring that the people who are receiving this privilege are people who are actually residing here and have a vested interest in being here. The provision related to revoking a grant of certificate of permanent residence has been modified to mandate that holders must maintain ownership of the residence or a property of equal or greater value for a minimum of 10 years. Under the current policy, the holder of a certificate of permanent residence is under no obligation to maintain ownership of the qualifying property after approval and receipt of their permanent residence certificate. The provisions of the bill also place an obligation on the economic permanent resident holder to file a declaration every 10 years, confirming that they have remained compliant with the provisions of the initial grant. Where circumstances may have changed, an affidavit outlining any and all material changes must be provided. These measures ensure that people in receipt of economic permanent residence continues to maintain their investment in the Bahamas. We are seeking to create sustained investment in the interest of our national development. The bill further provides for a timeline of 3 months in which an endorsee, that is, a minor child or spouse, must make application for legal status in their own right upon the death of the primary holder, or in the case of a child on attaining the age of 18 years. To facilitate the speed at which applications for economic permanent residents are processed and decrease the existing backlog, the bill will introduce a rule stating that applications for economic permanent residence will be automatically approved 3 months after the submission of the requisite document information. This is done in the name of efficiency, in keeping with the government's plan to improve the speed of all services, especially those related to investors. And let me say this, Mr. Speaker, there's a reason why we are focusing heavily on digitization. And I know when we introduced the Commercial Enterprises Act, persons were saying, wow, you're going to be able to approve this application in a certain amount of days. But when we introduced the Commercial Enterprises Act, and we set a timeline, our competitors cut it in half because they wanted to have the competitive edge. If Mr. Donald Sanders applies and your name goes into the system should be able to send your name to Interpol and other regulatory agencies to assess who you are. So that is why we're saying to investors now, once you buy, let's say you're doing, where we want to be is there, and we're almost there. If you go and you invest with Mr. Franklin Wilson, those in Eleuthera, and you purchase that property, we want to be able to give you a provisional approval subject to our regulatory requirements. Because you've already bought, you've already paid the stamp duties and all those different things, and you can upload, but yes, and you can do it. And so, take for instance, if you apply for a visa to go to Dubai or Canada, you should get the people at the come from Get Island and all these different things. You don't go there, you apply online. They do the assessment, and bam, you get it, or you're denied. And that's what digitization is doing, it's making us much more competitive. So when you hear 14 days, those people are working very hard to push it through, and we're making that. I had a young gentleman from the immigrant community, brilliant, I meet him all the time, had a basketball scholarship. Coach Johnson, Ken Johnson, comes to he's getting depressed. They bring him to me quickly. He brought him to me, I saw the young man, brilliant young man, played basketball, had an opportunity for scholarship. Family did this, family did that, put his name in the system, check out everything. In a very short time, he had the citizenship. We were able to pull him through the system. But the system must be so sophisticated that it can pick up fraud. To the end, we are currently prioritizing the approval of any application that are beneficial to the country as we clear out the current backlog of cases that have languished for years. These include significant foreign direct investment initiatives and other forms of investment that will generate employment, ownership for Bahamians, and aid in the diversification of the local economy. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan. These changes have been led by the Naturalization Unit and the redeployment of Deputy Director of Financial Services, who now serves as officer in charge as of October 2020. We are in the process of adding even more staff to this unit to enhance its capacity to efficiently clear up the backlog. Moving forward, we will be assessing cases by assigning case officers for the sole purpose of ensuring the smooth processing of applications for high net worth individuals and major real estate developments, with plans to expand the area of focus when the aforementioned reforms are made. We outfitted the naturalization with new scanners, biometric machines, and other equipment to facilitate the speedy processing of applications for citizenship, permanent residence, and are now gearing up for the September 2020 launch of the online application for permanent residence and citizenship, so that applicants can apply and submit documents from the comfort of their homes. Once again, we are prioritizing efficiency and are creating a 21st century experience for those seeking to become residents and citizens of the Bahamas, which is a necessary step as we go about the business of modernization in preparation for anticipated economic growth and diversification. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on the topic of immigration as a funnel for economic stimulus, I would also like to update the Honorable House on the Bahamas Extended Access Stay Visa. Another of the ERC's recommendations. The Bahamas government did not tarry on after the initial economic blow from the COVID-19 pandemic, which hit the Bahamas. So, Mr. Speaker, my ministry, the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Tourism mobilized quickly and worked collaboratively to develop, institute, and market the BEATS program, which encouraged students and professionals to study or work remotely in the Bahamas at a reasonable cost for up to 1 year. The BEATS visa was successfully launched in October 2020. Further, an independent steering committee consisting of private sector professionals and ICT experts were appointed to ensure the highest standards of transparency and accountability in the undertaking. The BEATS program does not replace the current permit to reside as outlined in the Immigration Act. However, it provides a new immigration status option for qualified candidates from the burgeoning remote work stay market. The BEATS program is valid up to 12 months from the date of the issue, when an application turnaround time is of 5 business days. The total cost of the individual professional, the total cost for individual professionals to apply for and obtain a BEATS permit is $1,025, while college students wishing to apply will be required to pay $525, inclusive of the application and permit fee. Forms from its inception up to the end of April 2021, the BEATS program presented a promising new revenue stream, particularly from the North American market. To date, this program has received more than 260 applicants. Like the BEATS program visa application for the new economic permanent residence regime, and like the new BEATS visa, applications for the new economic permanent residence regime are processed through the new Department of Immigration office at Monarch House. During the last fiscal year, we invested time and resources to restructure our Monarch House operations and put in place leadership to manage processing and customer relations. We saw a unique opportunity to improve the way these processes work, and we have moved full speed ahead in digitizing this area. Mr. Speaker, we have also used digitization and innovation to improve application processes in other areas. In mid-October 2020, through the harmonized collaboration between the executive leadership team at the department and ministerial level, we initiated and successfully launched the agency's pilot cashless system. This revolutionary electronic payment system remains in place to date within the agency and is accessible to clients wherever they may be. By eliminating cash transactions at our immigration office, we have the dual benefit of empowering our clients with a new remote payment option and minimizing the threat of virus transmission by reducing payment-related traffic at our offices. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, in early December 2020, the Department of Immigration launched the first phase of the Immigration Document Management System, IDMS services online portal with the application tracking module. This module empowers clients to check the status of their immigration application remotely and in real time. We followed this with a soft launch of the Apply for Permit module, which currently allows online renewals of long-term work permits and permits to reside. On June 30th, 2021, short-term work permits applications submission will be added to the portal, with the remainder of document types being added on 30th September 2021. These consist of new applications and renewals. Speaker, I spoke to someone in the industry and they were talking to me. They said, listen, Oswald, I know everything that you're doing. We have that type of relationship. But she said, I want to commend the department because we never thought that we would see the day when all these applications can be uploaded. And what this has done for persons is that you could be in the Republic of Haiti, you could be in Canada, you could be wherever, and you could just upload your application. Now, if there's need for interviews, we take care of that. But these applications include long-term work permits, short-term work permits, permits to reside, diplomatic identification, resident belongers, homeowners, permit to reside, resident spouse permit, citizenship, special permit, electronic entry permit. And this is what I want to say. I've met too many young people who say, I gave my file and they lost my file. You can't find a file in the roof, right? And so what this is going to do is improve the efficiency of the work that we do in the ministry. So now when you come, right now, when you come to the immigration department, you bring your documents, we on board them, we give them back to you. Young people say, no, Minister John. So we got to get to the point where they don't even have to bring them. They unload it and you have your documents. They don't have to produce a birth certificate every time you come. But what is annoying, what is very annoying and disconcerting is when people, now some allege, because everything ain't true, but when they do give you your document and you can't locate it, the full digitization of the immigration will make those issues a thing of the past. That I can go and check if you have your file, you only pay once, the money goes straight to the consolidated fund. Nobody should be using no more receipts. So all the money come home. And I think about 80% of the complaints that we have now is a waste. And what people have to understand is that, see, when you get your documentation, you go to the U.S. Embassy, you're dressed properly. Everybody seems to sit on the bench. Everybody, when their name is called, they go in. We don't ask you to take off your belt and your shoes and all those things. And then when you go in the back, they say, no talking to nobody. So you go in the back and you see your friend, you say, hello, they say, don't talk to me right now. We're not going to entertain people being disrespectful and discourteous to people who could be their parents. This is COVID-19 and officers have died. We're working the system out. I want to commend Mr. Spence Finlayson, who's volunteered with a mystery shopper program. As a result of the work they did, we now have a call center. I want to commend the Director of Immigration and all the immigration officers. A call center. You know, when we went in and I asked her, they said, Minister, some of these phones don't even work. She said, sure, I can tell you everything and I don't get in problems. She told me everything. And we learned some other things. And as a result, we got with our service providers. We were able to improve it. And every now and then the PS is responsible for checking to see that we're answering the phone. So in the context of COVID-19, where they're getting sick, these people are working. And I want to commend them. The Digital Transformation Initiative, aligned with Accelerate Bahamas Digitization and Innovation Pillar, will enhance proficiency and financial accountability in the system while ensuring improvements in the ease of doing business. Right there, I told you, we're going to bring someone and bring them into immigration and show them these things. They're going to go down to the detention center and show them these things. There are a number of things we've been doing, but we're going to do it. I promise someone's going to run a series. Just wait until the director comes back. But I want to say this. I have heard this thing about the prime minister being this person who would take charge, listen to nobody, a one-man gang and all that. Nothing could be further from the truth. You can't be in immigration and do it. You can't be in an environment and do what they did in the environment and plug down fire. You can't be in fisheries and do all those things and the drafting with the age. You can't be in works and do those things. You can't be in, thing. We have to learn to respect leadership. You can't be in tourism when the Minister of Tourism is out about and trying and with the good man for Baintown, meeting with persons, traveling, talking about the COVID-19, speaking with the doctors, doing all those different things. He's allowed expansion for innovation. We've drafted legislation in the department. We're now looking at extensions. We're one of the only jurisdictions where you could get an extension for free. We have Lucella Lindor, a brilliant young lawyer who just came back, who's now drafting that. We're working on the immigration amendment bill. This has been some difficult times, and I want to commend those drafters, Tina Roy and others, who've been working extremely hard. I don't know how they do it. But I just say that. These are all of the things that we've been doing. And we've had a rigorous legislative agenda, a rigorous one, where we passed a compendium of legislation from the Department of Environmental Health. Any number of things ministers have been working on. And the member for Kalani has commended them. So, Mr. Speaker, we are working and we have a plan. And for anybody who says we don't have a plan, I'm not going to allow them to insult the permanent secretary, members of the members of the Immigration Department, Trade and Industry, Mr. Raquel Pender or Ms. Deborah Watson or Deputy Director Duncanson. Because Deputy Director Duncanson on Saturdays in that building. Saturday, no extra pay, pushing stuff out. The portal is accessible on our ministry's website, full digitization. Along with these and the other thing, what we did is we created a committee that involved civil society. So we said to BFS, we send us somebody, a very techno-savvy young man. He sits on the committee. Ed Fields sits on the committee. And we said we want persons who've had difficulty with immigration to tell us really how you feel, how we could improve it. And this is how we pushed, working with industry. And this is how we got to where we got for full digitization. We have a plan. Don't believe. All people come and say you don't have a plan, but don't tell you why you don't have a plan. But if you go, it was a plan that caused the Ministry of Environmental Health not to have fires. And all of us remember that. You're in a constituency. You know what the hotels were saying about it. There's a plan, strategic plan. And we can't allow people to get away with that. We assisted the prison officers and the defense force officers by amending legislation. A plan, and they were crying for years. For years. The Baptist Church, we assisted them with legislation. For years. The industry came together as people criticized us to assist with navigating the treacherous ways for financial services as we are being regulated, and some say over-regulated. All of the Chamber of Commerce and all those persons were working and still are working during the pandemic. There is a plan, and for a small country like the Bahamas to be where it's at, now welcoming tourists back, hotels are opening, people are being vaccinated. We've been working extremely, and yes, the frustration index is high. But these very same people who are frustrated are working and are determined to preserve this country. Along with these initiatives to reform immigration processes, Mr. Speaker, owing to the abrupt and unprecedented international restrictions on travel that manifested out of the global pandemic, immigration management entities like the Department of Immigration found itself in uncharted and peculiar position. Mr. Speaker, during the earliest stage of national lockdowns, with the government offices temporarily closed to the public, the department rolled out the electronic extension services. We did that. People, you couldn't get home, you couldn't travel. So we had to do something, and they did that in COVID-19. This welcome innovation served as the crucial solution to the rapidly growing number of stranded visitors whose leave to land had or would have expired before the international travel was possible. And that was a real thing. People were here and couldn't get home. We had to say to them, listen, we put it in order, you just go back to your hotel. get back to us online. We'll fix it. And that's how we had to do it. Because they were frustrated. You can imagine being trapped and not trying to get home. The department received in excess of 2,300 applications for electronic extensions for the 2021-2022 period, with a total of 2,161 approvals and 237 refusals. The ministry has made it a top priority to continue regular repatriation. As officers are on the front line upholding our laws, we must ensure that we empower them to do their job effectively while keeping them as safe as possible. This is why the Department of Immigration was one of the first agencies in the country to introduce temperature checking and tracking upon entry into the facility. I want to commend them for that. Mr. Speaker, in fiscal year 2020-2021, the government allocated funding for the improvement of specific Department of Immigration facilities and the construction of new spaces. The construction of an industrial kitchen that is almost completed. And that's almost 90% completed. The kitchen. I mean the house facility. Yes, excellent. Thank you. All right. Thank you. The completion of the much needed new medical dorm at the detention center is about 90% completed and is extremely relevant and necessary given the current public health crisis. You know, we've been doing a lot of, as a country, you know, punching above our weight. And I'm sick and tired of people just complaining and moaning about how this country is so backwards and all these different things. Ain't nobody tying nobody here down. If you don't like it, you're free to leave. This is a country that anybody who needs health care, this don't happen in some first world country. You can pull up and get health care. If you were born or not born here and you end up in the Bahamas, you go to school for free. And you go online for free. And when we hear that they're not giving you food or stuff, we get in there and we say, no, you got to feed these children. We try our best after Doran. We housed almost everybody. They were saying to go in and get the people. I said, these people are crazy in them places. They're being assessed by, they saw people washed away. One man lose his hand, his wife, a wife. So we've been treating people humanely. I want to commend those recently appointed justices of the Supreme Court. And just advise persons, we must be careful when we speak about people because they have a small place. And, you know, I've heard about an individual who was not appointed. They still have, listen, people saying it's political. It's a Judicial and Legal Services Commission. And in the previous council case of Endel Thompson, the Queen, it says these commissions are to be insulated from political influence. If you think that something has happened, or the Chief Justice, who is the chairman of the commission, did something wrong, put it in writing and send it to him. If you think he was negatively influenced, then say it. But don't do those type of things. So I want to commend those persons who were appointed and encourage all those persons who work and sacrifice hard in the Department of Judiciary to continue to serve our country. And there's been some irregular building. We respect the court. So Sir Hartman Longley, in one of his opening address, said that he was concerned about how the decision of Justice Indra Charles was assailed by those who should know better. And how he, as he said it, you can't threaten judges with imprisonment, deportation, and all different things if you don't like their decision. And that's what it was done in this country. But while we respect it, we're appealing it. And what we say, as the Privy Council said, when it told Bahamians, listen, man, in the Linden Filling case, if you go and build without authority on someone else's property, then the consequence is that you do it to your disadvantage. So everybody was concerned about the principles in that case. But the court said it, that was his property, you shouldn't build it. What we should have done was found those imposters who created the fraud to cause those people to lose and deal with them. But when you do that, and then you can't have where Bahamians are not doing it. They're not going into the pond and fishing. Other people going fishing. We love all, and this country has done a lot. During COVID-19, whoever we could feed, we feed. During Dorian, whoever could get on the boat without question, we took them and we did it. And we have absolutely nothing to hide. An in-house medical facility allows detainees to receive immediate medical attention and treatment without the variables associated with removing them from their controlled and secure environment. The Department of Immigration is a revenue generating agency. I have already highlighted areas where we have improved access through digitization and innovation to make the collection of revenue more efficient and secure. And as an examination of the directive immigration revenue collection would reflect a significant increase. The member for Kalani noted revenue challenges the government has faced over the last 2 years. His government solution to this revenue problem is not to tax its way to more revenue, but to pursue policies that lead to growth and then reap the fruits of the growth. This policy direction is reflected in the Accelerated Bahamas Recovery Plan. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan. And I heard people shamelessly get up in this house and say there's no plan. Along with our digital transformation initiatives, the global rollout of vaccines, and the slow but impending economic rebound, we expect improvements in revenue over the next fiscal year. The Department of Immigration is on the track to meet its budgetary projections of just over $61 million for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. The number represents a large decrease compared to the 2018 budget projection. Mr. Speaker, while reflecting on the great strides that the department has made during an unprecedented year, we have set clear organizational goals for the year ahead. During the 2021-2022 fiscal year, the Department of Immigration will focus on the following priority areas. $1 million is being allocated in the department's budget for appointments. It is anticipated that we will hire a new cadre of trainee immigration officers during the first half of this budgetary year. We expect that the full digitization of all processes will be completed by the first quarter of the new fiscal year. That is by the end of September 2021. This will include the incorporation of the complete online portal, thus dramatically improving the ease of doing business. And I would like to recognize Mr. Bastian Pratt, a technical expert in the department. Continued exploration of overseas and local homeland security courses for officers. Full completion of medical dorms and canine kennels at the detention center. Successful planning efforts include completion of the agency-wide promotion exercise. I would like to say that that process is completed. And very shortly, announcements will be made. Everybody can be promoted. Just like you can't have 5 or 10 directors, you can't have everybody can be promoted. Everybody won't be the director, can be the director. But there are promotion exercises. It's ready for publication. And that's what I'll say. But I had a serious concern that persons were brought on into the department and weren't confirmed some after 10 years. Couldn't get their letters. And so we've dealt with that. We have a plan. We have a plan, Mr. Speaker. And so Before I conclude, I would like to speak to the wonderful, hardworking people of Yamacraw. Mr. Speaker, you've done a lot in the community. I would like to advise all and sundry to vaccinate. As I've said, I've taken my first jab. My mother, I called her the other day. She said, I'm not feeling too well. She said, Aunt Nika, she was diagnosed. Uncle Randy wasn't too hot. My aunt that I grew up with, she was in quarantine. And so I'm advising everybody, and the research has shown that if you take the vaccine, if you catch COVID-19, the repercussions is much more easier. Yeah, he can talk about that. You know, a young lady told me, you know, you could be on birth control and get pregnant. That has happened. I got my chicken pox shot and got chicken pox. This is a worldwide pandemic. The book has not been written on this. They're still researching. They still don't know where it came from. Because they've been in some animal or something, but they can't make the connection. We're going to continue with the lighting efforts. We're going to continue with the infrastructural efforts. We're on the ground. We've not hidden. We've been there from day one. We've been participating in the community. We're going to continue. We're now going to be doing our town hall meetings virtually. We have one of the largest backyard farms, and I dare anybody to check it, in East Yamacraw, where we work with the Department of Corrections. And what we did was we established a program where they came into the community. And I want to thank the Commissioner of Prisons. They cleared out the whole thing. We preserved the plum tree. And so we have you can ask the member for South Andros. We have hundreds of bananas. We just planted open peppers. You can go in there and get pumpkins, watermelon. And what we have done is we have created an environment where you have contemporary methods of farming, because we have a greenhouse. I want to thank the person who volunteered that for us. And old school, subsistence farming. So all of your cassava, sweet potato, we put in sugar apples and all that stuff in there. And you can go and see it. So I would like to commend the community for their assistance. As I said, we have more than $50,000 worth of band equipment. We have done a strategic-wide, a community-wide strategic needs analysis of the community. So we know where the needs are. We're working with the Ministry of Work, the Ministry of Water and Sewage. I crave your indulgence for a few moments. Water and Sewage. We've worked with the seniors in the community. Okay, good. We've worked with the seniors in the community to do a number of things, Mr. Speaker. So we have the momentum, and we haven't shied away from anybody. And we've been working extremely hard. Again, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for the honor to serve. I'd like to thank my colleagues for the opportunity to serve with them. And service isn't always easy. Like my aunt said, you know, you never know if a boat could take sea if it stay tied up to dock. You build for big sea. And when you go in big sea, sometimes you get sick. But you can't jump off in the ocean. You got to know your role on the ship. If you're not the captain, you can't try to take the wheel. I heard someone before the ship leave port, if you see one of the cabin boys wearing a life vest, you ask if he's crazy. So you got people before the boat leaves shore, they say they wearing vest. There's a certain loyalty. Remember for Cat Island, Rumpkins in Salvador sitting there, he's the leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition. Even on his ship, he requires loyalty. The cook have to keep the food cooking. The fella in the hole has to have the confidence in the captain, even though the ship is rolling, to keep the engine going. One thing can happen is the ship can't stop. The engine can't stop. It's like Papa say, too many Indians, too many chiefs and no Indian. We are speaking about a country. And you know, you have to have the maturity sometimes, even in the context of what we're doing. Yes, sometimes some things that the opposition says is annoying, but they're the opposition. And so I want to commend Garden Hills. It was a joy and a pleasure to sit with such a sage and wise man. East Grand Bahama, and all of those persons who are going to be here for the last time. We don't know who will come back. When I come in, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I always look at the pictures, because you can opt out, that your clock could stop, health issues could arise, some other issues have arisen because you make the wrong decision, you have to go, or the people will make a determination. But in all things, give God the glory. All other glory is fleeting and vain. So I'm grateful to my family. I'm grateful to the good people of Yamacraw. I'm grateful to the members and staff of the Ministry of Financial Services, Trade and Industry for all the support that they've given. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan, and I've demonstrated that plan. And that plan is driven by frontline workers who don't ask to be in the house, who don't ask for the cameras to be on them, who sit at the detention center and work overtime, who's on the seat, who has to go and rescue people, who have to sit with them. That is who the plan is driven by. So it's a delight to be here at this stage of the history and times of the Bahamas, when unlike any other country in the world, I don't care where you go, no country has to face COVID-19. Dorian that has freaked out the scientists and is rebounding the way it's rebounding. Very short deal. What people don't want you to know that very shortly we will, the deals in Freeport will be signed. They're banging on the doors. The Bahamas is seen as a pristine, enjoyable place where people can come and live and work. And we're doing just that. The infrastructural work that we've done during COVID-19. We're building schools. So, Mr. Speaker, before we go, can you help me to lift it, please? We invite all on Sunday, Cat Island people. I invite the member of Cat Island Rum Tea in San Salvador. And, I didn't say or anything. My auntie called me last night. She said, Alfred, stick to the script. After she listened to some people in here, they listen, son, you stick to the script. And this is for my Cat Island, where we all lived and broke. And I encourage all the time. Cat Island Business Outlook, save the date, Friday, June 11th. It starts at 9:30. And what we intend to do is create one of the largest, I'm hoping that we can do this, one of the largest segments of the Chamber of Commerce from Cat Islanders around the world, where we create scholarships. We talk about roads, infrastructure. We need airports. You're going to hear from Mr. Cargill, who's going to be there, tourism, and you're going to hear people who, give me the next, please, I'm not being.
1 more minute, Yamacraw.
We need new airports. We're going to discuss these things. Somebody jokingly said to me that we have a convertible airport in Cat Island. We don't need this. So we want to, all those different things, state-of-the-art educational facilities, state-of-the-art health facilities. Cat Island deserve it. We've given a lot in terms of the people that we've produced, and so it is our time. And we are getting together to say to past administration and to present that Cat Island needs more. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bless you all.
Thank you, Yamacraw. I just want to say I omitted this to mention it during my speech, and I have the privilege to do it now to the members of Tall Pines. Please go and get vaccinated, constituents. I'm fully vaccinated. 2 shots done already. So go out there, Tall Pines, go out there, Bahamas, and get vaccinated. That's the way we open back up our economy and keep our country safe, healthy. The chair is going to acknowledge the member from MyCal to make some intervention with respect to her speech. The chair recognizes the member for MyCal.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, some of us cannot make any mistake in this place. During my contribution, I should have said more than 154 million COVID-19 cases and 3 million deaths globally.
Okay.
I'm so sorry if I misled this honorable house, but I just thought and seek to correct myself. 154 million COVID-19 cases and 3 million deaths globally. Mr. Deputy, as I said, I'm fully vaccinated.
Yes.
And thank you.
Thank you so much. The hand side, the records of the House would reflect your correction to your presentation. As many. Chair recognizes the member for Carmichael. Chair recognizes the member for Southern Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. As I move the suspension, I want anyone who's listening, who's able to contact the police control room at 919 to advise that our staff are leaving and we want them to be accorded the exemption that we would have and that they will be allowed to traverse the streets safely. Mr. Deputy, I move that the business of this House suspends until Monday morning, June 14th, 2021 at 10 a.m.
Being moved and seconded that the business of this House suspends until the 14th of June, 2021 at 10 a.m. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing would rise. The business of this House is suspended until the 14th of June, 2021 at 10 a.m.